It's time for the moment you've been waiting for. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Di da di di da di di da 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 da. Di da di li da di li da. Di da di li di da di li 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 da di da di da di di da. Preparing the Krabby Patty.
Hello, everyone. I am exhausted. Oh, I'm exhausted. I've been working on this thing all month. It is finally here. It's done. I released it. There's links to it. There's a command in the title. Just give me a second here to get my shit together, and then we'll go have some fun with this. Chose the worst name. Excuse me. This name has a meaning to me. I didn't go with Celeritas pretty much just because it was just a kind of a naming conflict with the actual word Celeritas. It was going to be weird. It was going to be confusing. I picked something that is completely, like, unique. All right? Oh my god, my voice is a mess. Hold on. All right, there we go. Let's get the music going. So yeah, hello everyone. It's still Halloween. Not that. This one here. Here's a clock for you in case you disagree with me that I said I would release this on the 31st, and here it is. It is in fact still the 31st in the part of the world that I care about, the place where I live, and quite a bit of the rest of the world too. Even in like UTC, it's still October 31st. So you know what? Haters gonna hate. I released it in October, like I promised that I would. I hope you're happy. I'm talking specifically to like Captain, who I'm pretty sure is heckling me right now, even though I haven't actually looked at the chat in a bit. Still the 31st where you are excellent. That's fantastic. I think the only place it is no longer the 31st is like, I think like Eastern Asia and like Australia. I think it's the only place where the date has rolled over so far. So as far as I'm concerned, I hit the deadline. Stanley Parable Fanfare. I feel like I should remember what that is, but I don't. Yeah, those are the Australians. It's late for the Australians, all right? So unfortunately for them, I didn't release it in time. But you know what? This is good enough for me. Here's a clock for anyone. Get that out of here. Here's a clock for anyone who doubts me. I made it. I met the deadline. Let's play the video game now. So it is in fact still Halloween, and I have a playlist of spooky music, and by that I just mean I picked like an hour and a half of songs I had on my playlist that just is like even remotely related to being something spooky. So we're gonna listen to that for a bit and then switch to the usual science soundtrack. I'm not going to be playing Spelunky today. I am just going to be doing task tool related stuff. That is what this entire stream is going to be. And as I said before, I am absolutely exhausted, and I have no idea how long I'm going to survive this stream. I need to go to bed at some point here. I pulled an all-nighter getting this done. Let's dig right into it. So first, let me catch up on chat first before we pop into the game, because I got a bunch of resubs and other exciting things that happen when you stream only once a month, and they all just accumulate, like someone who doesn't check their mailbox, which I also do, and I get a month's worth of mail at a time. So what do we got here? Well, thank you for pinning the message. That is in fact the mod, and there is a GitHub linked like from that Spelunky.fyi page that has more information on the mod. So if you're seriously considering looking into this, you're going to want to look at the GitHub as well. The documentation's a little bit sparse, but it's still better than nothing, and it's something I want to work on over time. Alright, so let's see, what do we got here? Rip Celeritas. Again, the reason why I didn't go with Celeritas was because it was too close to just being Celeritas. It would have been really good if there was like a slight difference, but we went with this. And if nobody understands the aesthetic of TAS Wizard, it's a Windows 98 thing for millennials like myself who grew up with this operating system and just had to deal with these like weird, like, crusty, like, setup wizards for various kinds of software. And while I shouldn't really have any nostalgia for that era, like operating systems, well, they're actually not much better now, but they were better back in the era of like Windows 7 and XP. But I still miss the Windows 98 experience. So what do we got here? Roach, thank you for the raid, right as the stream started. Yep, Severn, thank you for the resub. What we got? We got a money hole donation. I'm not gonna say hello to like everyone here, but I do see you. I see you all here. You can say hello to me now and I'll probably spot it, but I'm not gonna spend a half an hour reading names. Got more names. Thank you, Kai and Soviet Winter, for the resubs. Or Kai to the Prime. Same thing for me. I think I get the same amount of money from it. Hello, Sunset. Celery TAS. Oh, you're right. I should have just called it that. So yeah, sorry everybody who wanted to be Solera TAS. It's TAS Wizard. It is what it is. I had to just fucking pick a name at some point because I had been just churning this for far too long, wasting way too much time trying to make what is ultimately not a very important decision. So it's here and it's going to stay. Let's go ahead and start the game up. And I'm going to showcase pretty much the task tool. I'm going to showcase all the tasks that I haven't revealed yet. I'll show the tutorial one again, and then we might work on a couple tasks. I don't know what we're going to finish. Again, this is not very well scripted. I just wanted to get this out as, like, within the deadline. So we'll just improvise. That's what I do in every stream anyways, and people, I don't know if anybody notices or not, but just take my word for it. I improvise. I do a lot of that in my streams, and it usually works out pretty well. Hello, Medial. The band. Oh, the yellow line. I remember that. I forgot that existed. That could have also theoretically worked for the bit. But you know, we just went for the SpongeBob one. Just a 30-second bit. Oh, Audrey, thank you for the hydrate. I need to hydrate. I think I sound like I'm dehydrated right now. There we go. Okay, so task tool. So I know that presumably not everybody has gone and immediately looked up the instructions for this. This isn't really an instructional video on how to set it up. I'm under the assumption that most of you know how to install a mod, and most of you know how to at least run Overlunky, because those are basically the prerequisite for being able to use this. So in my case, what I've done here is I've launched Platelunky, and I'm just going to go into the mod Lunky, Overlunky tab. There's too many Lunkies, and just inject the Overlunky process into the game. TAS Wizard is meant to play alongside Overlunky. It basically augments all the things that Overlunky can't do. So it has all the task functionality that you would need. The ability to record, the ability to play back, and then any like reasonably convenient features that weren't already built into Overlunky. So those two things go together. And I don't know, maybe some features will eventually get moved into the task tool and you won't need Overlunky for them anymore. There's a few technical issues with like pausing and frame advance, but for the time being, you're going to want to have both of these running at the same time. So in my case, I'm going to run my local build of this because this is the one that has all my save files in it, and I don't want to have to move them over. But this is essentially what you're going to see the first time you start running this, because I deleted my settings like 7 times trying to make sure this actually worked correctly. I sound like I ended my 12-hour shift at... yeah, it feels like it too, doesn't it? I got to participate in NNN. I don't know what that is. Feel free to tell me. Alright, so yeah, task tool. Now let's start off with the usual. The thing that we always do, which is we look at the tutorial task that is completely out of date. So this is the very first task that I made. This was essentially the motivation I had. No, not November. Yeah, I'm not making any promises on that one. Anyways, this is the task that originally made me want to even make this tool. I pretty much went in, I looked at the Overlunky like example scripts. There was a task tool there, and it couldn't do the tutorial. And in fact, it couldn't do a lot of things. And as I started like looking at it, thinking what changes would I need to make to actually make it possible to make a tutorial task, I realized I might as well just rewrite this whole thing. And that's more or less the story, like from almost a year ago now, I think, that led up to the moment of finally releasing the damn thing after teasing it to chat for like 8 months and developing it for even longer than that. So we now finally have it. So here's the task that started it all, and this is not even the world record anymore because the people who watched me do this went and found a better route that is faster than the tool-assisted speedrun route. But you know what? At least it looks kind of cool. So let's go ahead and play it. I'm gonna turn on all the presentation settings, and then we'll do a more thorough explanation of what I'm doing when I actually create like a little mini task on stream here. But for now, what I'm going to do here is set it up to go into presentation mode, which will just ditch all these windows so you can just watch the task that started it all. What is wrecked? I don't know what's wrecked. Alright, anyways, so let's play it back and hope that nothing goes wrong, because my god, I'm gonna be embarrassed if this thing doesn't work live on stream. Oh, my record got wrecked. Yeah, I did get wrecked. I'll actually show that on stream, I think, at some point here. The new route that they discovered for this that's faster than this ridiculous nonsense I just did right here. But this was it. This right here is the reason why I made this tool originally. And then I showed it to chat, and then people got hyped about it, and then I got even more hyped about it. And I just kept building it up into the full-fledged tool that we have here. But that's essentially what it is. So let me go turn this back on. I'll do this one in slow motion one more time, and then we will move on to the new content, the things that nobody has seen yet. Let's see. Oh, I need to... There we go. I'll turn that off. Forgot I didn't actually set the finish playback. Alright, so let's watch that one again in slow motion. I think control... No, that's the zoom. Oh god, what am I doing? Hold on. I don't remember what the hotkey is. The control shift? There we go, that's the slow motion hotkey. Alright, so here it is again in slow motion. And the first thing we're doing here is this whip is basically a fall cancel that lets me fall for like 1 additional frame, and that gives me enough like extra speed before I take the fall damage to actually get to the ground, and you can basically just drop 8 tiles if you do a frame perfect whip. This, unfortunately, there was pretty much no way to speed this up. I couldn't get on top of the block as it was falling because it would have just sucked me down, so the best I could do is just kind of jump in after it. Then I RNG manipulated the bomb drop in this crate to fly as far to the right as possible so I can throw one instantly. Then we drop a second bomb there. We're holding the first one in our hands. That's the first one, and then I throw a third one while I'm holding the second one in my hands, and this rope pile is also RNG manipulated to drop to the right as far as possible. And then we take our third bomb, chuck it at the ceiling with a rope that's timed just to reach the ceiling after the bomb breaks it, and then I do a whole shitload of like animation, like state canceling, to get up these ropes faster than you normally would by just holding up and jump. And that'll get you the tutorial done in 15.516 whatevers. The thing is, this is not the world record anymore. I don't know if they have sub 15 yet, but somebody has a faster time than this now. I think a couple people do, because they found a different route. And again, we'll come back to that if I decide to do that on the stream here. We might investigate the new route and see if I can get the world record back on stream. It really depends on how exhausted I get by the end of this. So let me set the time back. There we go. Okay. I don't know why Control-Shift-0 is not a valid hotkey in Spelunky. I have to look into that later. But I had to bind 9 to reset my timer for whatever reason. Yeah, enjoy the spooky, like, bone dancing music. Let's see. Let's go for the low percent run. So every time I stream the task tool, I mention the low percent run, and then I refuse to show it. We can finally show the low percent run. So what we've got here is, this is the seed for it. If you've ever run this, like, it is a category on Moss ranking. This is the seed that they use for the world record, like, RTA low percent run. The one that actual real human people did. And since I don't have a seed finder, I basically just used the one that they did. It's quite possible that there's a faster seed out there, or there's a seed that's faster for a task, but not really a person. but I don't have the like seed finding capabilities right now. So at least initially, this is how I'm going to be doing it. Seed finding is a completely different problem to solve. I don't know if I'm going to be the one that solves it. There's kind of already a seed finder in Overlunky, but I don't know exactly how powerful it is. I need to look into it more, but there's definitely room for improvement in the seed finding department. But for now, I'm making TASes off of the ones that other people have discovered for me. The next mod might be a bingo mod. I've mentioned that a couple times, but don't get your hopes up for that. I need to take a breather from all this nonsense. So I'm not promising any mods in the near future here, but I may work on like a bingo or like a task like roulette mod of some sort that would just automatically check the conditions. So if anybody remembers the Russian roulette thing that they did like a few months or a year ago, I don't remember when it was, I'm thinking of making like a task mod of that sort. And it would also double as a bingo mod because, I mean, they're basically the same thing. Bingo is just a board of random tasks, and then the roulette was just you got like 3 tasks you had to do 6 months ago. Well, time flies, doesn't it? I sure don't remember when it was anymore. The seed finder is something that you made. Oh, you made the seed finder? Oh, that's neat. I mean, I haven't used it yet, so I can't judge whether or not it's awful or not. Play the task. Look, I'm talking to chat. Okay? Look, I'm interacting with my chat. I'm trying to be a good streamer. Yeah, okay, I'll play the task. So here it is in full speed, the low percent pass. Let me make sure presentation mode's turned on again. Yes, it is. All right, let's go. You made it for your own purposes, and then they put it in. Oh, well. What, did you accidentally give it to them? I'm gonna have to look into that. You are talking about the one that's in the example script, right? Oh, by the way, there's a task going on or something. I'm just gonna talk over it if anybody in chat wants to say anything. And I'll explain all the manipulation that's happening, like, after this. I'll do a slowed down version, so just take it in for what it is right now, and then I'll explain it in detail in a second pass afterward. Low SF.lua. Is that like a Ligma joke? I feel like you could make something out of that. I'll look at it. Oh, low seed finder. Okay, I was like, what is the SF supposed to mean? The coolback was great. Yeah, it looks really sick if you slow it down. And then Olmec. If you thought I had a way to speed this up, nope. Nope, nobody can make Olmec interesting. It's not possible. You just do this every time. This is the low percent Olmec fight, everyone. I'm pretty sure you can't shave more than like maybe a frame off of that. Not enough task swag. I'm gonna add more task swag to it when I actually like publish this. But for now, I just kind of did a low effort, just stand still, waiting for things to happen sort of task. I will add swag like before I publish anything. I'm gonna bet you're gonna like the Tiamat kill. Tiamat kill is quite nice looking and very fast. Yeah, well, this isn't Pizza Tower Severin, so not in this game. We don't have nice things like that. See you, Yeti. Which side do I spawn on? Left side for this particular seed. Alright, Tiamat. Blink and you miss it. And that's the low percent run. Using the same seed that the RTA runners are using. The Tiamat run, I think you could shave like maybe 1 frame off it, but it's basically the amount of time it takes to get from the left side of the level to the right side. That's the Tiamat fight. You basically slow down like twice. Once to place the bomb, and then like once to throw the 4 bombs. And then you just go into the door. I feel like maybe if you throw the bomb forward. Maybe there's a way to catch it and save like an extra frame, but it's pretty damn close to being optimal. Yeah, it's a bomb cook, and then 3 bombs are subsequently thrown at the same, pretty much the same exact time. They're all frame perfect. I press the bomb button, I release it, and I press it again. So every 2 frames I throw a bomb, and that puts them close enough together to just all cascade off Tiamat. It's not really human viable. Why don't I like to kill Tiamat like that? Because I'm bad, but also because humans can't kill Tiamat like that. Like, maybe there's somebody out there that could probably button mash at like 30 button presses per second, but I'm not one of those people. The 2-frame mashing is just insane. Like, there's the final time, by the way. Overlucky doesn't come with the seed binder, and the scriptable one you made. Wait, is Cloyce talking about something different then? I'm so confused on the seed finder situation right now. Well, anyways, yeah, that's the low percent run. So let's watch it in slow motion now, shall we? So let me go ahead and set this. I wonder what the leeway is. You could probably throw it like 3 or 4 apart. I don't actually know how many frames. You have no idea what Loaf's Lua is. Okay, well, me neither. So maybe we'll figure it out at some point. Anyways, let's watch the run in slow motion. So I got it, I think... Yeah, we got it at 1/5 speed. Let's go ahead and... Do I want to keep the UI up? No, we don't really need the UI, so let's just run it again. Where's the teleport? Well, I do have a teleporter run I'm going to show after this. But this is just basic stuff here, like grab the ladder, whip cancel to drop through these platforms faster. There's a bunch of like minor optimizations you can do in these runs. And there's probably also like frames that you could shave off of the run doing stuff like this that I haven't found yet. But a lot of the times when you see me randomly whip, it's not actually a random whip, it's usually a state cancel of some sort that'll allow me to do something like 1 frame faster. So when I'm whipping on those platforms, it's because it lets me drop through those platforms without actually crouching down, so I don't lose any speed. So not a whole lot going on in these dwelling levels, but I'll point out the more interesting stuff when I come up to it. As you fall faster off ledges. What do you mean, like whip ejection, or is there some other tech I'm not even using correctly? But now that this thing is released, I'm stoked to find out like what tech people discover doing these TASes, because I'm not going to pretend for a second that I've figured out everything that you can possibly do. So I'm very much looking forward to like any other research people put into this. You might have heard it right there. I did a whip right as I touched the ground there, and that allows you to enter the door on the frame that you touch the ground instead of waiting 1 frame later. So again, a lot of little stuff like that. Also, I look like I'm just standing there like an idiot at the start of the levels, but that's the slow motion making it look kind of weird. The fade-in is still happening, so I can't actually move for a split second. And I just barely, like, weasel past those 2 arrow traps without actually getting hit by them. Do a stupid jump there just for swag. I don't even know if it saves time, but it looks cool. Control-Shift-0 works for you. My keyboard's ghosting. I considered that possibility. I'll have to look into that more. That's something I have on my list of potential issues. Alright, so this is interesting. Notice how I picked up this dung beetle here. And that's not just me being an asshole and trying to hurt the dung beetle. This is RNG manipulation. This is how I got back layer skip to happen, is that blood droplet spawn right there pulls the RNG forward a single, like, calculation, or like, I guess 2 for the X and the Y. That manipulates back layer skip. That was the only way I could figure out how to manipulate back layer skip on this seed without losing time. Because I don't lose any time picking up or throwing that dung beetle. Back layer skip is fucking stupid. But these are the things you do in a tool-assisted speedrun. And then, yes, I'm literally like as close to his hitbox as you can get here. There's no reason for me to do that. I'm going to be waiting for a second anyways. But now he's going to do back layer skip. And then the thing I do here is I drop as far as I possibly can without taking fall damage. And I knock him out of the way at like the last possible split second. And then just head over to the exit. And that's the callback level. Yep, it's TAS time. For everyone who's coming in late, you haven't really missed anything here. We're just starting on the new content here. This is the never-before-seen low percent TAS. I have to grab a ledge there to not take fall damage. That's quite often the thing that you do when you're taking suicide drops, is you just grab a ledge at some point during the drop and then release from it a frame later. Unfortunately, dropping off a ledge is pretty damn slow, but I mean, it's better than having to do anything else really to get down faster without breaking your legs. So not a whole lot of anything interesting going on in that level. Should have released these like 2 months ago, so I was the only one with the record. Oh, just like publish the TASes, but not give the tools for anyone to use it. Might be kind of rude. I keep teasing this thing, like I had to release it at some point. Like it would have been amusing, I guess, but more or less, it would really just be me trolling at that point. I don't want to do that to people. I've been teasing people for 8 months without releasing this thing. Like it's about time it came out. I don't even remember what's in that shop. It's a teleporter, obviously. I don't know if there's a jetpack or anything. We do them low percent. We don't get nice things like shops. There's a little bit of move tech going on there. You saw me like jitter a little bit going up that like hill. There is some move tech to like get up the ledge and land on the ground as soon as I can so I can jump a second time. That's another area where there might be optimizations I haven't discovered yet, but it usually takes like 6 or so frames of holding jump and then a few more frames of waiting for your character to land. It feels like an eternity when you're making a TAS. I'm gonna stop being lazy. They're not done yet. There's a couple things I want to polish on all the TASes that I have right now, and I need to redo the tutorial TAS because they found a better one. So this here was insanely tight. Like the amount of like whips and maneuvering I had to do to get through all that without getting hit by the fire. But I found like one solution to that that only lost like 1 or 2 frames that allowed me to get through all that without getting hit. I mean, we really don't need to see Olmec, so let's just skip through this part. A few times waiting for the drop platform. I mean, I don't know how they found this seed. Like, seed finding is not my tech. I just went with what they found under the assumption that it's probably pretty good. So I did a whip ejection off of Olmec there. That's like basically the only time you can save. You grab him and then like just whip and hold neutral until you reach movement speed, and then you start running to the right, and that'll give you an extra boost because you whip eject faster than your normal movement speed, but if I hold right before I'm at my normal movement speed, I'll just instantly get clamped. Show the fast forward. The fast forward is... I'll show the fast forward after the run because it's another one of those if you blink you miss it. We need seed finding. We absolutely do need seed finding. And again, I'm not volunteering myself to be the one that like takes up the mantle of programming a seed finder, though I would happily contribute to one if somebody else was doing it, and maybe eventually I would look into it myself. But for now, I'm just working with the seeds that we have already. So yeah, there's just more whipping through platforms. We're in Tide Pool. Got to do a bunch of that. Oh, was that a really good Olmec time? I mean, TAS-wise it is, but I know people have been grinding the Olmec like IL, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a person that has done the Olmec fight in like that amount of time, or something very close to it. I would assume that I have at least tied the fastest possible time for that anyone has discovered so far. Because if I haven't, then that means I didn't do a very good job of passing it, because I should absolutely be able to beat the world record. Making a TAS isn't about competing with the humans. Like, the world record is the baseline that you start at, and then you see how far you can push it from there. You get crust explosions. It's a matter of whether they could find a seed that, like, has something like that, and you don't lose more time elsewhere. Also, I had to RNG manipulate this jank seed to not jump in my way by, like, specifically not picking up gold bars and entering its aggro radius at a certain time. There's little RNG manipulations like that for these enemies here, because that fucker was constantly jumping in my way, And I managed to get just barely like make it work without losing any time. But it was a struggle to get that guy to not jump in the way. Here's another ledge grab because fall damage. Hands are full enough making the AP. You've already done so much work. And thank you for all the stuff you added that I assume was either for me or in part because I needed it for something. I will show the fruits of your labors with the update command that you added, because that is insane how much time that saves developing a task to be able to do the fast updates now. So I'll show that off after this run. I'll show how fast you can do this run with that option enabled. And here's Ice Caves. This is basically what they do in the RTA run. There's just a couple ledges you have to grab. I think they don't grab the mine. I'm actually not sure. I don't remember what they do, but I figured that the mine was faster. Also, it took the exact same number of frames to get either of those two landmines on the way down, I think, so this is the one I chose. It didn't end up really mattering. Then you just kind of drop straight down, you grab one of these ledges, and then just go to the door. Yetis take like 5 or so frames to actually throw you, so you can just go into the door while it's doing that. RTA uses a mine. Yeah, it probably does then. I'm not sure which one they grab, but this is what I found to be optimal. We get a dark level. Luckily, we don't care because we know where everything is already. And for the most part, the cycles were pretty good in these Neo levels. That was like a last frame jump I had to do right there to make that. Like you saw, that was basically a stupid jump, except without a ledge above me. Like how late I jumped there. There's sound cues in the background music. I mean, I've had this game's music turned off for so long. So I actually hesitate and don't jump for a frame here, and that RNG manipulates this spark trap into hitting this UFO directly in front of me, instead of the spark trap just being somewhere else, and that gives me a quick way down. So that was RNG manipulation. This right here, I'm pretty sure I could save time if I find a better way to trigger this mine, because I have to stand here and wait for it to arm before I could set it off. So I think there's a pretty good chance that there's a way to save time on that. If I could like throw the mine and then set it off as it's falling, instead of having to place it there and then stand on it for like 40 frames. So that's a time save I want to look into. Yeah, the RNG manip for that is to wait like it's like 1 or 2 frames. I don't remember exactly what it is, but instead of just holding left, you wait like 1 or 2 frames and then hold left, and you'll get the spark trap to be in the correct spot for that. And this level is just full of lasagna, and it ended up being faster to just go right here instead of go through the second lasagna room below me, because there's an Olmite like standing in the way that you'll get to see right there. You can see these Olmites. These guys are always in the way, and I could not find a way to get around them and still make the cycle on the elevator, so I ended up just going around because that turned out to be faster. As you can see, the elevator that I would be waiting on is up there. It is still on its way down. And that's the cycle I would be fighting right now, and I already got into the door. So that was considerably faster. And then here's the Tiamat level. So we lose like a frame placing that bomb because I have to crouch down to place it. And then here's the bomb cascade. Here's the quad cook. I don't know why humans don't do this. Just throw 3 bombs. Like in perfect, like 1/30th of a second precision. And you can kill Tiamat without even stopping. A standing quad cook. And that's the low percent run, everyone. So I hope that was interesting. This is the thing I've been teasing for a while. And we also have a teleporter run to look into, but first let's show off the fast update feature. I forget what the method was called. It's just like update engine or something like that. But I integrated it in a TAS tool before the release, and it's called Fast Playback, and it is an absolute lifesaver. So let me go back to the just A level. So this is what this TAS looks like if you play it back with Fast Playback. Let me make sure the flash prevention is... Okay, yeah, that's turned on. And here it is. That's not it. I have presentation mode on. Presentation mode off, and then it should do it. Hold up. There we go. Okay, here it actually is. And that's the run. Can't I forward throw the bomb? Can't I throw the bomb forward? That was something I need to look at. Oh, that was something I need to look into, is whether I could throw the bomb forward or not. Yeah, sub 3 seconds. It's about 5 seconds to finish this 2-minute run. So pay attention to the status thing here. I'm gonna do that again. Pay attention to the status to see like how far along it's gone. Full neck, tide pool, ice caves, Neo, Tiamat done. And for anyone who's curious what this looks like without the thing, like if you need like a seizure warning or something, like I'm going to play it back with like all the frames rendered. The reason this option is here is because it is very flashy and unpleasant to look at. So I'm going to do that for a few seconds, so avert your eyes if you think this is going to bother you, but I'm going to play it back without the flash prevention. And this is what the run actually like looks like as it's doing this. And there you go, you can look again now. So I put that in there just in case it was useful to anybody. I figured it's nice. Honestly, it's kind of unpleasant to watch this anyways, and if you don't have seizures or other problems with lots of really fast flashing lights, but you know, accessibility matters, so the option's there for anyone who wants it, and it's turned on by default. So don't sue me if there's an incident. I try my best. And I had to fix a lot of bugs associated with that. And the way this feature works is basically the game, I have it set up such that the game will just run fast updates for 100 milliseconds and then run a real update to let the game sort of catch up and visually render a frame. That also allows you to interact with the UI. And then I run another 100 milliseconds of fast updates. And it turns out almost all of the time this game spends doing shit is in the rendering process, because when you don't render anything, it's that fast. I just did a 2-minute low percent run in about 5 seconds because I didn't have to render anything. So this game's like rendering process is apparently the bottleneck on its performance, and presumably is the reason why the Switch like plays like garbage with this game. So I never actually knew that. I didn't know like how fast this game could actually execute, but the fact that we have these fast updates now also, yeah, can be used for seed finding. That's exactly what I was going to segue into. I used to think that we would need like an external tool for seed finding, but it is so fast that we might not even need one for seed finding to be practical for the like couple billion, actually 4 billion or so seeds that there are. It might be reasonable to actually scan those seeds like just in the game engine by just not letting it render anything, because it's essentially just running on C++ executable code anyways at that point, because it barely ever goes into the Lua code. You just call the subroutine for it to execute a game tick, and you just keep doing that over and over again. So it's very efficient. It's way faster than I thought it could possibly be. Like, I was astonished when I added this feature and tried it, and this run finished in like 5 seconds. Like, I thought it would be way laggier than that. Behind the rendering, it's that optimized. I mean, it's kind of impressive. It slows down in the liquid levels. Like, you'll notice that a little bit. When I was in Tide Pool and Volcana, it spent a lot more time running the fast updates. And then once I got to Neo, it just like snapped through the whole thing. Like, the liquids are still very inefficient, which is also consistent with the problems that the Switch version has. And we just kind of got to deal with that. So liquid levels are going to be rough. For the purposes of seed finding, though, you don't really have to simulate them. You just have to generate them once. So you might not even lose a whole lot to like trying to seed find in levels that have liquids, because it's not going to actually simulate anything there. It's just going to spawn in the level. I think it does like maybe 1 tick of settling, so there's going to be a little bit of time lost, but it's not going to be nearly as bad as like playing through a like Voice Echo's Volcana or Tide Pool level. I'm glad they added all those liquids, even though I don't particularly like them. I mean, I guess the lava is interesting. The water is just awful, and I do not like the water in this game at all. It's just annoying and weird to interact with. The lava is probably a good mechanic, though. It makes it a little bit more interesting. You have to think a little bit harder about placing bombs in Volcana before you drop the bow in lava and softlock yourself. Let me catch up on chat for a second, and then we'll move on to the next task. I probably still render, as it seems to be separate. I mean, you might be right. It could be liquid rendering that's causing that. Like, liquids are bizarre, the way that they render in this game. Let's see if we can get some examples of this. We do a little bit of this stuff. I'm gonna see if I can get it to happen. There's a way to get like stretchy liquids, and I don't remember exactly what it is that you do to get it, but they like leave after images on your screen. There's like a whole nother layer of like rendering calculations that go into the liquid physics. Maybe it's modifying this. Yeah, there we go. This stuff right here. Like there's something else that the game engine is doing for the liquids that is just an anomaly that doesn't line up with anything else that this game actually does. So you get stuff like these weird afterglows, and maybe Otto's right, and that's like something else that's happening that even occurs during the fast updates. Yeah, we got doorless here. Thank you, Kai. So for low percent seed finding, you generate the level, check how many bathrooms. You take the best ones. I figure that's probably the approach you would take. You would do a really cheap, like, initial scan on the various seeds to find, like, viable candidates, and then you would go back and do a much heavier check on your candidates once you've got it down to, like, a few thousand good seeds, and look for stuff like shortcuts. So, like, run a pathfinding algorithm to see if there's any, like, shorter ways through the level. And you would have to use a completely different approach if you were looking for like medic or teleporter seeds, so it's definitely a very complicated problem to solve. Hopefully somebody will do it. Until then, I'm going to be using seeds that other people have found. And speaking of seeds other people have found, anybody want to see a teleporter abzu percent run? So this is what a teleporter task looks like. This is, just to be clear about this is not very well optimized. This task that I have here is... It looks insane because I'm using the teleporter like every 2 frames, but I was lazy. I didn't figure out like how to RNG manipulate the teleports or predict what they were going to be. I just kind of rolled with what the game got me, or I retried a few times until I got a good like long teleport, and I just went with it. So there is a lot of room for improvement in this abzu run, and it is still going to look absolutely nuts. I'm going to check chat the way F137. Okay, so it wasn't even a comprehensive search, was it? Like if they only checked like 10,000 seeds or something and just picked that one. The fact that it's such an arbitrary seed is like, why did they start with that? Or did they just like randomly pick like different numbers? Like I would have just started at 0 and worked my way up. So I'm wondering, how did they get to this particular seed and then decide that was the one to use when they only tested like 10,000 of them? You think it's a random? Why do it randomly? I would think you want to do this sequentially so you can pick up where you left off if you like improve the algorithm later, but I don't know. Seed finding's weird. Even a weak task is fun to have. This is a very fun task. This was also actually really easy to make. I literally made this task like in one day yesterday. While I was doing like final testing on this task script, this was the task that I created to make sure that everything worked. And I did find like 2 bugs and I fixed them while I was developing this task. But I just whipped this up in like one day while I was exhausted and delirious. So there's still room for improvement in it, but it's quite nuts. So let's go ahead and have a look at it. Let me change my settings back. You can see here the UIs are kind of gross, and that is, I have a PR that I'm working on for Spelunky that is going to make the UIs way less shitty. But right now the tools I have at my disposal are basically just windows and collapsing headers, and they're not doing the trick for something with this many UI elements. So I'm going to be adding like tabs and better windowing features. It's going to look a lot better than this when I get that done. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it's like kind of the next thing on my to-do list here. So anyways, we're going to turn presentation mode back on. It's going to turn off all this crap. And if I have all my settings correct, I should be able to hit this, and we're gonna go see the speed run. So here it is, abzu percent, using the seed that somebody found. And we're off. And I have this one intentionally waiting about a second in the level transition, so you can briefly see on the left side how long I spend in each level. It stays in the transition for 1 second. And incidentally, that's about how long I spend in the level as well, is about 1 second. Yeah, I'm alternating the teleporters while I have both of them. So I get like 6 or 7 teleports depending on the order I use them in. That's why I grab both teleporters to do this. Some juggling there. And we're out. Yeah, again, we'll go back through this in slow motion so I can show the details. This is one that absolutely benefits from being played slow. So we lost the teleporter. We're stuck with the telepack now, which is a bit of a time loss because the telepack requires me to jump or walk off a ledge to use it. And once I teleport 3 times, I just kind of have to wait till I touch the ground again. So there's occasional time losses where I just am sitting there unable to do anything because I need to touch the ground. I don't think you can, Cloyce, I don't think you can do the frame perfect lava teleport with the telepack. I tried for like half an hour to get it and I could not get it to work. I think you can only do it with a teleporter. I could be wrong about that. I'd love to be wrong about that, but I absolutely could not get that to work with the telepack. And I think it has to do with the fact that you have to jump to use the telepack, so you're not on the ground on the frame that you need to go into the door, and then you die on the next frame before the game like processes your door interaction. Oh, there's Keelan, by the way. The only requirement is that you just bring the Ushabti to 6-3, but I just had no reason to put it down, so I just held it the whole time. I mean, I didn't need it to get up there or anything, it's slow. And if you get out of the level fast enough, it doesn't hatch. They made a rule for that. I think they changed it on Moss ranking because they had runners actually get out of 6-3 before the Ushabti hatched. Oh, and here's Hundan, by the way. This is about 1/3 of the run, so go get some popcorn or something. We're gonna be here for a while. And again, I didn't do like TAS entertainment strats down here really, because I just didn't feel like it. I was just whipping up this TAS so that I could test everything. So I would go back and like make this actually look a little bit more interesting at some point. Yeah, there's no time save on Hundan. It's 41 seconds, no matter what you do. I could telefrag that head, but I just decided to whip it because I have to wait anyways. So I don't even know if that bomb saves time. It looks cool. I realize in retrospect that it might not have even saved time because I had a teleport, so I think I got safety TP'd away from the bomb. But it looks cool and I don't really care, so I just left that in because it probably is exactly as fast as just telefragging myself at the end of the run. But yeah, I telefragged the snake head there on the frame that it spawned in, so you didn't even get to see it. It's not sub 2, it's pretty close though. You'll see what it is in a moment, because even I don't remember. Where is it sub 2? I don't think it's sub 2. Maybe it is sub 2. It's close. It's 152. Okay, it is sub 2. It says at the top. How long has that been there? I never noticed this. I have literally never noticed that this is here. When did this get added? There's no way that this was always here. Oh yeah, sub 2. I did it. You're a speedrunner, yeah. I'm washed. I can't even pretend I'm a speedrunner in this game anymore. I just do dumb shit like $1 score runs and tool-assisted speedruns, but those aren't quite the same thing. Like a year ago? Okay, so it's a skill issue on my part. I'll take that. I deserve that. But there you go, that's a 2-minute chain run. And again, Hundan is fucking 41 seconds of this run. It's ridiculous. Like, there's no time save. You have to wait for the snakehead to spawn. There's absolutely no way that we've discovered to make that fight go faster than that. You just have to sit there with your dick in your hand until the snake spawns in, and then you just instantly kill it and go to the exit. It's rough. So let's watch it in slow motion now, because this one, there's a lot going on in this run, and it'll be a lot more comprehensible if we do it in slow-mo, and I'm also going to zoom the camera out a little bit for it. So we're at a 3x zoom. I don't know how much bigger this is. I honestly have no idea what any of these zoom numbers mean, but 3-room wide zoom level. I guess it's 3 rooms wide, so that's what that means. I don't know what the default is. I don't really care. Let's go ahead and play it back again. So we're gonna set the slow motion. I think 20% is probably gonna be fine. Default is 2x. Okay, that kind of makes sense then. I never took the time to hover over these tooltips and actually see that it said how many rooms wide it is. So I'm learning things like as we go. Anyways, let's go. So playback TAS. Now there's not a whole lot going on here. This is more or less low percent as I go through this particular level. It's conceivable that I could have saved time by using a bomb over here. I'm not sure, I didn't really check it. But you would chuck a bomb into this area over here and then drop straight down onto the door, and I don't know if that's really faster than just going to the left side, but it's something to consider. And there's a stupid jump there because I have to do stupid jumps even though they don't save any time. These level transitions are going to be kind of slow. No, they're not that bad. 16. I didn't even optimize this drop right here. I just forgot to do it. Like, I didn't try to tuck under the corner or anything. I was just like, oh, whatever. I just want to finish this. And there's probably a faster way to rob that shop. Maybe you can, like, get him to come over to you sooner by grabbing the teleporter and then juggling it for the telepack. But I did this in one day. But here's where the slow-mo might give you a little bit of an impression of what's actually going on in the level. And my MO for this more or less just consisted of find out where the exit was and just zigzag towards it with the teleporter with whatever like felt right at the time. I'm sure you could shave a couple frames off every single one of these levels if you took the time to optimize it. And we're going jungle because it is way faster to get the head jet than to deal with getting the Jedi and go down the drill. RNG for levels is independent. It's very fortunate. The RNG gets reseeded at the start of each level, so as long as you enter the level in the same exact state, no matter what you did in the previous levels, you will start off with the same RNG. So you can optimize a prior level, and as long as you don't like spawn a shopkeeper outpost or something, it won't mess with the RNG in the next ones. It's very convenient. And I think it's probably like that largely because of online. So we do have online to thank for something because they had to seed everything for online to work correctly and avoid desync. And incidentally, we also want to avoid desync in tool-assisted speedruns by having the run play out the same way every time. So thank you, Spelunky Online. Very cool. Alright, so while I wait for this, preset zoom levels are... There fits an N-wide level. Okay, well that's good to know then. That gives me a little bit more perspective on how that works. Let's just casually take the head jet. Again, I don't know if there's a faster way to commit that rob, but I just roped him so that I could pick up the head jet immediately and not have to worry about doing anything else with it. Also, we're no gold, I just realized, and there we go, we just ruined it. I didn't even notice that we were no gold in the run all the way up until that point. It would probably be minimal effort to also turn this into a no gold run, but I literally didn't realize it until just now. There's a nice one. And Olmec. Alright, so this is kind of sick looking here. Unlike the low percent run, we can actually do something in the Olmec level, which is very exciting. So you see I threw a bomb while I was standing on Olmec's head because that was the earliest that I could get a bomb going. And I want to throw bombs as fast as possible because I'm just sitting here waiting for them to blow up. So that was the first bomb I could throw, and then I chucked the second one a few frames later. And that gets me into Wilders in like 3 seconds. Then we do a little double teleporter shenanigans here. We basically just teleport like 7 times without touching the ground, and we're out of there. And I have to move a little to get the teleporter to line up with a good, like, teleport, and then I just take off. Looking forward to the pacifist chain, no percent eggplant duo task. The thing would be finding the seed to do that. Like, you could do that with any seed and maybe still get the world record because it's such an insanely hard category, but it would be nice to do it with a good seed. Also, I literally have to stand there for like 20 frames to wait for me to touch the ground so that I can get a teleport back, because I just don't have any more teleports when I'm falling in front of those Zhangshis. Like, I just used them all earlier in the level. Stuff like that you could probably optimize if you took longer to manipulate the RNG. And then we kiss our teleporter goodbye because we gotta carry the stupid sword for some reason. So we lose some efficiency on the teleports. You'll notice that I teleport like 3 times now, and then I wait for a bit to touch the ground before I can take off again because I don't have the teleporter in my hands to use. That said, it's still hella fast. So here's where I tried to go into the door. The door is over here. I tried to teleport into that door and go into it, but I don't think you can do that with the telepack. I think you have to be in the standing state, and I think you can only get that to happen properly with the teleporter. I'm not 100% positive, but that's the impression I get from it. So instead, we just have to set off the lava and then just teleport past it. Pretty lame. If I ever get the opportunity, I'll definitely try to do that with a normal teleporter, but I have to carry the stupid sword. I need a seed with 30 paste bombs so that you can teleport in the door. I mean, honestly, it's possible you could get a shop that has that. Like just a couple bomb boxes and a teleporter and a telepack, and then maybe a shop later with more of that nonsense. I'm sure there's seeds out there that are better than the ones we have right now. These are frame-perfect swings, obviously. Every 21 frames, I believe. As opposed to the whip, which you could swing every 20, it's 21 frames for the sword. Just because of reasons. So we just have to sit here and do this 21 times. 21 frames each. Because that's just how much health Kingdom has. We grab that like on the frame that we're able to do so, and then take that really weird looking path to get to the exit because it just worked out that way. And then we just use our 3 teleports immediately here and just fall, because it's just not worth touching the ground really to teleport more. Like, maybe you could do something, but it's such a long drop that I wasn't sure if I could get 3 teleports that would really get me down there fast enough to justify losing all of my speed and teleporting down and then having to get my speed back. You maybe would save some time if you touch the ground right before the like gap in the middle of the level and then teleported 3 more times, but I'm not entirely sure. It's one of those things I didn't extensively test. I just went with my hunch for what would be fastest. And then here's Neo. What would normally be a nightmare, but with a TAS, you never run into spark traps because you know where they all are. So you just go to the exit. It's easy. I don't know why people have so much trouble with Neo levels, honestly. Just teleport to the exit. Alright, we gotta ditch our sword now. The only reason I'm still holding that sword is because I just had no, like, reasonable spot to drop it. There was just no reason to drop it, so I just ditched it there because I had to run along the ground so I could do a 1-frame drop and not lose any speed by just ditching it right there. And of course we don't have to check the journal, it's Tallwood Vortex. Sneaky Badge, Deathwitch Snatcher, TAS Fight. I am probably never going to stream Hat in Time as much as I liked that game. Are there even TASes of Hat in Time? I really thought about that, actually. I would imagine there probably are at this point. So you'll see there, I left this level in like a second, or 2 seconds, I think, for that one. Like, Keelan doesn't even have time to hatch. And what this game does is every time you enter a level, if the level is greater than or equal to 6-3, it starts the hatching sequence, and if you leave that level, it just starts another one. And you can keep doing this theoretically indefinitely, but the problem here is I cannot get to the lasers without this rope. 3 max length teleports will not get me up there, so I have to use a rope in order to get up here, and I lose too much time. And Keelan ends up hatching because of that. I'm not sure if you could even save enough time in the rocket, because I think Keelan will hatch even if you're in the rocket cutscene. So it's probably impossible to actually bring an unhatched Ushabti through this unless you clone it. Because if you clone it, then it won't start the opening sequence, and then you can bring the cloned Ushabti into the next level. And there was some meme strat that involved doing that I don't remember the name of. But this just ends up being where Keelan hatches after like 5 seconds into the level, and he's not coming with us. There's an invisible wall on the ceiling of this room, and he just falls off and stands here confused. This is probably the first time you've ever seen Keelan in the back layer of the Tiamat level. So congratulations, folks. This is a first. We have a mount in the back layer. I would imagine that you could probably do this on 6.3 as well if you got it into the like Palace of Pleasure fast enough, but this is a thing that no one ever does. But we have a back layer mount, so technically there's a way to do that if you ever need some obscure tech that involves a back layer mount. We have it now. Just take the Ushabti into one. This game's dumb. I do like the fact that that's where the Keelan deployed. Like, I got all the way to the rocket ship before the thing hatched, so it's just standing there. It just drops off the platform. It's very amusing the way that played out. Like, I didn't plan that. I could have just thrown the Ushabti at any point in the level, but I decided to just hold on to it to see how far I could take it, even though I only had to bring it to 6.3, and then I could have just ditched it there. But yeah, it's a 5-second Tiamat, plus the cutscene time, which still updates entities, so the Ushabti would presumably hatch no matter what you do. God, this takes an eternity. And sunken. It's just kind of the same usual business, except there's a lot of sub-rooms that are really gross. So you see I had to do some weird maneuvering to get like through that water without actually teleporting into the water. Because otherwise I would have been stuck and wouldn't have been able to teleport anymore, so I had to like maneuver myself in a very specific way to just skip across the water. Because water is horrible. This is also where I remembered that you can whip to get heavy state, so you're gonna see me doing that a little bit, and I forgot to do that for like the first half of this run. There's lots of optimizations that could be done here, and that's one of them. Blue and White Coal, thank you for the follow. I don't know why the whip sound like replays like that. I think that's an artifact of the slow-mo. I'm not actually whipping like 3 times per frame. That's true, I do have TP, but after I ditched the teleporter to get the sword, I wasn't, like, trying to whip cancel. I was just holding the sword like a dumbass. Also, it was insanely hard to teleport down into the spikes here, because this game really does not want you to teleport onto this floor. You do not get a safety teleport if you land on these spikes for some reason, and if your teleport puts you in this floor, you just instantly die. You do not get a safety teleport either. As in, like, you don't get the +3 rule. If you teleport into this floor, you just die. So it's janky, and I had to, like, move to the right a little bit, wait a certain amount of time, and then I could teleport, like, right into the spikes and not take the like, spike damage. And we can speed this up a little bit, because there's not a whole lot going on here. Alright, so it's at half speed now. And the thing is, I could do a lot of things on this level. I could take, like, a joyride through the level with the telepack or something. But I was just delirious when I was making this TAS, and I just wanted to finish it. So I just chose to stand between the thunder thighs and just kind of wiggle back and forth until something happened. Because it just made sense to me at the time. You teleport right as you drop on a spike, you're still falling, so you just instead die to the spikes that you fall into after the teleport. Like, it doesn't reset your velocity. I wasn't able to do that. I tried to, like, horizontally teleport, and I couldn't save myself by doing that. It just wouldn't work. Some jank where he hatch. I thought he hatches later if you have him move, was the jank. I don't know for sure. Maybe there's more optimization. Maybe we could shave, like, a couple frames off. I really don't know the exact rules for when the snakehead spawns. I thought it's just like a certain height trigger, but maybe there's some other like state that prevents it from spawning. So what I did right there was I placed that bomb, I picked it up, I teleported into the head and telefragged it on the same frame that the bomb blew up, and the bomb explosion sent me into the wall. And again, I don't think that actually saves any time. I'm pretty sure that I could have just teleported into the wall myself, but when I was making this, I thought that would save time, and it looked so cool that I decided to just leave it in, even though it probably doesn't help at all, and I could have just used that bomb on 1-1. Sooner if you have him move. I'm gonna have to look into more of that tech if I optimize this. And again, this is, believe it or not, this is a low optimization run. Like, one day, I just hacked my way through this. There are plenty of improvements. You could probably get this shorter, maybe like a sub 1, I don't know how much time you could save really. Like you could shave frames off of all the teleports, but I wonder if you can cut off like the things that just waste a shitload of time. Like can you shorten the Hundun level considerably? Can you shorten Tiamat? There's a few levels where there's a substantial time loss, and the rest of this is mostly just waiting for a second for me to exit the door. Because like every single level I go through adds a second of the timer because I just have to wait for the door animation. And I do try to teleport onto the dead center of the door so I get into it as fast as possible. There's a couple where I was lazy and I accepted like a couple frames of walking. But mostly I could just think of shaving frames off of this and not any like substantial overhauls other than just like finding a way better seed. Which no one has really done yet. So that's the Abzu run. I think rerouting to keep the handheld will save time. It requires a better seed. Yeah, I guess if you had the bombs, I mean, you could absolutely just huck like 30 paste bombs at Kingu and just call it done. But you might even be able to do that from the ground. If you could get a mitt in that run, I wonder if you could just chuck the bombs from the ground and have the explosion, like, have them stick to the bottom of the platform and actually kill Kingu without even going up there. It would look hilariously ridiculous. I suppose you still have to get the tablet though, so that doesn't really save a whole lot of time actually. It would look really funny, but you have to go up and get the tablet anyway, so you probably aren't going to save time by doing that. So you really, I think the tech would most likely be to go up there, chuck the 30 bombs, and then just like teleport up and drop back down as they're exploding, and then just snatch the tablet right as the last bomb goes off, and just leave. Do it for the swag. Yeah, if it doesn't lose any time, absolutely. When there's room for swag, I would encourage people to do it. Don't be lazy like I am. Actually put some swag into your TAS if you think it'll be fun to do so. Because, I mean, you do anything you want in this game now. You make a mistake, just redo it. Let's see, is there anything else? Those are the actual runs. So I showed the tutorial, the low percent, and the Abzu. Those are the actual, like, real categories that I've made TASes for. And besides these, I just have a few like test files that I'll just show them just for anyone who's curious while I ramble. But I do have a few like random test files. I actually have a lot of random test files, but only a few of them are showing up in that list because I cleared it recently. So you can see just various things I had to do to develop this tool. Like I have a whole ton of like weird, not this one. I have a whole ton of like weird demo tasks that I had to make. Like this is me making sure that poison gets cured correctly if you like skip transitions. There's a lot of weird stuff like that. So this is not even particularly well optimized. I just found a seed that had a cobra in a pot, and then I just go through a door with a pet. And then I tried this with like transition skips enabled to see if it would still work correctly, and as far as I could tell, it does. So like there's a setting here in speed tweaks to skip transition screen, so if I go ahead and play this back, let me speed it up a little bit. See, it just skips the transition screen, but it still cured my poison. And I had to be very careful that that works correctly because I have to load the transition for like 1 frame because for some reason that's when like health gets given to the player. But then poison gets cured in a different part of the subroutine. This game is an abomination, and I just had to do a lot of trial and error testing to figure out like when things actually happen, to make sure that the TAS tool wasn't like missing vital information in any of these like snapshots that it takes of the levels. I haven't actually shown the snapshots, but you can warp to any level in the TAS after you've gone there once. So if I go back to like my low percent run, so in addition to the fast playback, you can just kind of just go to any level really. So I have one here for a transition. Well, you can't go to transitions because you can't save snapshots for that, but you can go to like any playable level like this and This is the exact game state that I had entering it. So you can either fast playback from the very beginning of the run, or you can use a level snapshot. It's the closest thing we have to a save state in this game, but with the fast updates, they're so fast that you really don't even need, like, save states. Like, that Hundun level is 41 seconds, and it still only took, like, 1 second for the fast updates to catch up whenever I had to re-record something. Which I had to re-record a lot to do the fucking Hundun level, because the snake head moves, like, so erratically. Not the snake, the chicken head was moving so erratically when I had to time all those whips. TAS Wizard's a good name. Ah, I see. You're cultured as well. See, I like TAS Wizard, and I already explained it at the beginning of the stream, because I'm a millennial. Everybody else wanted to be Celeritas, which, to be fair, was a good competing option, but TAS Wizard won my heart. So let's see, cook a bomb on frame 1, teleport to Kingu, place 30, go back and get your handheld. Yeah, I see, so I guess you would set off all the other ones with a cascade, right? I assume that's the premise of that. A lot of interesting tech you can do when you have, well, frame precision. I very much look forward to seeing what people do with this. Hopefully what they do with this doesn't involve finding bugs, but rather making actually neat tasks out of it. This should be very interesting. I'm so happy to have this finally released. Let's see, 3 dozen. Yeah, 7, the absurdity of TASes. I love this kind of shit. Like, just the fact that you could beat this game in 2 minutes with frame-perfect teleports. Like, I love the absurdity of what you can do with this game, because it's so powerful to have frame precision in this video game, because it's such a fast-paced and complicated game. Like, this task tool was long overdue. And now that I've actually kind of finished it, I can start making things with it as well without feeling guilty about it. Like, I'm still going to be fixing issues. There's a whole list of, like, to-dos that I wanted to take care of. But now that it's more or less done, I can, like, also use it and start making tasks out of it and see what other things people are doing. So here's another random-ass, like, thing I did. Let me fix the camera. We also set it back to presentation mode, actually. This is just me doing a frame-perfect, like, jetpack, no Q and whatever nonsense. I'll play it back without the UI in the way. There you go. And Rafi is just there because I was testing something with ghosts, and I was like, you know, I'll just put a Rafi ghost in the level. But you have enough fuel to get up here, and then enough fuel to get past this with the laser timing. This is not the same thing as the maximum height, because I have to actually jetpack slower than the maximum height, because otherwise I don't match the laser timings. Rather, I have to jetpack faster to make the pace work correctly, so I use more fuel and it's just less efficient. I have to move slower to get the maximum height by puffing 1 frame of jetpack fuel every like 10 frames or something. But for this I had to puff like once every 5 frames to make the laser cycle work. And then I still had to fucking wait at the top because the top laser cycle was just out of sync anyways. So like I didn't even save time by doing that. And maybe if I used ropes I could get up there and beat the cycle, but the top lasers are just in the way for an eternity after I got up there really fast, so it's kind of a disappointing development, honestly. If I was going to do this in a regular run, I would probably just want to use ropes. Spring Shoes OP, what does Spring Shoes help with that in any way? I also did try to do the rope tech where you can clip through a force field to the right, or rather you can clip from left to right through a force field, but I had no way to get a rope into the spot with that force field. Humans can make the cycle with Spring Shoes. Really? That gives you enough, huh? That's interesting then. Well, if I ever do a run where I have Spring Shoes there, I'll give it another go. But I would probably use ropes otherwise to get up there, because I'm pretty sure I can climb ropes faster than my jetpack boosting for that initial part. So assuming the run has ropes available, I would just use them there. Alright, anyways, let's see any other test crap before we go make a new task. Or at least start on one. Again, I don't know how long we're going to be doing this. Now let's load up a 2-player test. This one's also like super low optimized. This was the first one I did to test if 2-player runs actually work. So this is the seed that has a jetpack in the crust next to the like start. And this is me doing the back item dupe. Just like you can do this in a task. Will it be useful? I don't know, maybe. The tech is available. And you can get it first try. Now we have 2 jetpacks. Cycle depends on the cutscene. Oh, that's interesting, actually. I didn't think about that. I wonder if you can wait for a better cycle, because the lasers are out of sync. Pretty much the lasers that go horizontally update every, like, I think they cycle every 121 frames, and the lasers on top are like, they're like 194 or something. I don't remember what the exact number is, but they're just different. Did I what? Yeah, the laser cycles are stupid, so I wonder, the Tiamat cutscene I think is like 600 frames or so you could maybe sit through it and wait for a better cycle without losing any like in-game time, even though you would lose real time to it. So that could be another way to do it. Corpse seat a jetpack. Yeah, I pretty much, this was just me testing like coffins and ghost movement and stuff. So I just offed myself on the previous level and gave the jetpack to Rafi. This is where the TAS ends. Like, this is just a dummy like test task to see if everything functioned correctly. And then here's one with 4 players. It's really short, but it looks kind of cool. And this is just the stress test of like making sure that all 4 players will actually work correctly and I didn't mess anything up. Which I shouldn't have, because I didn't hard code anything for 4 players. I just use a for loop over the number of players, like everywhere that number comes up. But it doesn't hurt to try. So they just go into the door. And then if I turn off this thing, you'll see they also have each differently colored paths. So if I just toggle this nonsense off and play it back, they all have a colored path. It's not color coded to the player. I just did that myself when I set it up. It's always red, blue, green, and yellow. Eventually I'm gonna add options, I think, to customize that. But for now, those are just the 4 colors for the 4 players that you get, because I didn't have time to add like a color picker, because that's one of the things I want to add to Overlunky. Self-imposed mess, thank you for the follow. What else have we got in here? I think that's... I don't think I have any other ones that are interesting. I have a lot that are like 2 frames of just me like checking a cutscene skip or something. So let's see. I guess I'll field questions first before I move on to the next part of this. There's a get character color function. Oh yeah, I guess I could use that. Oh, it's one of these. Oh, Severin. I got some fun for you. While I go look at my notes to figure out what I want to do with the TAS. And here I thought the bot was impressed with my tool-assisted speedruns. Hubris. Can't believe this. I've never been more disappointed in my life. So let's see, I have some notes here for what I wanted to do. Oh my god, I have so many programs running right now. Just bear with me. I'm not even kidding, like, for this like task tool, I have like 2,000 lines in like a notepad file of just things, just information, just bugs to fix, things I was testing. And then I have another file full of like frame by frame timelines of what happens when the game like loads a new screen. This was a doozy to get all this nonsense to happen. So I certainly hope it works correctly after the amount of time I put into it. And that was a pretty polite scam bot. It waited a second and then it decided to copy pasta. It's whatever website that is. I don't even know anymore. I've never seen that one before. Streamrise or something. Wonder how often those get taken down. I mean, it did say sorry to bother me. I mean, honestly, I like the spam bots because they're kind of fun. They're just a random event that happens when you stream that just spices things up a little bit. They don't really do anything in particular. Where are my notes? Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Okay, there it is. Let's see, alright, the showcase. So what did I want to do here? What do I have on the list? Okay, so I showed the low percent, the Abzu, the tutorial. Okay, yeah, so we're ready to move on to the next part, so... Is that real? I don't even know anymore. Don't post the bot links if they are actually real. Oh, well, anyways, any questions before we move on? Let me see if I missed anything here. So let's see, we have the spam bots show up. Yeah, character color function. I would probably just let the user pick their color instead of using the character ones, because if you run as Anna and Tina in it, then the colors aren't going to do you a whole lot of good. How much information do I have about the RNG state available within the TAS? Right now it's trial and error. Let me show you the RNG information I have available. First of all, it's not in the TAS. It's in another tool that I have not released, and this one I probably will not release, or at least not in the form it's in. I can look at the RNG values, like I have a viewer for them, but I can't do anything with this. Like, I don't know how to look at, I think it's this one here. I don't know how to look at this one, or actually no, it's this one here is I think the teleporter RNG. Like, this particles is not very well named, but this is the one that controls teleporter RNG among other things. I have no idea how to predict like what my next teleport is going to be by looking at this. Yeah, Drake is hitting that point. I'm gonna keep scrolling down. Yeah, the thing is, a lot of stuff uses this RNG class. I think what this RNG class actually is like, I would call it the items RNG class, because I think basically everything in the game that's an item pulls this RNG when it needs to determine like the trajectory for a particle or like a teleport or any random event it does. And I think it's like entity variation or extra spawns or something is like the one that enemy AI uses. I don't think anybody knows what level deco does. These are an enigma that we have not figured out properly. So while I could figure out like which RNG pool controls a particular thing, it's so difficult to know what it's going to do on a given frame when you have like 30 other things in the level that are also pulling it at the same time. So at best, like, you could probably play through the frame that you wanted to check the RNG for, make a note of like how many times the game pulled it, and then play back to that frame again and ask like what would happen if I teleported on this frame, now that I know how many times it's going to get pulled. But then you have the issue of not knowing like how many entities are before your teleporter and how many are after the teleporter. So really it just ends up being guess and check, and it's shitty and gross, and hopefully me or somebody else will find a better way to do it. But for now, it is what it is. RNG is kind of gross. Like, again, RNG manipulating Quillback was a nightmare, and that was just one RNG check. With the teleporter, it was as simple as teleport, and if I don't like what happened, I waited one frame and then teleported again. And usually I was able to get the result I wanted after doing that for a few frames. If you want to hyper optimize a teleporter run, you're gonna be doing backlighter skip for your entire run, so good luck. Make sure you know what you signed up for before you do that. What else have we got? Just default. Wait, I thought green is usually before yellow. And that's kind of what I was going for. Those are just the generic, like, default colors for any video game, really. Or sometimes blue is first, but it's always those four. And then you get, like, cyan and magenta, and then after that, it's a crapshoot what they decide to add. Did I maul during the production of this tool? A little bit. Like, it was... Some of the stuff that I had to deal with when I was making this was infuriating to deal with. Like, just the sheer absurdity, just the complexity of some of the things that this game does between frames, and just trial and error, like trying to log individual callbacks in Spelunky to figure out when something is actually changing and why it's changing and what can possibly affect it and whether I need to worry about this or that happening when I load a new screen. You're seeing the final product of, like, I'm not even kidding, hundreds of hours of effort going into, like, developing this TAS tool and testing it to make sure that everything works correctly. And I really do hope everything works correctly. And if you find something that is definitely not working correctly, please let me know about it, because I want to fix it. I do want this to be perfect. On the Wii, player one is blue, red, green, and yellow. Okay, well, that was an accident. I didn't know if those were the actual colors. I just went for those four because, again, that just felt right to me. So, any other questions about the TAS tool before we go work on the tutorial TAS? Because I got a world record to take back. I'm gonna take this opportunity to hydrate. Some of you, what the hell are you talking about? Just go check the Q&A for the mod. Answered it there. I don't think we have any other questions. All right, so it's video time. I said it's video time. There we go. Yeah, it's still Halloween. Still Halloween. Haters gonna hate. I released it on time. And not this one. There's a GitHub, by the way, though. Like I mentioned this earlier, but in addition to... not this. What the hell is it? I had this open a moment ago. But in addition to this, there's also a GitHub that has more information, and it is linked here. And if you are going to use this tool, I highly recommend looking into that, because otherwise you're not going to have a damn idea what's going on here unless you very carefully scrutinize the way I'm about to show off the TAS tool. And then again, I need your feedback. And there's a shitty Q&A section that I just use as an excuse to shitpost. And some images and whatever. But yeah, this is here. You could download it. It got approved like literally 30 seconds after I threw it in. Thank you, whoever did that. It's ready to go. And now I'm going to show you like me actually using the thing. So first, let's watch a video of the run that we're trying to beat. So mouse ranking. I'm going to go to, I think it's in more, or is it? No, it's in miscellaneous. We want to beat the skips like tutorial run. So we got no skips, which I don't know the route for, so we're not going to look into that right now. And then we have this one. So mine is like 15.5, and you can see here the real world record by an actual person, or I think that's an actual person, is 15.3 now. So somebody was able to cut this down, and it's because they found a new route. Like, I'll take partial credit for it because me releasing like the original videos on stream, like the clips of the tutorial tasks, inspired people to kind of like take another look at tutorial percent. It had been kind of a stagnated category. Like, you can see the cutoff here. These are the people that were running tutorial percent before I released that task, and then these are the people that picked it up afterward. It came to TV Robot in a Dream. Yeah, I think the new route was TV Robot. Even though that, like, he didn't actually get the time to beat the world record that I have now, but a couple people used the new route, and they were able to beat the time that I have. And then these are the people that just have never touched tutorial percent again because it's kind of gross. All right, looks like we're out of spooky music. All right, science music time. Halloween's over, everyone. That was an hour and 28 minutes of spooky themed music that I had on my playlist. We're all out now. So now for some relaxing science. Right, so anyways, sorry, I was tabbing out to change that. So let's go look at the world record. No, I would not like to watch TV like cable. So that's a good drop right there. That's presumably just random chance that you get that. Since you get a different seed every time you come into the tutorial, that looks like a maximum right drop. There are 11 outcomes for the bomb drops. It can drop straight up and down or 5 different velocities to the left or right. And I think this was either like the rightmost or second rightmost velocity that they got here. And then they go over here with the bombs. And the reason this works is because the only condition that is checking for whether, let me show the time better. The only thing that the game is actually checking is whether you are to the right of the referee, which is the NPC over on the left side of the screen, and you are above like the feet or the Y coordinate or something of the referee. I don't remember which one it is, but it's more or less something like that, which means there is just a square or like a rectangle in the corner of the level that qualifies as finishing the tutorial task. We're finishing the tutorial. And it turns out that TV Robot in a Dream realized that if you got over here, you can qualify for finishing the tutorial. Oh, hey. Oh, wow. Who's that in chat? Congratulations on the world record, by the way. I'm going to try to take it now with the TAS tool. But again, to be clear, for anyone who doesn't get the vibe here, I am not competing with a human. I am cheating. I am absolutely going to cheat the shit out of this to beat this world record. I am solving this game like a puzzle. In fact, I have a blurb about this that I think is worth posting because I really don't want people to get the wrong impression. So here's this lovely section of text right here that I whipped up myself with some copy pastas from TAS videos. TASes are not meant to compete with real-time speedruns. They're not comparable. Real speedrunners are playing with skill, reaction times, and a lot of luck. In a TAS, you're solving the game like a puzzle. You have as much time as you need to apply your game knowledge and problem-solving skills to craft the perfect speedrun. It's a demonstration of what is theoretically possible with the game engine. TASes should only compete with other TASes. A TAS is only cheating if you intentionally misrepresent it as a real-time speedrun played by a human. So this is where we're fighting right now. I am not trying to compete with the world record runners, and I would in fact be stoked if a world record runner actually used strategies that I found in a TAS and was able to incorporate that into a real-time run. Don't you resident sleeper me, this is important. I think it's important at least, because I don't want this to become toxic. I don't want people to sit here thinking they're better at the game because they made a TAS, and I also don't want people thinking that TASes are cheating. This is really the only thing that's actually, like, bad. Please do not fucking do this. Do not, like, go into the TAS tool and try to pass it off as a real run. Like, just don't. We don't need that in this community. It's just bad. It's unethical. It's gross. Be honest, please. Like, I can't prevent people from cheating. The code is open source. There's only so much you could do here. We just have to hope that people are honest. So try to be honest about it. There's no shame in making a TAS. It's a completely different skill set. And you can still make it incredibly entertaining. Like, the fact that the runs I showed were TASes, I don't think took away from the entertainment value that they offered. Lives from base. No, I think that's the right emote. I think this is a pretty base take, if you ask me. Doesn't look like anything else happens here. Just a presumably a moment of realization that you just got the world record is what that last, like, 3 seconds of the video probably was. So yeah, let's beat it. Actually, I need this back up. That is not the tab I just had open. There we go. No, that's not it. Oh my god. Chrome, why are you like this? When am I switching to Firefox? So what I need to know here is, like, where it diverges. So right around... Okay, right around here, you basically grab the bombs and then you take off back to the right, and then I'm going to need to figure out what the tech is. Obviously, you drop the bomb on the very first frame that you can. I gotta mute that, I need the silly music. Okay, so you chuck one way the hell up there. And one more into the ceiling, and that gets it enough height to be able to do it. Switch to Opera GX. I keep hearing conflicting opinions on Opera GX. Somebody will have, like, an ad for it on their YouTube channel, and then there'll be a comment that says Opera GX sucks. And then there'll be another comment below that says that Opera GX is great, and I don't know what opinion to have anymore because I'm easily manipulated by YouTube comments. Let me upload this video. It was a good video. It's actually kind of nice, and it's something to consider. Alright, well anyways, back to what we were doing here. You swapped from Firefox. I honestly haven't used Firefox enough to have any qualifiable opinions on it. Alright, so let's get the game back open. Okay, so I'm going to have the video on the side on my end so I can, like, analyze it, but I'm not going to be switching between the two constantly because my setup still sucks and I don't have an easy way to do that. But let's go ahead and whip up our tutorial and see where we can get started. And this is going to be, like, sort of the usage of the TAS tool scenario here. Like, this is going to be me actually using the thing. So you get to see how that plays out. And hopefully you'll learn something from this if you were planning to use it yourself. I don't know, like, if or when I'm ever going to make, like, a proper guide or a video tutorial. I'm definitely not making a video tutorial on the TAS tool until I fix the UI. Because this UI fucking sucks, and I absolutely want to redo it. And it'll be very confusing if I make a video about this, like, immediately, and then just change everything later, and nobody knows where anything is. So if I ever do that, it's going to be a very long time before I get around to that. I might, however, improve the like text documentation for the TAS tool. Alright, so the very first thing we're going to do here is we need to renumber this. And let me go check the files I have. I don't remember why it's called 2B. I probably had several iterations of this. Let me go check the names I have real quick and see if I can just change it to 2 or something. So where are those files? There they are. Okay, what do we have? Yeah, it's just 2B. Okay, I'm going to change this one to just tutorial 1, and this is going to be 2. This will be the second take at this. Alright, we now have tutorial 1. I'm going to save this as just 2. I just made a file change on my computer, so you're not going to get to see it. You can remove that. There we go. Alright, so we got tutorial 2 in the works. Let's see what we can do with this. Reposting. Can I jump? Whatever that is, I think I missed it. Can I jump and zoop on the push block after pushing it? I tried that. 1 forward shortcut, a tiny jump after the push block saved like a frame. I'll show you what I did if you weren't here for the first time I ran through this. I think I might be doing what you're talking about already. So let's see. Let me make sure I don't have all the other settings turned on. Again, this UI is gross. Like, tabs will make this better. I also want to add a menu bar like the one here. I think having a menu bar on these like little windows here will also be a godsend for like quickly navigating to options without having to scroll down like 1,000 collapsing headers. Very, very high on the to-do list after fixing any bugs that people find after a couple days of using this. And I'm going to be shocked if nobody finds any bugs with this thing, other than like the ones that I've already found. So anyways, we got that running. Let me go warp to it real quick, make sure we got it. Yeah, okay, I think everything's working. The camera jank there, I think, happens because I changed my camera zoom at some point in the session, and the camera object is a bit of an anomaly, and apparently it just kind of gets sticky and weird after a while. I don't know why it does that. It never does that in vanilla, but the second you change your camera zoom, it just doesn't quite line up anymore. Things like shop zoom doesn't work anymore. Maybe there's unexposed variables we haven't discovered yet. So I'm going to slow down the TAS, and I'm going to show what I do leading up to the point where I grab the bombs. Because if there's any other optimizations I could do along the way, then I mean, might as well go for it. So let's see, we want to switch to free play at the end. Alright, so here it is in slow motion again for anyone who didn't see it. As far as I'm aware, this is like as fast as you can do this. I don't know how if you can save a frame getting over here in any way. This whip is to allow me to take this 8-tile drop without fall damage. We just do a single frame grab on that rock so we don't have to crouch down. Alright, so I think this is the thing that was of interest here. So let me move this out of the way. So Bumper, what is it that you're talking about? Are you referring to like this push block and trying to zoop on it? Because I couldn't zoop on it was the problem I was having. So I'm frame advancing right now. So what's going on here is like, I can't, when this gap becomes big enough to fit through it, I can't actually get all the way onto the block without getting scraped off by this corner right here. So what I opted to do instead was like back out a little bit and do a hop. And what that allowed me to do was start falling right as the block like passed by me because I could not get my feet on this block and not get scraped off by this here. The turnaround is to start accelerating so that I can get as far through this gap as possible. And that allows me to clear this corner. But again, I can't actually get on top of the block. But yeah, whenever you see me do something like that where I back out and then run towards something, it's because I'm trying to get up to running speed on the frame that the obstacle gets out of my way. So then you fall after the block. The other thing I tried to do was get through this gap, but this crushed me. Every single time I tried it, I could not fit through this gap to save my life. I always died because the block bounces just a little bit too high for me to squeeze through it. So I have to just wait, and then I start holding left right as the block gives me space to get through it. Maybe there's a way to do this that I wasn't able to discover, but I don't know what it is. So this is the usual business. We can move these back over now. I hate the fact that there's like no way to get across this without a ledge hang. It's infuriating. And I do a little shimmy there because that gets me onto the ground a little bit faster. So in this case, I think I actually did it to clear the top of it. I have a few like routines I used for these ledge hangs that I have noted somewhere, but I forgot most of them. And then of course we RNG manipulate the crate to drop the bombs as far right as possible. And yeah, it looks like the drop that you got, Blue Red. Like you got this exact bomb drop here. You get the 1 in 11 RNG for the bombs to drop all the way to the right. And conveniently, if we don't need ropes anymore, then we don't have to deal with the second RNG check, so it's a little bit easier for runners to do it at the expense of having to do whatever nonsense is going on over there. But anyways, we just broke this crate. This crate is the first part of the check for whether or not you can beat the tutorial task, or beat the tutorial. The second check is this right here, the referee, which is Alto over here behind this UI. This corner of the screen that you could see me kind of outlining here, if you get in here now, that will end the I keep saying that will end the tutorial race. If you enter like this section of the level, that is the only thing you have to do, and that's the whole premise of blowing up the ceiling here, instead of having to go all the way over here for the ropes and then head straight up. Is there a way to throw the rock so you can turn around and whip, jump the 3-tile gap? I think I tried to do that as well, and I couldn't find a way to do that. Because what happens is, when your head is against the ceiling, the rock gets thrown downward, because this game has a different throw trajectory when there's a block above your head. I think I know what Bumper's talking about. I think there's a really precise jump you can use. It's like... So correct me if I'm wrong, Bumper, it's like it's like a stupid jump, except you whip the drop faster, and then you can do the stupid jump like right around here. And I think that allows you to actually make this jump. Or am I just insane and there's no way to do that? I feel like there's some weird tech to do that, but I have a rock in my hands and I can't make it happen. Oh, you mean a ledge? Oh, you mean a whip ejection. That's what you're talking about. I should look into whether there's jump tech that you can do here. I know that stupid jump alone isn't enough to clear this gap. I gotta look into whether there's a way to do this ceiling jump with extremely precise timing. But I have a rock in my hand, so I can't do it anyways. Like, if you have a rock in your hands, you don't get a whip ejection, you just drop the rock. Let me zoom back in. Let's make sure that we have all the facts straight. And I'll leave the hitboxes on. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and interrupt the task. This is essentially... I don't have a label now. Oh, I was testing something here. This was a bug I discovered. That's why I have that there. I was getting desync with the bomb drop. And it was because there's some weird issue that happens when you boot up the game for the first time. I have a note about it in the like readme or whatever. But basically, if the first time you load the camp in your session, it has the wrong RNG. I have no idea why. It's on the to-do list. Let's see, anyways, you tried very briefly. Get it to work. One frame down throw after the push block. You know, let's try a few things. So let me switch to free play. Turn on God mode so that I can just go through walls and stuff. Yeah, I do need to hydrate. You're spitballing? I was spitballing when I came up with that weird triple bomb strat, and I mean, that ended up being world record for a little while, so anything helps. So what are we thinking about doing here? A 1 frame down throw after the push block. So if I use frame advance, that'd be this. Which definitely ain't gonna make it. Like, the rock gets like way too much of a downward trajectory to get it anywhere close to that. Like, maybe if you did it right up near the edge of it. But I still don't know that a whip ejection is even going to help, because you have to come to a complete halt in order to do the whip ejection. So I do like this. Yeah, I think it's because I'm not standing on anything. I actually just throw it straight down there. If I just throw it straight to the left, what do we get? Yeah, it clears this gap, but it does not go nearly far enough. But you can see here, it's not going to clear that. Yeah, it just goes into this pit. Like, I'm not sure that it's possible to get the rock to, like, scoot all the way over here. because this is a really long distance that you have to get this thing to go in order to hit the crate, and the crate is right here on this wood block. And as for the whip ejection, let's just make sure you're talking about this, right? Like this mechanic, or the version of it where you also press jump. Like if you jump and whip on the same frame, like I'm gonna do here, you get this like bizarre looking, you get this weird looking jump, which is fast, but the fact that you have to go into a ledge hang after you do it, I'm not sure makes it actually useful for anything. Let me get back into it. Alright, so I'm going to do another one of those whip ejections, but I'm going to hold jump this time. Let me also get my player speed up. Alright, so default player velocity is 0.145 on the x-axis. So what happens is on the very first frame of this jump, you can see that I got a high velocity, like way higher than you would normally have. It's 0.25 is the whip ejection velocity that you get. Now if I hold left right now, the game instantly clamps it to running speed, and we lose the benefit of doing that entirely. But it actually does allow you to get up. You can still get on the ledge apparently while doing that, but the problem is I have to tuck over and land on this to begin with. So I don't see how this ledge hang is any faster than dealing with this ledge hang, really. Because you have to stop and drop and then grab it instead of being able to get some progress while you drop. I guess we could try it and see which one feels right. I see where you're going with this idea. But let me look at the version where I hold neutral pretty much. Stop, drop, and roll. Can't really roll in this game. You can do all those other things though. Alright, so let's do a whip ejection. So I did the jump whip to get ejected, and this time I'm going to hold neutral, as in I'm not holding left or right. And you can see my velocity stays really high while I do that. And that right there is when it reaches normal speed. So this is faster than the player can normally walk. And I actually did this a couple times in the TASes that I showed earlier today, where if I had a ledge hang that I needed to do to save myself from fall damage, and I was also on the correct side of the block, I would immediately do a jump whip to get the high velocity from this. I think it's the same velocity whether or not you do the jump. That just pressing jump at the same time cancels out the whip. But I can test that real quick to see if there's a difference. So this is it with a jump whip. You get a 0.25. And then this is it without the jump. It's the same speed. You just whip while you do it. So you get either extra heights or you just drop faster, but you get the same horizontal speed no matter what. So you presumably want to do the jump if you're going to do this. Let me go grab the ledge again. Now this is if I do a jump whip off the ledge and I hold jump. And then right there is where I'd want to switch. So you can definitely make this. It's a matter then of whether or not you save time by stopping and grabbing this ledge and then ejecting versus running forward and grabbing this ledge. And you know what? I think the only way to really find out is to try it. So let's do it. We're going to use this feature that I haven't really shown very much, which is I'm going to just make a copy of the current TAS as like a sort of a ghost outline, and then we're going to re-record starting around here, and we're going to see if we can make this any faster. I would head hit after the push block. I'm not entirely sure if I know what you mean. Let me play it back to this spot and see if this makes a little bit more sense to myself or anyone else. Unfortunately, screen real estate is at a bit of a premium here, so we're gonna have to use the left side for all the menus because otherwise this crap is in the way. So what if I throw the rock, whip eject to back whip the rock, and then it lands? I don't think you can... When would I have to throw the rock? The rock is long gone. I don't think I could possibly back whip it after I throw it. Wait, don't you get locked into a throwing animation? No, you can kind of whip, but that would... I don't know. I don't feel like that would work. I'm trying to think about that. So what if you throw the rock, whip eject to back whip the rock? Well, so the first problem is if I whip eject and I don't jump, then I don't get any height, so I'm not going to be able to make this 3-tile gap. And if I do the jump whip, then I can't whip. Well, actually, I wonder if you can perform a whip like right after you do the first one. Alright, so I'm going to do the jump whip combo. Then I'm going to let off whip for 1 frame. Okay, you can whip after that. But I still fail to see how this is going to help, because we lose the rock over here if we throw it from this general area. It just falls into this pit. In theory, you could get the rock stuck on the platform that you normally ledge grab on. What do you mean platform? What, this thing? What platform? Oh, where it says 450, frame 450 right here. You could get the rock stuck on that platform and then pick it up, but you don't know if there's a throw that does that. Oh god, that'd be rough. Let's go down one, let's try one thing at a time here. So first of all, let me just rename this to it's just a tag. I do this a lot with these frame tags. I haven't explained this feature very much either, but essentially you could set up just little breakpoints in the task that you want it to play back to. You just configure them, you hit the go button, and it'll just take you there. Like, it'll figure out what to load, what to do, and it'll play back to that point, and then it'll do whatever you told it to do down here. So this is like how you do re-records, pretty much. You pick the frame you want to go to, and then you configure it to switch to like recording mode or something, and then that's how you can initialize a re-record. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to go to frame, I would say like, well, we can actually see where it is visually. We're going to go to like right about here, I think, because this is where we can start taking some actions. So 416. Let's see what we can do with this. So showing path, everything here looks good. Switch to recording. Let's see. So we already have a copy of this saved away. Yeah, I see. This is why I like had 2 and 2B. It's because I keep making backups of these because there's not really an undo system built in this tool. And then we should just turn on fast playback because we really don't need to see me getting here. So I'm gonna clear just remaining tasks, doesn't matter, it's the same thing, there's only 1 level in the whole task anyways. Alright, so let's play back to it, see what happens. Never mind, I clicked play back entire task because I'm a dumbass. This is what we want to go to. There we are, alright. Yeah, enjoy the pizza tower music. Alright, so what the hell are we trying to do here? I cannot think how I would be able to get the rock on this ledge. Like, you can kind of do slow throws if you turn around at the right time, but that is going to be bizarre to actually get this rock to wind up where you want it. Because if I were to just throw the rock on this frame, let me show the frame viewer. Player here as well. If we are ledge grabbing, we could turn around anyway. Okay, so my first question is, what do I do with the rock? Like right now, what do I do with this rock? I need to do a whip ejection, which means I need to ledge hang here, which means I need to not have this rock in my hands. Because if I have the rock in my hands, I'll re-record this in a moment. If I have the rock in my hands, I'm just gonna drop it. Like I still jump, but I just jump straight up. Like the whip ejection mechanic requires your whip or like an eggplant crown or something to be equipped. You can't do it with anything in your hands. So what do I do with the rock right now? Because if I were to just like throw it, where does it wind up? It actually does skim the top of this. It loses a shitload of speed, but not enough. And then it just falls into the pit. You can see it there, it just landed in the pit. What does an up throw look like? I don't know, let's find out. Alright, so I'm doing an up throw now. I don't really care where my player winds up. It bounces there. Ooh. Well, you know, this is why we try things. This right here is why we try things. The bounce was what we needed. The rock, the thing I think that was making this not work was the rock sliding. But it had enough speed because of the up throw that it bounced instead. We don't know if this even saves time. What this does is this gets the rock out of our hands so that we can use our whip for this section of the run. Like, throwing the rock here doesn't save any time on its own because I still have to get to the bombs to do anything with it. So that's not helpful on its own. It's a question of, does having the whip available save us any time? So let's see, when did we throw it? Okay, so we threw it immediately after frame 416. So let's look into that a little bit more. So on this next frame, I would throw the rock. And I would have to release whip. And that rock is going to get over there and break the crate. So we don't have to worry about the rock anymore. What do we do to save time here? I guess the first question is, can you get across this gap? And in order to do that, I'm wondering if going into the whipping state would cause the player to fall faster, because there's some jank associated with being in the whipping state during coyote frames that causes you to drop. So let me move this tag up one. Okay, so we like that frame. I moved the tag up to 417. We like this throw. Does the throwing state also work for that? You think it does? Now let me see what state I'm in right now. I should be in throwing. Yeah, so we're in the throwing state. There we go. We got all the pertinent information. So if I just run off this edge, let's see what happens. I'm not going to press any buttons. Yeah, it looks like the throwing state also works. When you have coyote frames, what happens here normally is it goes down to 0.01, and then your coyote frames sort of keep it there. But if you're not in the correct state, I think it's like standing or falling or something, you just fall faster immediately. So what I'm wondering is, can I abuse coyote frames now, along with my lower height, to clear this gap? Because now I have the correct throwing state. There's actually some potential here. We might have a time save that's not even related to the bomb tech that we're going to be doing. Alright, so let's see. I think it's speed out. I don't feel like getting up my viewer for this, so 4, 2. So let's see what happens here is I need to press the input now. It's going to get seen on the next frame when the coyote timer is 1, and it will not work if the coyote timer is 0. So now is when I have to press my jump input. This is the last coyote frame that I have access to. And the reason why we want to drop like this is to reduce our bonk on the ceiling and see if we can clear this gap. So this, I feel like, is the optimal scenario. Let's see if we make it. Oh god, it's so close. I wonder if my lineup at the start isn't good. That is insanely close to making the gap, but it just doesn't quite do it. It looks like we bonk after 1, 2, 3. We bonk on the 4th frame, so we're definitely getting some extra distance before we bonk. Would throwing the rock later help? I don't think so. I don't see why that would. I'm not sure why that would make any difference. I feel like what I want to do here is align myself to the ledge better. Let's go back to the rock throw. Okay, so how good is our alignment? Oh, that's not good. This is actually a really good coyote frame, already. Yeah, this is already an extremely good overhang to have here. I'm just barely touching it. Oh god, I wonder if we could use that tech. The forbidden 0.01 tech. Do we remember what causes that? What was the situation that causes that lineup? For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, there's some wacky tech you can do where if you step off a ledge at a specific sub-pixel sort of thing, you drop an additional 0.01 units. I guess the question is, would that matter? It actually might not matter, so I'm not sure if we need to look into that or not. Let's see, what's our coyote timer at? That'll only matter if that allows me to get an additional frame before I bonk. So this is the last coyote frame. We jump for 1 frame. How fast am I falling? Wait a minute, am I in heavy state? I wonder if heavy state would actually delay the bonk, and if that would be more beneficial. This is normal. Like, this is the normal state, right? Like, this is rather heavier state. The one where you're also whipping in the air is the thing I'm contemplating. And then we bonk right there. Yeah, the additional 0.01 is definitely not going to do anything because we very much bonk the ceiling on this frame. It's not like we skim it by any amount. Like, we very clearly hit it. I'm doing the lowest possible jump. I don't want to jump high. The sooner I hit the ceiling, the sooner I start dropping. I want to skim the ceiling because if this ceiling wasn't here, I'm pretty sure I can make this jump off 1 frame. We can actually check that. What frame do I do the coyote jump on? I don't think that factor is going to change right now. Yeah, we can just add another tag. So let's see, we do the coyote jump on this frame right here. So that's the one that we want to keep. It's heavy. There was a science session we did. There was heavy state and there's heavier state. And heavy state is like jumping and whipping on the same frame, and then heavier state is jumping and then whipping. And during your ascent, you decelerate like with a double multiplier. So like your velocity gets cut down by gravity, and then it also gets multiplied by 0.8, and then it gets multiplied by 0.8 a second time because this game runs on spaghetti code. And we called it heavier state because we're fucking idiots, and that just was the funniest name for it, and it stuck because I couldn't think of anything better. So that's what heavier state is. Heavier state is jump and then whip, which is different from heavy state, which is actually a flag that's built into the game from them trying to patch a different bug that had something to do with getting max height jumps whenever you whipped after you jumped. This game's an abomination, but we're trying to abuse the tech. We get heavy state here in the last coyote. That's what I'm thinking of doing here. Okay, let's get a baseline figured out. Let me switch to free play. So pay attention to my velocity here. This is a single frame of jumping. 0.18, then 136, 101, 73, 50, and so on. That is me pressing jump for a single frame. This is me pressing jump and whip, which is what initiates heavy state. But the thing is, heavy state isn't actually changing this. Again, 36, 101, 73, 50. This did not change at all. The thing that heavy state does is when you bounce off of like an enemy or something, this property is resumed. This fast falling state is persisted. Normally what happens is once you start falling, like once you're no longer having a positive Y velocity, this state doesn't matter anymore. The whole point of this game mechanic is if you stop pressing jump, the game makes you decelerate faster until you reach the peak of your jump, and that is how the game makes it feel like you're pressing jump like more softly. It basically just cuts your jump off by making you heavier during your ascent. And if you hold jump the whole time, let me actually show that for anyone who doesn't understand that. If you hold jump the whole time, you'll notice it's only going down by 0.01. Until I reach the peak of my jump, and then no matter what I do, it's always 0.01. But if I hold jump for 1 frame and let go, I decelerate way faster than 0.01. It's actually, it decrements by 0.01, and then it gets multiplied by 0.8. But there's heavier state. So if you'll recall correctly, this is the short hop. So it goes 180, 136, 101, and so on. This is heavier state. You jump, then you whip. The first one is 36, then the second one goes all the way down to 0.081 and 45 and 23. And this is because this is getting multiplied by 0.8 twice. So it's getting multiplied by 0.64. That is heavier state. That property only exists while you're ascending. And then it gets lost forever once you start dropping. This is as opposed to heavy state, the thing that lets you bounce off of enemies, which is a flag that's associated with the player that actually persists and allows you to like bounce on Hundun or All Mights or whatever you want like really quickly if you do the whip and the jump on the same frame. But doing the whip afterward results in this instead, which is what I've been calling heavier state. And nobody has told me that it shouldn't be called heavier state, and so I'm going to keep calling it that. So what this leads us to is, can we use this for anything? Because we abuse the bugs in this game. So we just performed our coyote jump. Will I be able to use heavier state? Ooh, that actually looks good. Alright, I need to hold left. That actually looks like it might give us a few more frames before we bonk. Let's see if that clears the gap. Let me zoom back out. Not that far. There we go. Alright, so we just performed our jump. Now we're gonna whip. Heavier state to the rescue. We did it. We finally used heavier state for something, folks. This is the tech that you use in tool-assisted speedruns. You can actually make this 3-tile ceiling like gap with heavier state and a really good coyote jump. Like, it was pretty damn precise, but we have a use for it now. And I don't think I would have been able to make that otherwise. I'm gonna try something different just out of curiosity, however. If I do the whip on the same frame. By the way, anyone who's using this tool, it's not obvious anywhere, but you can just type into these boxes and it'll just edit the frames for you. Like literally, I can just type J and W and it'll just add a jump and a whip to that particular frame. So there's a secret tip for anybody who is wondering about that. You don't have to use this UI to edit the frames. This just makes it easier to see what the hell you're doing and learn what all the like abbreviations are. Because this is all of them. This is every button all at once, which probably won't do anything useful. So anyways, what I'm wondering here is what happens if I do just normal jump whip. It shouldn't matter. I think it won't matter at all. So we definitely want to use heavier state for this, because regular heavy state just consists of letting go of the jump button. But I like to verify these things, because every time I doubt somebody and then try what they said anyways, we get shit like this. I hadn't even considered the possibility of being able to throw the rock and have it actually make it over here. So this is why I do these streams. This is why I like collaborating with people, because I'm not a flawless individual and we are learning all sorts of fascinating new things. So let's see what happens. My theory is we're going to hit the corner. Yeah, we scraped the corner, just barely. So we definitely don't want to do that. You can either, I suppose, to clarify what's going on here, you don't have to technically record a run to create a TAS. In situations like this, it might just be easier to just edit the frames and then just play it back again to see if it did what you wanted it to, instead of trying to actually like re-record these inputs yourself. There are situations where that's useful, or if I like needed a bomb here, I could go back 150 frames and drop a bomb, like whatever it was I was doing here, and then see if I can like pick it up later on without losing any time. It's very useful to be able to edit the inputs like this, so that's why this feature exists. And there's also the ability to bulk delete and insert, which is very niche, but I've had a few applications for it. And if you don't want to break anything, you can turn off editing, and then you don't have to worry about ruining these anymore. Alright, so let's see here. Actually, I just set it to recording, so I need to input the whip myself, but that's okay. So we input a whip, and then we just hold left. So there we go. The next step then is we need to get across this gap. So what frame are we on? We're on... let me just move this out of the way. Actually, do I need this jump anymore? I don't think we're going to modify this jump anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and ditch this frame. I'll just change this to just, I don't know, just tag to whatever. It doesn't matter. You call them whatever you want. It's your TAS. Well, it's my TAS, so I call it what I want, but you can do the same with yours. If I head hit there, I get to the ground fast enough. That's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm going to jump again and bonk. So for anyone who doesn't know what's going on, let me show the problem that we're concerned about. I think I'm going to land in this gap if I just walk off of this edge, but we're going to find out if that's what's going to happen. So we just continue to hold left. Let's see where we wind up. Yeah, we just go right into the gap, which we absolutely don't want. So really, I don't see any reason why I can't just jump about here, and that would probably get me into this spot. Well, let's find out. So let's do a very late jump, just here for one frame. Let's see where that gets us. Yeah, that gets it. That's a little bit gross though, so I'm actually, just for the sake of this aesthetics, going to make it look nicer. I'm gonna jump right here. This doesn't matter, I just prefer clean looking jumps because they add more leeway if I have to change my inputs at some point around this area. In practice, it's most likely not going to matter. Then I'm looking at the ghost path now, and I wonder if... I think it's unlikely that these are exact, but it looks like we might have normalized this. Let's see. Well, I wonder if these are normalized. Well, let's see where the jump happens. No, they're not quite normalized. You can see there's a gap there. Yeah, so we didn't quite normalize it. We're a little further to the left. But the important part is we got there earlier. This is a little bit hard to see, but you see the 480 here? That's what frame 480 was on the Ghost TAS. And then we are approximately 7 frames ahead. We got to 480 here, which means we just shaved 7 frames off of the TAS, assuming that we didn't cause some other problem that's going to take time later. So there you go. That's a time save. That is 7 frames off of what is already a fairly fast TAS, and we're going to also use the new bomb tech later. So is that what that number? Yeah, it looks about right. So there you go, 1/10 of a second. But you know what? When you're making a tool-assisted speedrun, that adds up. So I don't remember how many frames I jumped for here, so I'm just going to kind of wing it and see what we get. So if I stop holding jump here, okay, we dropped earlier, so I definitely did it for longer. I'm just trying to keep the TAS lined up because it looks a little bit nicer. This is another thing where I don't need to do this, but I prefer to do this just because it's easier for me to see the time save when the lines are directly on top of each other. I wonder if that jump is human viable. I think it's... I actually don't think it's that... Well, actually... No, it's really fucking hard, actually. It's 2 frame perfect inputs. You need to do a frame perfect coyote jump, and then you need to let go of jump and whip on the next frame. That's really difficult to do. Because I think if you do heavier state any later than that, you're going to bonk the ceiling before the velocity kicks in. So is it possible? Maybe. But you have to hold jump for a single frame. Like, you have to tap the jump button. You got to do a 1-frame jump. And then you have to also whip 1 frame after that. You can hold the whip button down, but you can't hold the jump button down or it won't work. I'm just trying to find the frame where I let go of jump in the Ghost TAS. One of the features I want to add is the ability to see the Ghost inputs alongside these ones. But a lot of things didn't make the cut for the release because I've been working on this thing for so damn long. Okay, it's this frame I think is where we let go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're lined up again. Now what happened here was I hit the crate at a different point during the run, so we got a different RNG roll. Which is annoying because what this means is I need to go find a new seed for this TAS to work to get the bombs to drop in the correct spot. Or I could like try to whip the chest, but it's honestly easier to just change the adventure seed. You'll notice there is no seeded runs for the tutorial. That's just not a thing that the game can normally do. You can technically configure it in the TAS tool and it will work correctly, but realistically I actually use adventure seeds for tutorial tasking because that's what you would use if you were actually playing the game, is you would get a random adventure seed that may or may not give you the like drop RNG that you wanted. So what we're going to have to do here is just keep playing this back until we get the bomb drop in the correct spot. Which is gross and tedious, and I hate it, but there's not really much better way to do it, and it's a 1 in 11 chance that we get it to drop in the correct spot if we just completely scramble the RNG every single time. So that is exactly what we're going to do here. So first let me save my progress. Save frequently while you're doing this. I'm going to save it as that. And since we got a lot done here, I'm also just going to make a backup. The task tool does not ask questions. It does not ask you to confirm whether or not you're doing something. If you click the button to go over here and reset your task is gone. Like it'll just delete it. Like the user interface is bad and gross, and there are a lot of things I need to do with it. So you're taking a chance when you mess with this thing. I highly encourage you to save frequently, make backups. I might even add a button here that'll just whip up like an underscore back like variant at some point. But make backups of your tasks, or else you risk losing it by just making a simple mistake and deleting a bunch of recorded data because you played back to the wrong frame and then removed everything. Hey, Alia. So be careful. Anyways, here's what we need to do. So Adventure Seed 90 in hexadecimal. So what I had to do when I was looking for the RNG for this, I needed the bomb bag, and over here I needed the ropes as well to drop far to the right. It's a 1 in 11 chance for each of them to drop to the right. So it's a 1 in 121 in total to have a seed that could do that. And I had to test 144 seeds in order to find one that did it. In this case, we only need the bomb bag to drop to the right, but we're breaking it a few frames earlier, so it needs new RNG pretty much. So we just have to redo it. So I'm just going to start at not 0, but I'm going to start at 1 because Adventure Seed 0 is kind of cursed and it generates like really bizarre self-similarity between levels. So I'm just going to start at Adventure Seed 1 to make that not happen. Actually, is it the first or the second part that does that? Let's see. No, it actually might be the first part. I guess it doesn't really matter because I'm not loading a new one. Yeah, whatever, let's just start at 0. Adventure Seeds add one of these parts to the other when it's doing some arithmetic, and I don't remember what exactly it is. But if one of these is 0, then you get bizarre level layouts where like every level has the same path. And like all the like shops and stuff generate in like the same spot if they're able to generate it. There's some weird stuff that happens when you do it. Because you're not supposed to presumably have this particular seed, but for the tutorial tasks, it doesn't really matter all that much. And I could always find a new seed later if I need to, so we're going to try 0. Let me make sure I'm playing back to the correct frame, and let's just see where our bombs are. I need to change this to nearest screen so it always reloads. Okay, we got a left one. Let me zoom in more. So unfortunately, there's going to be some trial and error here. I think the bottom part, I think the top gets added to the bottom every time you increment the level counter. It's something like that. I don't remember the details of it. It doesn't matter for what we're doing now. Oh, no, second try. That's it, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the optimal bomb drop. I'm gonna think, what are the speeds? I have some notes for this. Yeah, it looks right. Let me check my notes. I know the exact numbers for these bomb drops, so let me look at my notes real quick. The highest possible horizontal displacement is 1.01. Yeah, that's what we got here. The crate is at 54 and the bombs are at 55.01. So, lucky break, second try. You love to see it. So that's our new adventure seed. Let's go ahead and save that. So now what do we need to do here? We need to get a bomb out as fast as possible. So let me close all this, check my inputs again. Should have started with 1. Yeah, I should have. I was like, oh, I'll just try 0 because 0 is canonically the first number. No. Nope, should have started with 1. Alright, so let's see. We want to get the bomb out as fast as possible. So the question is, when can I do that? If I hold left now, will I slide into it? No, I miss it, so we don't want to be doing that. So we're going to hold, or rather, we're going to hold left. Now if I hold right, I had my directions mixed up. If I hold right, will I scoot into the bag? Not quite. What I'm trying to do here is get a head start on turning around. So I think we go one more frame. So we will definitely pick it up on the next frame. What if I hold neutral? Yeah, okay, we pick it up if I hold neutral. You can watch my inputs here if you're not sure like what buttons I'm pressing. Like this is left, the right arrow would be right, and so on. So you can sort of see what I'm doing by paying attention to these, if it's not obvious what buttons I'm pressing, since there's not really a good input display. There's an input display up here, but it's behind the UI, and it's even smaller than this text. I wonder if there's some sort of throw that would put the bomb in a spot you can grab, but you haven't gotten that to work at all. Are you saying throw the bomb instead of, like, pick it up immediately? I assume that's what you're talking about here. So what happens here? I'm wondering what's more important. So is it more important that I get over to the right, or that I deploy the bomb instantly? Okay, let's see what happens here. So I'm going to hold neutral. Can I throw the bomb on this frame? I can't. You heard the click there. So I don't have the bomb until after that. So I cannot throw the bomb on this particular frame. I will be able to do it on the next frame. So we'll go back here. Hold neutral. We like that frame. So now I should be able to throw the bomb. So if I just hucked it over to the right, let's see what we get. These UIs are going to get real annoying. Let me zoom out a bit just so I have more like screen real estate to play with. So just where does the bomb wind up after we do that? And I don't care where my player is, I'm just looking at the bomb right now. So it goes over there. Yeah, it falls down that pit, so that's not good. You're not going to be able to get it if it drops down there. Bomb instantly, you can make it. Yeah, you can make it to the other side, that's what I figured. Let me go back to analyze this. I'll actually show this one on stream. Let me go back and analyze the video for a second here. Alright, so... yeah, you got the best RNG on the bombs for that one. Probably saves a couple frames. Yeah, so let's see what's going on here. You grab them, you slide a little bit, and then you deploy the bomb right there and pick it up. So, a few frames afterward. So how long do you have to get back over here before you need to do something with it? And what do you even do with it? So I bet... oh, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, we could probably use that tech again on the way back. Because if you throw the bomb... like, for the TAS, it would be easy to pick up the correct bomb after you throw it. So you could probably throw the bomb and then do the whip tech again. As long as your whip state ends before you need to pick up the bomb again, I think it would work. But yeah, so you get over there. You're holding bomb number 1. Yeah, so the TAS will be able to get here probably like 10 or 15 frames earlier. So it will have a luxury amount of time to be able to get the bomb into this position. I don't know if the tech would work because of the other bomb throw. Hold on, I need to read that message again. Let me go back to this. We've got our first step here, which is I'm going to ignore this bomb for now. We're just going to worry about the first bomb, and then we will go back and edit the second bomb into the TAS when we need it. So we're going to just worry about the first one for the time being and see like how the timing like works out. So let's go back. Okay, so first of all, what are you saying in chat here? Bomb instantly, okay. So you don't know if the tech would work because of some other second bomb throw. And I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you can link it in... I don't know, if it's going to open the Discord thing, then yeah, probably just post it in Discord. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about right now. Meanwhile, I'm going to work on getting the TAS to bring the bomb over to where we need it. Alright, so we liked... yeah, we like 516. That's the frame where we pick up the bomb. So, just throwing the bomb resulted in it falling in this pit, which we absolutely don't want. So what if I up throw it? So I'm holding right and up this time when I throw the bomb. There are a few permutations of this that I can do. Ping me in Discord. Alright, I'll probably... you know, I'm going to look at it now because I'm going to forget that you did that otherwise. Alright, what do we got here? I hate this music. I'm muting this. It's just this goofy ass like circus music. Alright, so let's copy. Let's see if I remember how to do this off the top of my head. Here's some hacker mans for anybody who's interested in this. I could, oh my god, I have so many tabs open. Help me. Oh, is this a message? No, it's an attachment. Alright, so I think it's this, right? I think this is what you do. There we go. Yeah, that'll get it to open without fucking offering to download it. So this is what we're looking at now. Okay, so this was just a demo. So what exactly was going on here? Is there a way to frame advance these? I don't think there is. Just do it really slowly. I guess you can kind of like just scrub through it. Yeah, so this is our frame advance right here. So this is what we'll do. So what is this second bomb thing that you're talking about? You down throw the second bomb on the left platform. Let's see what this is all about. Right, so this is the same procedure. This is so choppy. Why is this player so awful? Not the player in the game, the video player. Okay, you mean this right here. Yeah, so you throw the bomb there, and then it just kind of goes where you need it to. So was this down throw from the air? Yeah, this is an airborne down throw. Okay, that makes sense. Otherwise, you would have just dropped it. And then the ledge hang, which we might be able to get rid of. I guess I'm wondering, what does this... I guess this accomplishes being able to place it earlier. What does yours do? At least in YouTube, we have frame rate. Okay, so you throw it a little later is what happens here. So we're just trying to look for a way to throw it earlier. Yeah, you just throw yours a little bit later, so you lose time. Let's see, okay, so there goes the third bomb. These jumps could be optimized a bit. I mean, there's not a whole lot of time loss here, honestly. You throw the other one there. This is definitely going to be a complicated one. There may be multiple like ways to approach this. Throw the third bomb from the same spot. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to only worrying about the first bomb because there's too many variables going on right now. And I'm not able to figure out what I want to do. I need to pick something and try it and see where that gets us. So I'm going to ignore that for a bit. We're going to just focus on getting one bomb into the correct position and then see where we have space to insert other actions afterward. So let's go here. Alright, so up, right, and throw. Where does the bomb wind up? It also goes into the glory hole, so that's not very good. We do not want the bomb to go in there because there's no shot that I'm going to be able to pick it up and save time if it goes in there. Yeah, I'm gonna try some other stuff. Like I could try jumping and then doing a down throw and see if that bounces it differently. But there's a couple things I want to do here. So the next thing is, for anyone who doesn't know about this, here's some more speedrun TAS tech. I mean, it kind of works for regular runs too. Let me get this back up. So my velocity right now is almost at max running speed, but if I hold my walk button and press any direction, my speed will instantly get clamped to walking speed. So for comparison, if I hold right, I go to 0.83 and then 0.36, and then I finally turn around. But if I get to this point and then I hold my walk button, I instantly get clamped at 0.72 or 0.072 instead of 0.83, which isn't much, but in this kind of context, that can make a difference. That gives us more speeds that we can play with here while we do the bomb throw, and that's what I'm going to look into now. You press down and throw on the same frame on the ground, you don't crouch, right? I forget how down throws work. Okay, let's do a down throw real quick with a bomb. I forget what the rules are for that. So I'm just holding down and bomb. Yeah, you do get a down throw. I wonder if that would make it across the gap if I was closer to the edge. I feel like that could work. I don't have a good feeling about it, but we will go ahead and try it if the thing I'm going to try here doesn't do anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold right, I'm going to hold walk, and I'm going to throw the bomb. That's the whip button. That is not the bomb button. I'm going to actually throw the bomb this time. Okay, let's see what we wind up with. They just want to go in that damn hole. Alright, so that one didn't work. Let's try that, but we're going to hold up as well. So right, up, walk, bomb. And where does that one go? Oh my god, I got some height. It's just all paths lead to the gutter. Okay, I think we're going to try some down throws now. Because this is the first frame that I could throw the bomb, and I really want to throw the bomb on this frame. It's a time loss if I have to wait any longer. Alright, so we're going to attempt to down throw it now. So we're going to do a running down throw. That's the whip button. We're going to do a running down throw and see where that one winds up. Doesn't make it across the gap, so that doesn't really do us any good. Wonder what else I could do here. I could mix in a jump input if it comes to that. Like, I could jump as I touch the bomb bag, and that'll give me some vertical speed. And I wonder if combining that with, like, a down throw or something would just get the... I just need the bomb to land, like, right over here. If I can get it to land here, then that saves time. Yeah, okay, well, let's try that. So, let's do a walking down throw now. This is probably not going to work. Yeah, it just doesn't want to make it across this gap. I don't think down throws from this particular spot are going to work, so that's off the table. What else can we do? Let's see, 516 is normally when I would be grabbing the bombs. So I could start a jump at some point here. So during our neutral frame, let's initiate a jump. We still grab the bombs. And then we got to try all the inputs again. So first one, I'm just going to hold right and throw the bomb. All paths lead to the gutter. All right, well, let's try an up throw. Jump. Let me capture that frame. And let's do an up throw this time. That is sharp. How? How does every single bomb path result in them going in here? Alright, next. Alright, so let's see. Let's do a walking side throw. That's the whip button. I know how to play this game, I promise. The problem here is these bombs are, if they get to this wall, I think they just don't have enough speed to bounce off of it the way we want them to. Okay, well that one didn't work, so let's try a walking up throw this time. Yeah, whenever they get there, they get such a flaccid bounce off of the wall here, it just will not work. It really doesn't seem like I could throw the bomb. I can't... What have I not tried here that could potentially work? That would not involve throwing the bomb a frame later, which is what we're trying to avoid doing. Down throw. Okay, aerial down throw. I don't think that's going to work, but let's try it. Seems sketch. Everything here is sketchy. Alright, so... holding right, aerial down throw. Huh? You know, this is why we try things. Alright, so we're on to something now. It slid. This is what we actually wanted to happen. It barely made it across this gap, and it slid to a stop. So there you go, see? This is why I don't ignore chat. The chat has good ideas sometimes when they're not telling me to play classic guy, which is turned off right now for hopefully obvious reasons. Alright, so we know what input we need to do. Right, down, and bomb. Can I do this with a walk? Because walking will get me over to the right earlier. Except your chat messages. I usually read your chat messages. You just always pick one that I miss and then never let me live it down. So I sort of deserve. Alright, so let's do a walking down throw. And see where the bomb winds up. Yeah, see, that's not good, though. That one caused it to fall short. It's interesting. I wonder why it slid like that. I feel like it should have had a faster speed. Okay, we're not going to be able to use that input. So let's go back to the one we had that we know worked. Alright, so this input worked. Now it's worth, it's worth noting that we just jumped. Can I get into heavy state? Can I clear that gap if I just hold jump the whole time? So I'm realizing the problem here. The fact that I had to use a jump to get that bomb throw to go the way I want it. Oh, it just barely clips that. To get the bomb throw the way I wanted it means I fall in this pit now. Which is no bueno. So let's see if we can do something about that. Can I hold jump and make this gap? I'm not going to do any bomb inputs. I'm just going to hold jump. Nah, we got a problem here. I can't use a jump to do that. So what if well, what can I do? Yeah, we can't jump on that frame because it's going to take an eternity before I touch the ground again, and I can't get back across this pit. So that's unfortunate, and I don't know if we can use this particular bomb throw. We have a few other variables we can change, such as falling into the bomb bag and then being airborne. But that's going to give us really bouncy bombs, and we don't want bouncy bombs because they get all the way over to this wall here and then they fall in the gutter. I have enough leeway at first bomb timing. I don't know at this point. I have to decide when I'm willing to give up a frame. What if I jump as soon as I land on the platform with the bomb bag on it? Yeah, just jump immediately. I think that won't work. Let's see, we're on frame 511 for that. Alright, so 516 was where we were jumping before. We're gonna grab the bombs on 516. Alright, so I can press jump on this frame. I think. Am I touching the ground? No, I touched the ground on the next frame. Alright, so this is the first frame where I could jump. We touch the ground here. Alright, so then if I hold neutral, we touch the bombs. It's the exact same thing, we're just in the air instead. And then what can we do on this frame? So I think we just gotta try it again. We'll start with a down throw because we've had the most success with those. So I'm just looking at where the bomb goes. And it slides into the gap. We don't want that. It would have let me hit the ground fast enough. I guess actually I could pay attention to that, but we also need a bomb throw that works. There's two things that need to happen here. So that bomb throw didn't work. Let's try a walking down throw. So I do touch the ground. So I can make this jump if I use heavier state. I don't need heavier state to touch the ground. Like, I got my jump back, so we solved that issue. Now the problem is the bomb goes into a different gutter. And this is just as bad as having it fall down here. Like, we can't do anything with that. So we need a throw with this setup that puts the bomb in a better spot. I could jump on like multiple different frames as I do this, but it looks like this is a fairly tight window. Let's see, if I just do a regular rightward throw. Yeah, see, I touch the ground, so I have some leeway here. This is what a right throw does. That's actually fairly close to not falling in the gutter. Do I get the same coordinates? I was moving upward with that weird down throw that I got earlier. There's a lot of jank to the mechanics of throwing bombs and just other items in this game that I honestly just don't understand. I don't know like what the rules are for which things inherit velocity from the player, how items bounce. It's something. It is something that you could definitely learn about, but I just haven't done it yet. I haven't figured it out. I haven't unlocked the secrets. So unfortunately, a lot of this is just guess and check to see if I could find a combination that does what I want it to. Oh, that's wretched. We don't want that. Let's try a walking version of both of those. All right, so walking side throw. This is going in the gutter. All paths lead to the gutter. You don't get affected by velocity unless it's a bomb you're holding in your hand, but that could be wrong. I suppose we can do some testing on that in a moment here. If I don't get anything like to work properly. Let's do a walking up throw. This is unlikely to work though. Yeah, it's close actually. Alright, let's do a little bit of science here with bombs. Alright, so here we have a bomb. What is that number? That's not its velocity. Alright, we gotta do this the hard way. Alright, so I just did a standing bomb throw, and the bomb has 0.23 velocity. Now if I start running, what happens? Watch out, Dirk. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to write those in chat. Alright, now we have a new bomb. It is, alright, 1080. Yeah, it's the same velocity. 0.23 and 0.14. So horizontal speed of the player doesn't matter. Which kind of explains why I was getting pretty much the same results here. See, I don't know why that wouldn't be affected by that. You would think it should. A lot of bombs. Alright, so let's see. The next thing that we want to test is... What do we want to test here? I guess falling speed. So let's see. If I'm falling and I throw a bomb... Let me give myself... I just want to be falling at full speed so it's very obvious. Getting into the same coordinates would work. You might be right, but we'll have to see how precise it is. I want to test the falling case before I go down that rabbit hole. So I just threw a bomb straight to the side. Yeah, it already looks like it has the same speed. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's always the same. And presumably up and down throws similarly do the same thing. You know what, I need to test down throws because that's the bomb throw that we need to reproduce as a down throw. So we need to test that as well. So let's see. I'm gonna do a 1-frame down throw. And what do we get? So the X is the same, and we get negative 0.16 for the Y. Now what if I do the same thing, but I'm falling instead? Dirk, watch out. It's the same. Interesting. So a down throw, like on the ground, is literally the same as doing one in the air. Okay, so this is a good find then, because that means maybe we can reproduce the situation that we had. All right, so what do we want to do here? Let's go back to basics. So it was neutral, and then I think I jumped on this frame, right? Yeah, that's what I did. This is how we reproduced that. So I jump on that frame. We go here. And then we performed, I think, a regular down throw. Yeah, that was the setup that caused that to happen. That's correct. Yeah, that's about what we've confirmed here. And yet, held bombs do inherit your velocity, because imagine a universe where anything in this game was consistent. So the question then is, can I be in that same spot when I throw the bomb? But one question I have then is, when does the bomb actually spawn? So if I'm like over here or something, and I press my bomb throw button and then teleport, okay, the bomb does come out of the spot that I was on when the input was submitted. So it's the same frame. It doesn't like deploy one frame later, it just doesn't render until the next frame. I think it's like in an initializing state. So yeah, I want to be in that same spot, but with a downward speed. So what is that spot then? Let's go look into that. What the hell? I don't know why I had a stuck up arrow. Alright, so anyways, let's see, p.x. This is getting cluttered. Alright, so that's what we're working with here. That's where we want to be, on the frame that the bomb gets deployed. So let's see, how do I do that? I'm trying to think how, I guess we want to drop into the bomb bag. So can I do that from all the way over here? I wonder if I could make a long jump, drop into the bag, and be in roughly that same spot. The X coordinate I think is going to be really easy to get, but the Y might be difficult. So we're going to want to jump late. Okay, so we know 516 is, we can rediscover that. Let's go back to around here. Yeah, let's go back to here, and we'll lose the rest of our TAS data. Let's just jump like here. It's 18, I held jump for 18 frames. I think that I actually overshot by doing it that way. Let's see, when did I start jumping? Started jumping on 83. Well, let's stick to it. So I would hold neutral, and then we would hold right and throw the bomb. Our P.X is actually a little different, interestingly enough. And I think that's because you accelerate differently in the air. So let's see, we're a little bit further to the right. Are we? No, we're further to the left. That's actually good. We want the bomb further to the left. Well, it's also bad because it means that we're losing a little bit of speed, but it's a minor amount. Let's see what our Y value is. That's pretty close to the one we had before. Let's see what we got. Come on. Ooh. Oh, let's go. Alright, well, that was a good idea. So we got the bomb over there, and I think we can jump back now. So the question is, did I lose any frames on the turnaround here? let's have a look at our input sequence. So I was holding neutral before. Yeah, I'm wondering, can I get it by holding right this time? Or even walk right? No, I cannot get it with a walk right. Can I get it with just a regular right? I can get it with a regular right. And then on the next frame, we do the down throw. And it makes it. Oh no. Oh, that tiny little difference. What was different about that? See, this is where the physics engine jank cuts in. So let's assess the differences here. If I do nothing, and then I perform the down throw, I think it's the bomb stepping up this ledge that causes this to happen. I think this is actually pretty precise. Because now if I hold right, which still allows me to get it, and then do the down throw. Oh no. Kristen, thank you.
Streaming? That's pretty spooky. Happy Halloween.
Yeah, I made it just in time for Halloween. Yeah, I think we need the bomb to step up this ledge. It's that precise. And thank you for the resub, Kristen. Maybe I'll stream more than once a month again now that I've actually finished the damn TAS tool. I mean, it's not finished, but it's like it's released. Like, I'm no longer blue ballsing everybody in my chat by refusing to release it. Like, it's in a workable state, or at least so far, literally nothing has gone wrong with this entire stream testing it. So I'm fairly confident at this point that people can make TASes with the damn thing. So I can go back to streaming Astroneer or whatever it is I do. Yeah, this is... We're great. We got lucky here, I think. We have some very precise bomb jank. So here's what we need to test, is whether or not that extra, like, X distance actually matters at all. Because we're gonna normalize when we grab this ledge, so the question is, do we get to this ledge in the same amount of time? This could be a huge waste of my time. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hold neutral because we know that worked. And then we're gonna do this. Actually, can I walk during the bomb throw? There's actually one more thing I could try. Neutral. Then I'm gonna walk while I down throw the bomb. No, that gets it in the gutter. Okay, let's just stick with what we got. So neutral, hold right, and down throw. What's our velocity at? On the next frame, it's going to be below the 0.72 anyway, so we don't need to clamp it by walking anymore. But yeah, this is about as good as it's going to get. Okay, finally, we're moving on to the next step after articulating over this bomb throw for half an hour. So what do we want to do here? I think I could pick it up on the next frame. There we go. Alright, so we grab it on this frame. What do I want to do with these? I'm gonna need this one. Let me repurpose this tag. So can I jump on the next frame? There's some finicky nonsense with doing this, and I think if I press jump... Yeah, it eats my jump because I just pressed down the frame earlier. So I have to wait one more frame before I could actually press jump. So we're just going to keep holding right. Then we need to jump. I forget how many frames you need to hold the button down. That's 9 frames of jumping. And unfortunately, we lose some time just waiting to get to this edge. Pretty much the bomb is so far to the right that I think I'm inevitably going to lose a little bit of time to that. Could I pick up the rock midair? But the rock or the bomb? The bomb is out of reach. What does the rock do in this situation? I don't entirely know how midair grabs work, but the bomb's... it's long gone. I'm not sure how I would be able to pick it up in midair. It's on the floor before I get there. And I can't, like, grab it as I throw it. Wait, is that a thing you could do in this? You can't do that, can you? Is that a thing? Okay, I guess, I don't know. I never tried to do that. Let's find out. You thought I could. I don't know. I don't think you can. Let's find out. So, how would we do this? Oh, let's just do a rough test. So I'm gonna jump. I mean, that just does whip. So like what I did there was I jumped, and then on the next frame I tried to down and grab it, and my character just whips instead. So I'm not sure how this would work. Unless you mean like on the same frame. So like if I press jump and down on the same frame and grab, it prioritizes picking up the bomb. And then it eats my jump. So I'm not sure what you mean by a mid-air pickup. I don't see how you could do that. So like I have to take the time to do this, and then this, and then this. I don't remember how this works. Let's see. Yeah, okay, you only have to jump for 8 to get that. Unfortunately, we're kind of limited to how long it takes to grab this ledge. There's not really a lot I could do about that. So let's see, when do we grab it? Is it on this frame, I think? And then there's an input sequence I usually use to get over these ledges quickly. Like this, let me go check my notes again. There's a sequence I found where you could get back on the ground pretty quickly and also get a lot of horizontal distance, and I just need to look up what the sequence was. Yeah, I want the quick horizontal. Okay, so according to my notes, I need to... Why do I have an extra frame there? There we go, that's the frame where I just grab. Alright, so on the next frame I need to jump, and move away, jump towards, and let go of jump. And I think on this next frame I could jump again, and we could throw the bomb. We can down throw the bomb at some point during this, which is the tech the TV robot was using, I think. You said above is wrong. Okay, well, I didn't think there was a way to do that, or maybe there's some like Spelunky HD jank that lets you do that. I'd love to find out if there was a way to do that. So I guess that was where the second bomb would have been thrown, right? Constant bomb hissing isn't stressing at all. I wish I could turn off specific sounds easily. Some of these are miserable. Like if you're doing a task next to like the Tusk Palace, you have to listen to that fucking neon sign like droning for half an hour straight while you try to figure out how to get through the lasagna room. There's worse things than this, though I have occasionally muted the game while making these tasks because looping noises get really irritating after a while. So let me go back to this frame here. Alright, so just out of curiosity, if I were to down throw the second bomb, like right here, what happens? I don't care where my character lines up. Yeah, that looks pretty lenient. That's an easy down throw, so I could potentially do that in a lot of different spots. We can insert this bomb throw wherever we need to, I think, is kind of the premise of this. so we're gonna not do it for now. We know that we can put it into the TAS here and it doesn't affect anything. What we actually want to do is get rid of this bomb so I can do the same whip tech again in the other direction. Or throw tech, I suppose, is what it was. So let's see, how did I get the rock across? I threw it like here. Bombs have bigger hitboxes, so it is possible that the bomb's not gonna make it across. But I did an up throw on the rock. So if we do it on that frame... Yeah, the bomb doesn't make it, so I would need to do that throw a little later. Yeah, up throw while moving down. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it later. Alright, so we're going to up throw on this frame instead. I'm just going to keep doing it until I find a frame that works. Ooh. Okay, that works. That gets it over there. Alright, so we up throw the bomb here. We want that frame. And now I need to do the same nonsense that I did earlier. This is not a very clean jump, but I think we'll try it and just see how lenient it is. Alright, so we're at timer 2, so I need to perform my air jump here. And then I need to whip. And this is where this is going to get a little gross, because I'm going to be in the whipping state for the next 20 frames. Which could be an issue. Okay, we also don't make it. Wait, hold on, I want to check something here. If I recall correctly, you don't get heavier state by whipping before the jump, do you? It has something to do with, like, your character's actual state and the order in which they get updated. Yeah, you don't get heavy state. You don't get heavier state for whipping before it. There's something where you can't throw a bomb in your hands if you've just thrown a bomb. There's so much, like, bizarre state issues. I whipped 2 frames before. Well, let me show what I'm doing here. Let's make sure we've got everything figured out. So the way the coyote timer works is if I hold whip, coyote timer is going to be 1 when it processes, or if I hold jump, the coyote timer is going to process now. Yeah, this is the jump frame, and then I have to whip right after that. That's what I did on the way over. I need to whip on this particular frame, or else I'm going to bonk the ceiling, and I'm not going to make it. I need heavier state now. So I do the whip, and then it kicks in. But I think the problem is we had a gross lineup, so we just didn't make it to the ledge. I'm not sure what you mean by it whips 2 frames before, unless I'm just not understanding something I did here. Something feels different about this. Let me zoom in a little bit. I mean, you can see the 2 arcs. This is the first jump arc I made. The one that dips like that, and then I have pretty much a symmetrical one going the other way. And I was testing if whip gives you heavier state if you do it before jumping. I mean, I was just trying to be in the whipping state. Let's retest this. So if I whip and then jump 1 frame after that. That looks like that's just normal heavy state. That's not heavier state. But if I jump and then whip, we cut all the way down to the 0.081. That's heaviest. That's heavier state. There's probably a heaviest state that we haven't discovered yet. It has something to do with canceling your jump by entering the whipping state that causes it to stack the higher gravity. But if you whip and then jump, then you go into the jumping state and you don't get the higher gravity effect from it. Why? I don't know, but that's just how it'd be. So I don't like my lineup here, but we save like 7 frames if we can avoid ledge hanging here, so I'm willing to ditch a couple frames here to change my alignment. So we had a pretty bad alignment for the stupid jump sort of thing that we're doing here. So what we actually want to do is probably slow down a little bit. It's a wild concept in a speed run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold neutral for a frame. And then I'm going to hold right, and we're going to just kind of see how long we have to do that. Yeah, that one didn't do anything. Hold neutral for 2 frames. That looks pretty bad. I'm already airborne. Yeah, that's really bad. So let's see, where can I ditch it? This is pretty lenient. So I'm gonna actually take a right input off of that one. And let's just go see where we wind up on frame, like, yeah, like this. So I'm gonna hold neutral for a couple frames. Very hard to tell what that alignment is. I think I'm on the edge, which is what we want, so that might have done it for me. Get a better lineup by not doing the minor slowdown on the ledge. Well, I'm not doing a slowdown. The ledge climb I'm doing gives me faster horizontal acceleration by moving away from the ledge for a little bit as I climb up it. Niosa, hello, thank you for the raid. I finally released the TAS tool. How exciting. What's the name? It's TAS Wizard. That was the final contender that I liked the most because I'm a millennial and I like my Windows 98 themes. I would have done Celeritas, but it was too similar to Celeritas. Celeritas? I still don't know how to pronounce that. That was definitely the runner-up, though. But it is what it is. I had to pick a name at some point here. I was going to be doing this forever. How are we doing on a coyote timer? That looks like a good coyote frame. Alright, so we want to jump. We want to whip. So what we're doing right now, by the way, is we're trying to get the world record back for the tutorial run because someone took it from me and they didn't even do it in a TAS, and I will have none of that. So we're going to try to get it back here. Okay, good. We made the gap. Celery TAS, exactly. I should have just called it Celery TAS, you're right. Huge missed opportunity. Nobody would have gotten confused then. I'm happy with the result. I'm happy with the name. I mean, it wasn't a result. I picked the name. It was never a democracy. I was going to pick the name no matter what. It was just a matter of getting feedback and ideas from people so I could pick the one I liked the most. There's no justice here. You meant the TAS? I mean, I'm very happy with the tool. I'm not happy with this TAS because it's slow. And that's what we're here to fix right now. I'm very happy with how the tool has turned out, though. Where'd my playlist stop? Oh, never mind. No, it didn't. It's fine. It just wasn't. It was just a song with a really long blank period at the end. Picky about the release. I'm satisfied that it works as well as it does now, and I've been using it for 3 hours on stream, and it has not embarrassed me a single time. So that I consider that to be a successful release. Like, I'm sure people are going to find issues with this at some point, but hopefully it's minor stuff that you can work around until I can eventually fix it. And that's really all I could ask for the outcome of this, is that it's just like minor problems. And then I can focus on like quality of life stuff and making the UI not suck ass, because let's face it, this right here, this is not good. Nobody is enjoying this. I don't want to have to scroll through like 5 different panels. Very important to change. So anyways, we have a bomb. What the hell do I do with it? I completely forgot how the run goes. So let me go back and look at this. Alright, so you're holding the first bomb. You press your face into the wall and you just kind of up throw it. And you want it to blow up right... Oh my god, that's precise. How many times did you have to try this? That's a 5 tile. My goodness. This gives me more respect for you doing it in real time. That is an incredibly precise bomb. You need it to blow up in the center of the 4th, like, layer here. Yeah, with how fast you throw the bombs, that's like... I think you have, like, maybe a 1 or 2 frame window to get that. And that's assuming that you do all the inputs correctly leading up to it. If you, like, jump a little bit differently, it probably still won't work because your height will be different. Well, we have a TAS, so we don't have to worry about that. That'll be easy to do. So the question is this the correct way to do this? Because the first question I'm asking myself is there a better way to throw the bomb? Like, for instance, what if it blew up on this wall instead of the left one and took out a different set of tiles? So let's go back to this. So, where are we with this? I like where my recording is, so let's bring it all the way up to this. So here's the tiles that you blew up with this bomb. So you take out those tiles with the explosion. Hey, Novel. My question is, what if you took out a different set of tiles? So if you had it blow up here, that's not useful because you can't climb up. Theoretically, the TAS could get it in the middle and blow up this collection of tiles here. But at that point, I don't think it really matters what you do to the wall over here, so it feels like that's the correct way to go. You want it to blow up and get those. Because if you were to blow it up any lower, that doesn't give you a path. You can't get it to go any further. I'm just kind of going through like every permutation I could think of for this. And if you blow it up higher... Yeah, I can't think of a better spot to blow up the bomb than the one that you had. Which was this right here. Yeah, this is your bomb explosion. I cannot think of a better spot to blow it up than right there. Because this is the only thing that actually lets you get out of here. It needs to be pressed up against this wall so it opens up this corridor right here. And then that allows you to start hucking bombs into the ceiling, because you need the last two bombs to blow up here somewhere. So, by process of elimination, I think this is the only thing that we want the bomb to do. We need it to blow up right about there, in the middle of this tile. So, let's do it. So first of all, when can I grab the bomb? The bomb is presumably the limiting factor here. So I might have actually not even needed to do all this tech if I still have to wait for the bomb to blow up. So when is this thing blowing up? Net entity, what is it, 9976. Idle counter. Oh, we have an eternity. It blows up at 30 frames. Yeah, I didn't need to do any of this crap. Because this is the bottleneck anyways. I threw this bomb literally on the first frame that I could. Yeah, happy Halloween to you too. I spent my Halloween staying at home being sleep deprived to meet a release date. And I play Buck Bumble. Look, Buck Bumble is quite a jam, but I don't think I can play that game. I do not have the game or the console. And I don't even know if it's actually a good game. But they do have a bop of a theme song though, I'll give it that. The Biggity Buck Bumble. So our bomb blows up in 30 frames. When can I pick it up? Play the song. Oh my god. Sure. Alright, just because you will whine otherwise, because I didn't read a chat message. Because I never read my chat messages. Look, I'm reading your chat messages right now. I'm gonna find one that's not like super long.
Now it's time to rock with the big. What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity buck bumble. What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity buck bumble. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumble.
There you go.
Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass.
We'll just let that play out. It's like 2 or 3 minutes long. Said bomb incident was more important. Yeah, you're definitely right. And with the TAS, we shaved off even more time from this. What am I streaming right now? Okay, I got the game up. Alright, so let's see. I forgot where I was, so let's just do this again. So when can I grab this bomb? Unfortunately, my front whip hit it, so I gotta kind of wait for it to land. Is this gonna stun me? No, not quite. Okay, so I'm gonna be able to grab it at some point around here. Let's clean up our inputs. So you threw it up against the wall, and I honestly see no reason not to normalize the setup, so I'm just gonna stand up against the wall like this. Now Now, when can I grab this bomb? Okay, I tried to grab it on that frame and it wouldn't give it to me, so let's try the next one. I don't know how close it has to be to the ground. Let's try this frame. We still can't grab it on that frame. So wait, one more frame. Really, I still can't grab the damn bomb? There we go. Okay, so we were able to grab it there. How long do I have? I have 13 frames, so that should be more than enough to get it up there. So what happens if I... Well, let's see, I have to idle for a frame, because I can't jump or do anything else really on this frame, so we have to idle for one more. So if I just throw it now, let's just see where it winds up. We'll start with that. I'm gonna have to jump. This is actually gonna be really tight because I need to pick up the bomb sooner. I wonder if I could prevent the front whip from hitting it. Let's see if we have time to do this if I also jump. This is actually gonna be really rough because I can't pick up the bomb due to the front whip hitting it. And at that point, it might be worth just taking the ledge hang and not whipping. All right, there's your buck bumble for the day. It is a jam. I know absolutely nothing about the video game, though. It's just some Nintendo 64 game where they presumably put all the budget into the title theme. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. All right, so what can we do here? So if I jump, that'll give it some more height. So let's do that. I'm gonna jump for 4 frames, and I'm gonna throw it on the 5th one. There's the issue as well of me potentially being in the explosion, but no, it looks like I think we could do it if I can get it like a little bit higher. We need it to blow up here. It looks like I might be able to do this. It's gonna be very tight. Let's try 5 frames and then throw it. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I think I need to throw it earlier. Yeah, we're a whole tile lower than we need to be. I think I do need to throw it earlier. Okay, so we need to go back in time a little bit. So I was able to grab the bomb on 661, but this isn't going to work because I don't have time to get the bomb where I need it to be. And be clear the explosion as well. So let's see. I want to go back to, like, around here. Well, let's see, when do I hit it with the whip? So let's pretend for a second that I don't smack the bomb with the whip. What does it do? Like, I know I'm missing the ledge here. Okay, it, like, lands here. Dude, that is gonna be, like, impossible to not hit the bomb with the whip because it winds up right here. I think I need to just eat the ledge hang and forget the tech that I did here because I'm pretty sure the 7 frames isn't going to, like, be as bad as how long I have to wait for the damn thing. Let's count how many frames it takes for me to not be able to pick up this bomb because I whipped it. Alright, so how many frames do we lose? We would have grabbed it right here. It would have been sitting right here. So we lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then 20 would have been when I grabbed it. I think it's better to just not do the tech. A disappointing development, but we found the bottleneck, so we might as well just accept it. Having a bottleneck at the very least reduces, like, the number of variables you have to worry about in the problem. So it is what it is. Let's play back to 611, and instead we're just gonna jump across the gap. Normally, do the ledge hang, and whatever. It looks less cool, but it's fast, and at the end of the day, speed is important here. Like, losing a frame every now and then for something that looks cool is fine, but we lose way too much time to this nonsense, so let's not do that. Alright, so let's see. What did I just do here? Well, I mean, at this point, why even throw the bomb? Yeah, the whole point of throwing the bomb was so that I could whip across the gap and not do the ledge hang. But now there's no reason to even throw the bomb because we might as well just hold the damn thing the whole time. What a disappointing development this has been. The biggity bomb bumble. Alright, well, we're just gonna let it happen, I guess. So let's see, I don't even remember the tech for this. I guess I'll just do a coyote jump just because it gives me something to normalize against. Alright, so we're just a normal jump. And then we hit the ledge like a scrub. And let's see, I'm gonna do my fast horizontal sequence anyways, just because it makes me feel like I'm accomplishing something here. Alright, so what we want to do is we jump on this frame, move away, and then hold jump, move towards, and then we actually don't hold a button for a frame, and then we just start running towards it, and that kind of snaps you up onto the ledge. I figured this out through like trial and error, and it was awful. Alright, so how long do we have on the bomb now? We have the same amount of time, so I actually need to jump sooner than this. So let me see, what was the notification? You good taters, thank you for the follow. Second bomb should be able to be inserted. Yeah, ideally the second bomb will be easy to insert into this because we don't have to juggle items anymore. So I need to jump earlier in order to make this work. Let's try here. Alright, so let's start our jump now. Alright, so I jump for 5 frames, and then I'm going to throw it on the 6th frame. Now that we're pressed into the wall. Let's see what that gets us. We needed to blow up right there. So we need it a little bit lower, just a smidge, and then it'll blow up in the right spot. So I'm going to jump for 4 frames, I think, and then throw it. So I'm going to hold right for 1 more. 1, 2, 3, 4 frames. And then we're going to throw it. I was supposed to hold up during that last one. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we up throw it. There we go. Let's see where that blows up. We want it right there. Almost. Okay, let's try a little lower. We definitely have this. I just need to figure out the exact timing for it. So we're going to jump for 3 and then pitch it up on the 4th and see if that gets it low enough. So up, jump, and throw. Come on, you can do this. Really? I mean, I could always just wait an extra frame. Yeah, it's just, let's continue this. I'll adjust something else if I can't get the timing to work. I'm only going to jump for 2 frames, and then I'm going to throw it this time. We needed to blow up right there. God, it feels like no matter what I do, it just blows up in the wrong. That was 3. Well, I jump for 2, and then on the 3rd frame, I'm still holding jump, which I suppose I could just not do. Maybe we're overcomplicating things here. What if I just don't jump at all? So press my face into the wall and throw it on 656. What happens? Nope. We need a jump. I need some height for this to work because it needs to inherit my speed. So what if I just like jump and throw on the same frame? I think that results in the same height because your jump doesn't actually do anything to your speed until the frame afterward. Let's find out. So I'm going to press my face into the wall and then I'm going to jump throw it this time. And I think it's going to be exactly the same. Yeah, your jump doesn't change your velocity until the next frame, so me pressing jump there didn't actually do anything. Or maybe it's because I actually... No, you know, it's because I didn't jump at all, because I jumped and threw. and the game prioritizes your throw for some reason. You know, the jump gets eaten for certain things. Jump gets eaten for a lot of stuff in this game for some reason. Not whipping, but like everything else just eats jumps, and it's horrible. Yeah, I'm gonna throw, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw the frame after. So I'm gonna press my face in the wall, I'm gonna jump, and then I'm going to throw it. So, does this tile matter? Well, this might be fine. Does this tile matter? So the difference is you have these two blown up here, but we got this corner, which is the really important part. It makes the second bomb a little harder. Does it make it any slower is the question. That is what we need an answer for. So let's go back and look at the video. What are you doing after this part? Let's have a look. Alright, so you have the second bomb on the ground, which we will be able to get. And then right there, you throw the third bomb. So far, you haven't even interacted with this tile. That bomb may have scraped this corner, but the TAS can easily miss that, so we don't care about it. And you get it to blow up there, and that looks a little less precise, but still pretty gross. And then you huck the second one. I feel like part of your time loss is definitely going back down to get the other bomb. Okay, I'm understanding this well enough now that we only have 2 bombs left to articulate what we could do differently here. So you threw the third bomb there. And you toss it up. I'm just thinking if you could somehow be making your way up as this is happening, like if you had this bomb and you were able to throw it from that block above you and you were already up there instead of being below this block, like if you were up here when you threw the third bomb, then you would save time because you don't have to ascend this crap anymore after the path has already been opened. So that's what I would be looking to do for the TAS here. Can I throw the third bomb here? So first of all, what does the second bomb do? So ignore the third bomb for a moment. Let's keep it simple. Second bomb gets hucked into this corner, and what tiles does it blow up? I think you don't have much choice. I think you're always going to destroy this collection of tiles here. It doesn't look like there's any variability to this. So you're going to have this step right here. I don't see any other, like, permutations of this that would be useful. Because if you blow it up any lower, then you can't get up here anymore. So you need this step, and the only way to get that step is to tuck the bomb into anywhere in this little, like, crevice. So second bomb looks trivial. We just have to get it up there. Nothing else has to happen. So let's do that. Correct. Excellent. I love being correct about things. It warms my cockles. So let's go. Let's see if we're actually correct about that. So where are we with this? We just got the bomb in the spot that we wanted it. So now the question is, where is the other bomb? It would be sitting under my feet right here. So let's catch up our frames. Let me play it back to make sure I didn't accidentally break anything. It should be identical. And there it is, perfect. So we want the second bomb to be on at our feet, like here. And the thought was throw it, like, let's start by throwing it as early as possible, and then we could delay it till later. So in order to do that, I'm going to use this frame tag to just kind of scrub the, like, progress to see where I could throw it. So right around here. Yeah, right around frame 600 or so is going to be like your first opportunity to throw that bomb. So that's what I'm going to try to do. I mean, in theory, you could deploy it here and, like, do some juggling, but let's see how this works. So around frame 600. So we are just climbing up the ledge right around here. So what I'm going to do with the TAS tool is I'm going to change a couple of my settings. I am not going to switch to recording. We want to continue playback, and we're going to go to this frame here, and I'm going to insert the bomb throw, and then just kind of let playback run the task for me instead of recording anything. Now let me save just in case I mess anything up here. Make another backup. Backup 2, right? I'm just going to call it 3. I don't remember what the last one I made was. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I'm a dumbass. There was never a backup 2. Nobody saw it. It's a myth. Alright, so what this is going to do now is it's going to leave me in playback mode. So if I don't do anything, then the game is just going to keep playing for me. So we just jumped off the edge. We're facing in the wrong direction. This right here, I feel, is the earliest that I could throw another bomb. So let's just do it here. So we're going to down throw the bomb. And let's just see where it goes. It does not make it across the gap, so let's try again. Let's try it on that frame. And we just incrementally make our way through it until we find the frame that works. Almost. I'm probably going to work on the next frame. And this text editor, by the way, is incredibly generous. All it's actually checking for is just the, I think the 8 like different characters. Or maybe there's 10. There's 10 of them. It's just checking for like 10 different characters, and if you type like random crap into it that it doesn't recognize, it'll just ignore it. So it's very fast and easy to use it. I highly recommend doing this if you're manually editing inputs. It'll save you a ton of time. Yeah, when I was designing it, I was going to make it really strict, and then I was like, but what if I don't make it, like, gross and shitty, and I just let it just accepts anything that the player or the user throws at it, and it ended up being a much better experience. These underscores are just for visual spacing. They don't actually mean anything. All I have it doing is just checking which 10 characters are in this string. So you could just delete the whole thing as well, and it just turns into a nothing input. Quite convenient. It was also insanely easy to implement this. Like, I was shocked at how simple it was to actually add that feature when I was like, why don't I just let myself type in the box? And I spent hours trying to get snapshots to work correctly, and then they had fast updating. We don't even need them. Alright, well there's our bomb. So that is the earliest it looks like we could throw that bomb and still get it to show up in the right spot. Because I think I'm holding right when I throw it. Yeah, I'm holding right when I throw it. So we do a rightward down throw, and it bounces and it makes it across. As far as I could tell, that is the earliest I could throw that bomb and get it where I want it to be. So let's go off of that assumption. So where are we in the task? I can just, you double click this to snap back to your current frame. So we're gonna do our whole sequence here. I don't want to like get into heavy state or anything here because I need to pick this bomb up immediately. And I needed the jump in order to get the velocity to actually have it like throw properly. Alright, so I think this is where we left off then. Yep, alright, that's where we left off. So let's go back to recording, play back to the end frame. And we will continue the recording now. So what frame can I pick this up on? I always forget if you can pick things up on the frame that you land in the ground. I don't think you can, but we're going to try it anyways. Wait, was I on the ground already? Hold on, let's try this one. Okay, I cannot do it on that frame. You think I can? There's some things you can't do on the first frame, like go into doors unless you're in the whipping state. This game's dumb. I say it a lot. See, I'm not standing on anything. Then on the next frame, no, that's a whip. Wait, oh, I didn't delete the other frame. Hold on. Alright, so I fall for a frame. Yeah, okay, apparently you can do that. Yeah, they're all the frame you land. This, I don't get it. Like, you can do some things on the frame that you touch the ground. It's just the order in which the state machine executes, I think. Alright, well, I can't jump on this frame because I just held down, so now is the next frame where we can actually do something. How long do I have until this bomb explodes? Oops. I have an eternity before this bomb explodes. So let's see here. What is the fastest way to climb up a ledge? Let me check my notes. How many frames do I have to hold jump? Yeah, you hold jump for 8 frames, you free fall for 6 frames, and then you enter the hanging state. And I believe that is the fastest way that you can climb up a too tall ledge, which is such an annoying sequence of inputs. I have something like on the back of the to-do list to be able to add like pre-recorded input sequences. So, like if you're in a ledge hang, you could press the button to play like the climb up from ledge hang input sequence, and it would just run that sequence for you and attach them to the end of your task and then play them for you. It's complicated, so it obviously didn't make it to the release, but I think that would be really useful for stuff that you just do all the time, like climbing up ledges in various situations, as well as prioritizing like horizontal distance versus getting your feet back on the ground as fast as possible. Because ledge hangs are a normalized setup, so it would be very useful to have like a scripted sequence you could run afterward. Oh, there we go. There's the pan and coke music. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a version of this file that didn't loop either for half an hour or like a minute, so enjoy it while it lasts, because it's pretty short. Someday I'll download these and just play them myself. So we need to jump for 8 frames. Really doesn't matter which of these ledges I go for, so I'm just going to go for the one in front of me. Then we get the ledge hang, and then I can jump after I enter the ledge hang instead. I can't press a jump on this frame, but I can press it on the next one. Or rather, I couldn't press it on the frame that just executed. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to shove the bomb up the stovepipe here. And in order to do that, we probably want to be over here anyways. And at some point, I'm going to have to deploy the 3rd bomb. Don't know when, I'm not going to worry about that because so far it has been very easy to add bombs to the input sequence. So this bomb doesn't blow up for about 60 frames. So we have a long time. We have a full second, which is an eternity in a TAS. I don't know how many frames I need to jump actually to get this ledge hang. I could also just... Hey, let's not worry about that until we find out if we actually need to care. So I'm going to just jump for 8 frames and just see what I get. That was definitely too much height. We can clean that up a little bit. Now, what frame am I on? This one. God, fast playback is so good. When I originally made the low percent TAS, I didn't have fast playback. It took so long every time you made a mistake because you just had to watch it play back in like double speed or whatever your computer was capable of with all the rendering. This is such... I'm so happy that this was in the release so that people don't have to suffer the way I did. Alright, so jump. 7 frames of jumping should get me the ledge hang. And we got the ledge hang. Does grabbing the right edge there or the left matter? I don't see why it would matter. I just went for the right edge because it was the one that was in front of me, so I didn't have to hold left or right. But as you can see, I can make this jump either way. So it doesn't matter to me, really. This might actually be better because I can start moving across immediately because this corner is not in my way. Not sure. So anyways, let's just do a basic jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, how long do I have till this blows up? I still have a while. I want to normalize this a little bit. Let's go to this frame here. Alright, so I'm just going to stand here, and then I'm going to throw the bomb, and then I'm going to insert frames depending on when it actually blows up. So you'll get to see some new tech when I do that. So I'm just going to stand here for a while. So we've got a few blank frames, and then I'm going to just throw the bomb. Let's just see where it winds up if I just jump and throw it now. So I'm going to jump, and then I'm going to hold up and throw it. And we'll just see where it goes. Yeah, it hits this corner, which is the block that I was thinking it can avoid easily. So let's go back and avoid that block. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold right for 1, 2, 3 frames, and we're going to jump, and then we're going to throw it. And let's see where that gets us. This might give it too much horizontal speed, in which case I'll just do a standing throw. Nope, it goes up the pipe. Ooh. Alright, well that's clean. Do you blow up this tile right here is the only consideration. If I throw it 1 frame later than that, I think it'll be closer to the ceiling. Oh god, it's an Amogus. Yep. Yep, I see it. Thank you. Thank you for that. See, so here's our input sequence. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to insert a frame. I'll show myself using this. This is where you can use this thing. So starting at frame 720, I just want to insert 1 frame of me standing still doing nothing. So this is just going to make me wait 1 frame longer. I would like to get the bomb tucked into the ceiling like this if I can, because it'll be a little bit cleaner looking to not have this in the way, and I think that makes it slightly easier to get the last bomb into this corner and blow up the correct set of tiles. And it makes it not look like an Amogus. Yeah, we're getting close. We're 12 seconds in, it looks like. We have to beat about 15. I think the task could probably do sub 15 if this is all done correctly. So let's see how the timing works out on this. So I'm going to insert this frame. And bam, now we wait 1 additional frame for that. And then what I want to do is I just want to play it back. Let's see, where are we with this? Yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and play back the whole thing now, and we're just going to see where the bomb blows up. Actually, I have a bunch of extra frames here. When did I stop pressing buttons? Right there. This is where we want to stop. Alright, so we threw the bomb 1 frame later, which means it's going to blow up 1 frame higher up. Yeah, we still got the Amogus. Let's see what tiles you destroyed. I guess I'll check. I'm not going to open this in the stream. Let me just look real quick. Oh, you didn't get the corner either. Yeah, okay, so let's just assume that doesn't matter then. I don't think it does. So let's just continue with what we got here. Amogus wins. I mean, in this case, that means I can actually remove this extra frame, and I have more time to do things. So let's use the delete operator, the other thing that nobody has ever seen before. We're going to delete 1 frame just out of this block of me standing around doing nothing, and it's gone. Isn't it beautiful? And then we want to go to this. Did I throw it any earlier? Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm going back to throwing it earlier. And then I guess I maybe could throw it earlier than that. Well, here's the deal. Do we save any time? It's time to start thinking about the 3rd bomb. Do we save any time? Presumably you do. I think I do want to throw it earlier. So let's analyze this one. Yeah, if it blew up on this frame, it would get the same set of tiles. This would get it, this would get it. We should be able to throw this thing a lot earlier than I'm doing it, so let's go back and do that. Let's delete a couple more frames out of this. Also, most of the numbers in this tool are drag-like numbers, so you can just like click on them and then pull your cursor to the side. You don't have to like type in the numbers or anything. It's a little bit hard when there's like 1,000 values for it, but you can see here it works fairly well. Then I have it labeling which frame it's going to delete here so you actually can tell what you're doing. So I'm going to take 2 frames out of this input sequence here. And then I just set this back to none to get the UI to go away. That's the only reason the none option exists, just so it doesn't take up space. So let's see, we took 2 frames out. So back to this. Now it's this one. Let's see where that winds up. Ideally, I think the only thing we need to do is make sure that this doesn't blow up, and make sure that these 2 blow up here, though that might not actually matter. Hold on, what? Do those actually matter? Do you even need those top 2, or could you blow it up a whole tile lower? I'm looking at the video again real quick, just to myself. How high up do you jump to get this? I think you actually don't need to destroy the ceiling at all. I think the entire top row is unnecessary. We can test that right now. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's wait for it to blow up. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be throwing it. Hold on, my brain turned off. So wait, I'm throwing it earlier. No, wait, I'm doing the opposite of what I... Well, actually, no, this is fine, as long as this doesn't blow up. So I need to add 1 more frame. We threw it too early, the bomb bounced too far, and it destroyed this tile. And we cannot allow it to do that. So yeah, I need to add one of these back in. One thing at a time here. Let's re-add these. So yes, that's correct. We're just going to add 1 frame. It's going to copy whatever the start frame was. This might be the earliest we can throw this bomb, because otherwise it bounces too far back down and it blows this up. The only thing I could otherwise think of changing is my vertical speed while I do this. There are a lot of optimizations that could be here, and I'm at the point where I'm willing to just kind of put a close to this and maybe revisit this at some point, as long as I have something that looks pretty damn good. But there may be a way to optimize this sequence a little bit better. I feel like there probably is. Let's go with what we've got for now. So where does this blow up? That still destroys it. Okay, so we are not going to be able to do it like that. Let's just add that last frame back in and call it good for now. Alright, so we're back to the original setup that I had. That seems optimal based on the speed I throw the bomb at. All I could think is, like, throwing the bomb with a different vertical speed would also affect where it winds up in this pipe. And maybe you could, like, give it a shorter lob or something, but throw it earlier and get the same explosion to happen. Because the problem we're having now is it's hitting the ceiling. That's what we want. We got the Amogus. Everybody rejoice, we got the Amogus back. So the last question then is, bomb number 3. What do we do with bomb number 3? How would I go about doing this? It would be really sick if bomb number 3 was, like, already up here. I don't think I have time. I'm trying to think about the time savings here. So like I was saying, if you could be up here with bomb 3 in your hands, like as this one exploded, that would be ideal, but you have to be down here to ram it up this pipe. I don't see any way that you could get it, like, up onto this ledge. How much time do I have to screw around? It takes like 15... It takes like 20 frames or something to get up this ledge, and then like another 20 to drop back down it. So it's like, could I deploy bomb number 3 up there? So this is us jumping up the ledge. Yeah, we only have about like 20 frames to kill before I have to throw the bomb. So I don't have time to go up here and like place the third bomb here. So yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to work. Okay, so let's try to imitate what the real run is doing instead. And maybe something new will come up. So bomb number 3 just got thrown right there. And that's it right there. You chuck that bomb up, then you grab it. And then you throw it there. So what time saves could I potentially make? And I could throw both bombs like back to back. That is one thing I could potentially do, is I could chuck both bombs like in quick succession, but it doesn't solve the problem that I'm still down here. Let's play it out. Let's play it out and see what it does. Maybe something will come to me. I wonder if there's a double cook. That's kind of what I'm thinking about, but I think a cascade wouldn't work. It's more that I would have one blow up, and then like a frame later, the second one would get thrown in there. Yeah, I can't get a bomb button bomb up there because no momentum. You can only get them up like a few tiles, which is quite dumb. Alright, so anyways, in theory, we want the next bomb. We want bomb number 3 to blow up around like just like a few frames after this, maybe like frame 740. So what was I doing on frame let's see, well, if we got 740, then we want to be on frame 590 when we throw it. So what was I doing on 590? Now, let me mess with the other frame tag. So this one was at 29. What was I doing around 590, and can I deploy a bomb in the middle of that? Wait, did I do my math wrong? Really, I was all the way back here? On frame 590. I mean, I guess that's pretty close to when I threw the first bomb. So, I mean, can I chuck them both there? And does it even save any time? Yeah, so this is where I deploy the first bomb. Wait, why did I think it was 590? No, because that's not when this bomb explodes, right? This bomb explodes later. So hypothetically, if I had the second bomb coming up here, it would like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 frames maybe. Yep, I finally made a baby in a way I never thought I would. I made it myself. Thank you, Jay. I'm very happy to have this thing released. People can finally use it. I can stop being stressed over it, and I could just like add quality of life stuff. It's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to like the post game with this thing, because I think it's going to be a lot less stressful than trying to ship it on a release date. Because now I can go back to being a lazy piece of shit and just like not like having any obligations. Like, oh, I'll fix it eventually. That said, I do really want to fix the UI stuff, so that's one of the first things that's going to happen. Now, as for when we want to throw this bomb, I want to throw it like somewhere in this area, like as I'm crossing this gap. So we're gonna go do the thing I did earlier where we edit the bomb throw in and just see what happens. Already got a sub 6 dwelling what's an IA? Let's play back to individual area. Oh, the whole dwelling. What, with the TAS tool or like playing the game normally? I suppose I haven't actually looked to see if anyone's discussing it or not. with TAS. Oh my god, that's quick. Well, that's exciting that people are already using this thing. I need to catch up on that. Are people talking about this in like the speedrun channel, or are they going to add a new one? Because honestly, I think there should be a new one for TASing, because a lot of this stuff is going to be very technical, like frame precise stuff. Whatever, I'll let the mods figure out what they want to do with the Discord, but I would think they should add a TAS section, like right next to the speedrunning section, since there's going to be a lot of different tech for it. So anyways, I'm getting distracted here. What do I want to do? I want to switch to playback, or continue playback, and I want to go to here. So here's where our first bomb throw at, or rather, this is the second bomb. I want to like throw another bomb like right around here. Let's just try this. So if I were to throw a bomb right here on this frame, where does it wind up? Does it make it? No, it does not make it. So we're not going to be able to throw it that early. And the down throw is going to be too early because it'll be too close to this bomb and I won't have time to get it into the right spot. Spawning the bomb super early lets me set these both off at the same, pretty much like back to back at the same time, so that I can start ascending these blocks as early as possible. I want to get all the bombs taken care of as early as I can, so that I can climb these blocks and get to the top here. And if I'm waiting for the third bomb, then I have to be standing down here before I can throw it, and then I can start climbing the blocks. I guess, you know, that's actually a valid point. If I throw the third bomb after I get... So if we have two options here, I think. We can either throw an early third bomb and throw it up the same pipe, or we throw a late third bomb and we climb up with it for a little while. Yeah, that is a valid point. We have both options. As long as the bomb goes off before I need to get to that spot up there. Climbing was what TV did. I think it's going to be a wash. I think it doesn't matter. Well, no, you do have to spend more time here throwing the third bomb instead of climbing up and then tossing it. Yeah, you know what? That seems like a good idea, actually, to throw it later. I think we should start with that. Yeah, I'm gonna throw the bomb later. That seems like a better idea. So when do I want to throw it then? Maybe around like frame 630 or something? Where does it land if I bomb button throw it at the same time I throw bomb 2? That feels like that'd be too late. How do I do this? Let's throw it after all of this nonsense is done with. So this right here is where you threw the bomb. We're kind of converging on the same strategy. This could be where I throw the bomb to get it to land up here. Or get it to land... I'd like it to land there, preferably. So if I were to throw the bomb on this frame, where does it wind up? No, we want to up throw that. Where would it wind up if I threw it there? We want it to land right there. Looks like it will. I think I don't bonk myself with it. Yeah, well, we can avoid the bonk pretty easily. That gets the bomb to land right here, meaning I could throw this bomb, hit the ground, then grab the third bomb, and start ascending. That feels like the way I should probably do this, so we need to tune our inputs a little bit to not do that. Yeah, I'm getting tired of these fuse noises, but there's not a whole lot I could do about that right now. Okay, so let's see. How then do I avoid this happening? Where do I need to start modifying my inputs? I just need to like do a really short hop up here. So yeah, I should only hold left for like a couple frames, I think, to avoid getting bonked there. So let's remove all these left inputs. We're just gonna barely do it. And we probably don't need to cancel it out with right inputs either. Which I do need to turn right when I'm done. Let's do that one right there. I need to be facing in the correct direction. I don't need to, but I like to. Okay, so we don't get hit by the bomb anymore. Okay, and then I don't need to do this anymore, because we're just going to do it in place. Okay, then we just throw from this position. Still goes up the pipe. Still blows up the correct set of tiles. Okay, so after that throw, I can grab this bomb and start working on this nonsense. How long do I have until this bomb blows up? Do I have enough time to climb up all those stairs? I'm pretty damn sure I have enough time to climb up all those stairs with that. So we might actually be waiting on the third bomb, which makes me wonder if I could throw it sooner, but let's get this to work for now. So let's go back to right here. This is where we need to actually do things. We're just going to pick a strategy and roll with it and see where this gets us, because we're right at the end. We'll get our final time, and we'll see if I feel like optimizing this more today. Yeah, well, those are the same frame tag now. What did I just do? Did we encounter a bug, or did I just click something that I didn't mean to? I have no idea what happened there. I don't know, if I notice more of that, I'll look into it. Like I said, there's probably going to be bugs with this thing. Just hopefully they're not like breaking issues, which so far they haven't really been. Oh, I need to switch to recording. Let me also go ahead and save here. Alright, so we don't want to whip. I can't use heavy state or anything, so I just gotta wait for an eternity to touch the ground. Do I need to be holding jump for this particular frame? Or will the bomb still go up there without it? Because I'd like to fall as fast as I can. So let's see if that does it. It looks like it might still work. Oh, we still got the Amogus. Okay, so we don't have to actually jump on that last frame, which should be nice. That means I'll hit the ground a little bit sooner. When did I hit the ground there? Okay, I should be able to grab it on this frame. There we go. Right as we hit the ground. Invalid current frame. Oh, I think I might know why this happened. This is just frame validation jank when you edit the length of the TAS. It's on the to-do list. It works, it prevents weird things from happening, but it also results in an ominous error message showing up when things aren't actually really an issue. Alright, so I have to sit around and do nothing for a frame. And we jump. For 8 frames. Get our ledge hang. So I want the version of this climbing that will get me on the ground as soon as possible so that I can jump again. How long do I have before this blows up? Quite a while. So I'm checking my notes here because this is one that I did as well. I want to climb up a ledge and get on the ground as fast as possible. To stand on it quickly. So let's say a whole jump for 3 frames. Wait, how in the world would that work? Okay, let's try that. I don't even know if this is gonna work. Alright, so we just got into the ledge hanging state, so I'm gonna hold jump for 3 frames. Then I'm gonna do nothing for 4 frames. Yeah, that's right, that's how this works. This uses the step up mechanic. Then I snap up onto the ledge. And I should be in the standing state in like 1 or 2 frames. Yeah, now I'm falling, and then on the next frame, I should be able to hold jump again. Yeah, let's see if that actually did what it was supposed to. Yep, and there we go. All right, so that's like a fast ascent where you can get up onto this in like just like, I think, was it like 9 frames or something? Like 9 or 10 frames, you can get onto this ledge and immediately perform another jump. And there's our ledge hang. Okay. Yeah, this music's from Tower Climb, that weird like reverse Spelunky game that existed. It has a very weird soundtrack, but I kind of like it. Yeah, I do need to hydrate. You can hit to get to the ground. I think I would have to fall for a really long time after I hit my head. It's faster to just snap up, like step up onto the ledge. I'm almost certain that head hitting there isn't going to save time. Maybe something to revisit if I try to shave frames off of this. Alright, so we just got into the ledge hanging state, so we can jump again. I don't... Let's see, how long do I have before this blows up? I have 40 frames before this bomb blows up. And I need it to blow up, like... It has to destroy this tile. Let me test something here. Yeah, that's it. So we do not need to blow up this row. We only need to make sure this tile goes away. These two are the only thing that I need to get rid of. The rest of these don't matter. So that simplifies what we have to accomplish here. So another question I have is, if I were to end up in the ledge hanging state here, do I get enough height to trigger the thing? I just do not. So I have to get up onto this edge. Yeah, it's a 12, 6, 8, 3, not quite. Cheated a little bit. Yeah, that's what I deserve. Alright, so I can't do it from this ledge hang. I have to jump up onto this and then jump over. Which is unfortunate. That's another like 9 frames on the clock, but what are you gonna do? So 40 frames until this bomb blows up. I wonder if I could get it to start triggering sooner, but first let's just step up this ledge and see what happens. So let's see, we perform a jump, away, forwards, neutral, and then we hold right. And that will get us a good horizontal speed. There's no reason for me to do that because we're waiting on the bomb anyways. And then from this frame here... What? Wait, have I been... Why do I have a different bomb ID this time? That's peculiar. Why is the bomb ID different? Or am I just a dumbass and I'm abusing something here. Now it's 82 again. That's a little bit funky. There may be desync issues with the camp that I have not discovered yet, and they just haven't, like, messed with RNG, so I haven't been able to find them. The camp gave me a lot of trouble while developing this mod. Like, there were so many weird things that the camp was doing that was just making it a pain in the ass. So hopefully it doesn't end up being something like that. So that was an up throw. Huh. I'm just wondering if that's good enough. I mean, I suppose I could just bring the bomb up and start jumping onto this. Maybe we actually do want the fast horizontal. Oh, it did it again. Now I have a different ID for this bomb. That's not supposed to happen. There's something wrong here. We found something that's not happening the way it's supposed to. This ID should be identical every time because this level is supposed to be deterministic right now, and for some reason it isn't always deterministic. That's somewhat concerning, because now if I play it back again, it is the correct ID. Oops. I'm gonna have to look into this. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. I mean, this is a bug I need to figure out at some point. The problem is reproducing it. Okay, so we have 12 frames before this thing blows up in our hands and obliterates everything we know and love. Was that the shortest hop I could have used to get up onto that ledge? Jumping up a one tall ledge. No, I only need 5 frames of jumping to do that, so let's cut the last one out. I need to get my feet on the ground as fast as I can, because I need to jump again and throw the bomb at the same time. Okay, it's correct this time around. Very strange. Alright, well, we're almost done here. So, let's turn around and jump immediately. So did the game eat my jump? It looks like it did not, because we are standing. The bomb is going to go off in 11 frames. I don't want to be in the explosion, obviously, when that happens, but let's just kind of go for it. Why did I press up during this frame? Let's just kind of go for it and see what happens. Why am I holding up? Stop. I don't need to hold up. It doesn't make you go any higher. That's not how this game works. Alright, and then I'm going to throw it on this frame, which now I need to hold up. That looks like it's going to be bad. Yeah, so not only is that going to kill me, I need the bomb here. So I need to not be holding left quite as early in that sequence. Alright, so instead we're just gonna hold regular jump for like, I don't know, just like 4 frames. I'm just gonna kind of spitball it here and see if we find something that works. So 4 frames, and then 4 left, and then I'm gonna throw it up. That's close. That gets us the layout that we want, but the bomb is going to murder me, which is not good. Let's see, how do we most efficiently do this? I think the higher up we can get the bomb, the better, so I need to throw it a little bit sooner, I think is what I need to do. So I'm gonna go for 3, and then I'm gonna throw the bomb. And we're just gonna kind of work our way down from there. Yeah, it's a little too low. So we're gonna throw it a little earlier then. So we're gonna do it for 2 frames. Not very many options left to test, so this shouldn't be too bad. Maybe I should actually do this and then this, and then throw it. We want it to hit this corner ideally because that's the furthest I can get it from the character so I don't die. Close, but we need it here. We need to throw it a little sooner. Alright, so that's 5 frames of jumping, and then we throw on the 6th one. So that doesn't kill me. But it also doesn't blow up the tile that I needed. I needed a little bit further to the left. There we go. We got the tile that we wanted, and we didn't die to the bomb. Doesn't that work? Well, the one I had before didn't blow up this tile, so I couldn't reach it. I needed this one to get destroyed. This is what we needed here. We need this to be exposed so that I can make this jump. And we just barely grazed the explosion. Maybe a frame could be shaved off of that, but I'm starting to fatigue here, so I think I'm gonna take this one. Let's let go of jump and just see where we wind up. Alright, we do not make it, so I need to hold jump for longer. Hold jump for 2 more frames. I want to just barely get this ledge hang. Where's my velocity? I'm not... Where's the peak of the jump? That might be an issue. I might have to change this a little bit if I can't make that. Okay, that's a problem. That's a full height jump, and I wasn't able to make it to this ledge in the same jump where I threw the bomb. Okay, let's see, what can we do about this? I'm wondering what can I change? And I think I should not be like doing this little loop over to the right. That's probably what's causing issues. So we're gonna have to go back to this right here and try to do this sequence differently. Because this little loop I'm doing to the right is causing problems. So when do I throw the bomb? Right there, 21. That is the spot I'm at where when I throw the bomb. So if I could be further to the left when I do that, I'd have to be considerably further to the left. I wonder if there's maybe a bounce off of this wall that'll cause the same thing to happen. A stupid corner block. The block that I wanted to destroy actually did end up being in the way. Yeah, well, this isn't going to work, because we have... This is the arrangement that we're working with here. Yeah, if I could get it to blow up over here, it'd be a little bit less in my face. But really, I just need to tuck the bomb into that corner. If I had a bomb here, what would happen? And if I just like slammed it into the wall at maximum speed, so I have full running speed. And then I also jump. And then I throw the thing. Where does it wind up? It almost doesn't bounce, like, at all. That's not viable. I can't use that. It like just doesn't go anywhere. I need it to go over here. Now the other thing I can do is a slow throw. I have an idea that throws a third bomb in a completely different spot. I mean, interested in hearing it. So the concept for a slow throw would be I want to have full speed towards the right. I want to jump. I messed up my inputs. Alright, so we have full speed to the right. We have a pretty high jumping velocity. Let me just fix that. Okay, we have full speed to the right and we're jumping. And then if you, like, turn around while you're doing that, you can get a slow throw. But this is not a very good spot for that. Yeah, I would need to be over here when I did the slow throw. What if I throw the third bomb up the same shaft as the second bomb as you were jumping up the ledge grab? Oh, where? Here? I don't think I can get that angle. I think it'll be too steep if I'm in the middle of the jump. I'm assuming you're talking about, like, going from this ledge grab. I guess maybe? I think I see what you're talking about here, but this is going back to the thing that we were trying to avoid, which was having the third bomb deploy down here. The idea was to take it up here with us. Because we didn't have a good spot to throw it here. I'm gonna look into that if I cannot find a solution that works with what I'm trying to do here. We might want to actually go back to that solution. Can I back whip it after it bounces off the border wall? Probably, but I think I would be too close to it if I did that. Let's see, do I still have the input sequence that makes that happen? Okay, let's go back to this input sequence and see what you're talking about here. I feel like that probably won't work. I hadn't really considered whipping the bomb. How the hell did I record here? Oh, was I recording that whole time? Oh, wait, when did we actually do that? It was around 840 or so is what we actually wanted to go back to. Yeah, I still had it in recording mode doing all that nonsense. Okay, so this is like right as the bomb explodes, and the idea was to pitch it at this wall instead, and then try back whipping it or something. So you would pitch it at the wall like down here probably. Let's go ahead and go back to this input. Alright, so we just started our jump. We need to do it on the frame after the jump starts. Alright, so we're gonna throw it at the wall, and then we're gonna see if there's anything I can do to, like, whip it or somehow get it to do something I want to. Let's see, I don't actually need these extra jump inputs. So first of all, do I even have time to back whip it? I got 12 frames. I don't think it's even going to get down here. I think I can't back whip it. It's too late. I mean, there was something to that. Like, the idea was good, but we don't seem to have time to do it. And I'm not sure how I would get away from the bomb in that situation. Let's see, if we pretended the bomb had more time on it, would that be viable? Let's just set the bomb back to, like, something else. Maybe if it blew up, like, right there, but then I would have probably wasted too much time here, and I wouldn't be able to make this jump. Like, the whole thing that I really want to do is chuck the bomb. Huh. What if I bounced it off of this wall? Like, what if I just ran up to this wall and did a late jump? I might lose a little bit of time to that. I'm starting to really like the idea of just throwing the bomb from down here, which is kind of what I originally wanted to do. Because I'm realizing that the angle that I have to work with here is really bad. I would lose time if I tried to run into this and then throw it up here. This would work, but then I would have to climb up this ledge and then jump over here, and we lose all the time I would have gained. I can't bounce it off this back wall. I don't have time to backwhip it, and I don't think it gets enough distance. And if I just straight up throw the bomb for back here, then I can't reach this jump. And I'm wondering if I can maybe optimize this throw, like just a little bit. What if I jumped a little bit later? So that I had full jumping speed. I think I'm gonna go back to that idea. Yeah, I think I know what I want to do here. Is it a good idea? Probably not. Let's find out. Let's go back to 8:15. I already threw the bomb. Let's see, we don't want to throw it, so let's just go all the way back to this. Now the things I'm doing to shave a couple frames off of this. So what I'm wondering here is, can I optimize my movement in this area? I keep forgetting I don't need that jump. I want to land on this as fast as possible. So if I had no speed and I just like jumped and threw the bomb from like right here, what would happen? Alright, so if I just jump and throw. That works. Oh, maybe that was it. Alright, hold on. Maybe it was as simple as just standing still for a second instead of moving. Now the question is, am I going to die to that? Oh man, come on, that's just like a smidge of the hitbox. Just a little bit. Ain't nobody gonna die to that. In this strange universe where bombs either do literally no damage or all of the damage, and there's no in between. Well, this is looking promising. Alright, so how many frames do I need? I feel like I should be able to make that jump. I just want to hold jump for the right number of frames so I ledge hang early. It's looking good. Let's get a little closer. We still have some upward velocity. Frame of jumping. I'm just gonna do this one frame at a time. Oh my god, how is that even a ledge hang? What is this video game? Alright, let's see, we want to land fast now, so let me check what my sequence is for that. Okay, quick standing on with whip. You can do it very quickly using heavy state. So I hold jump for 3 frames, then I jump and whip. And then that'll drop me faster. I think this was a heavier state thing when I didn't even know that heavier state was a thing. So you have 3 jumps and then the 4th one has a whip. Let's see, what is that going to actually do to my speed? And how I need to idle for a few frames. See, at some point it would be nice to like accumulate this information somewhere so it isn't just everyone has to rediscover the optimal setup for jumping up a ledge. But right now I'm not entirely confident that these are optimal. I just know they're pretty good because I used them a bunch. Alright, so I need a free fall for 2 frames and then clip into the ledge. There's some corner jank going on here. This was trial and error. Yeah, we free fall for 2 frames. And then I need to hold horizontal. And then I actually have to not hold horizontal on this next frame, or it will delay my standing on state by like 1 additional frame. Because the corner physics in this game are... I don't even understand it. So I hold nothing for this frame, and then I should be standing on in the next one, and I can press jump again immediately. Let's see if that works. So where are we with this? And then I should be able to jump now. And we are in the jumping state. It's not going to be fast. Oh my god, are you serious? Wait, is this sub 14? Hold on, we're going to retime that just in case there's any jank going on here. I didn't think it was that fast. I didn't think we would shave a second off of that. I was going to settle for sub 15. Okay, let's not get super excited about this just yet. I'm going to save. I'm going to make backup 4. We don't talk about backup 2. It never existed. I'm going to go ahead and reload it as well. And let's play the whole thing back and see how this looks. With all this crap in the way. I don't really care. I just want to see what the time is at the end of it. You got the right RNG. This looks kind of sick, honestly. That's it. Yeah, that is like a full 1.5 seconds off the real-time like human record for this. I did not think this would be that fast, and I think we could shave frames. I think there's probably a way to get a couple frames off of the bomb like juggling. That's amazing. I didn't think it would be this fast. Well, the king is back, baby. In the TAS sector. And as far as the tech is concerned, I guess maybe, like, real runners could utilize the tech of carrying the 3rd bomb. But I mean, I don't know how much, like, frame precision you want to add to an already, like, insanely difficult category here, but that's it. This is proof that you can, in fact, do it that quickly. So let's watch the whole thing. Yeah, go back to presentation mode. Let's reap the fruits of our labors. So turn on presentation, and I think I'll just play back the whole thing, and then we'll do it in slow motion so we can appreciate it. You know, the first bomb's bad enough; it just gets worse. Such is the nature of making TASes. I get to do the easy part. Well, it's not the easy part. I have to do all the routing, but then real people have to actually use the strats if they want to get the same time. Get this out of here. Yeah, combining that jump with also throwing the bomb was definitely huge. Let's see how this lines up compared to the real run. Like, where are the differences? I want to see, like, where I think the time saves came from, because I'm shocked that I got a second off of what looks like a really fast run. Yeah, we can speed this up a little bit. Alright, it's at half speed now. Oh man, I didn't even realize you go for that whip. How many times do you have to reset the damn thing? And the devs didn't even give you a quick restart. How do you run this category? Like, oh god. Every time you screw it up. Oh, it's miserable. Alright, so what's going on here? So you throw the first bomb, or the second bomb a little late, so you're losing some time to that. Pretty consistent, eh. I suppose there's worse things, at least it's near the start. And then you chuck the third one at pretty much the same way that I did. You did, like, pretty much the exact same thing. Honestly, it might just be movement. Let's see, what do you do here? Okay, so you do that, so you waste a little bit of time throwing the bomb there. Honestly, I think, yeah, you, like, jumped too high there, so you lost some time on the ledge hang. I think honestly it might just be like TAS, like just TAS efficiency that is saving a lot of the frames here. Like, it's not so much that my strategy was like revolutionary or different. I think it's just the TAS efficiency, and you could probably get a similar time by doing your bomb strat. But you need to get like frame perfect like ledge hangs, which are very gross and tedious to do. But yeah, there it is. Oh, we have a new record now. Yeah, the TAS execution is just clean, which, I mean, is the point of the TAS. It's not a demonstration of what a person can reasonably do. It's a demonstration of what's possible. And while I highly doubt that this is the fastest possible like time you could get for this, I don't think my strat could save more than like maybe like a quarter of a second. There may be a faster route, however, for like using the bombs that could probably shave more time off. I would not say that like sub 13 or something isn't possible, because it very well might be. But I think my route would need to be reworked in order to do that. So let's go ahead and watch it in slow motion and just appreciate like the precision that goes into this. And then I think we might call it on the stream here, because it's been a very long day for me getting this all figured out. And I'm just happy that everything worked as well as it did. Desynchronized. That was from earlier, I think. So let's zoom the camera back in and get a natural view of this in slow motion to see what this would truly look like. So that's good. I'll just save it again because I'm paranoid. And slow motion, let's just set it to half speed, or no, let's just set it to 1/5. Alright, here we go. Yeah, the fade out I think just doesn't render consistently with the slow-mo, so the fade out goes away before I regain control. Like, it's not synchronized with the 1/5 speed, it still moves too fast. So that's why it looks like I'm just standing there at the start of every level, but I can't actually move any faster. So this is like the same business. Nothing particularly special is going on here. You can't save a lot of time on this, even like with the TAS. I spend a veritable eternity pushing the block. There could potentially be a time save if somebody could figure out how to weasel through that gap on the block, or like write it down all the way. It's a huge thanks to whoever was suggesting the rock throw there, because that was a beginning part of the tech that allowed us to save a few frames skipping that hole. We ended up not needing to do it here though, because the bomb timing was the bottleneck. So we shoot the second one up the stovepipe. Or I had to wait like a split second there. That's maybe a time save if I could get the bomb to time better, because I had to wait a little bit. And then we throw that bomb during the same jump that gets us up there. Yeah, that was you. Yeah, thank you, Bumper. Thank you everybody who like suggested ideas, even the ideas that didn't amount to anything. Like, this is the kind of participation that I was hoping for from this. Because here it is, like this collaboration of people watching me make a task for 4 hours resulted in shaving like 1.5 seconds off of the world record for this category, in a category that was only 15 seconds long. And who knows, there might be more that we could take off of it, but I think for now, I think we're going to call it on the stream here. This is a good way to stop it. So what are my future streams going to be? I'm overdue for an Astroneer stream. There's going to be more task streams. I may do occasional speed running, but the fact of the matter is the burnout is real. There's only so much I could take of this game, and all the agony that it puts me through. You know, full speed once more, sure, I'll do that. I'm going to show the other TASes one more time for any late arrivals anyways, but I'll show it at full speed while I ramble a little bit about like the future of the stream. So let's see, we're in presentation mode. All right, so here's the full speed. But yeah, there will be Astroneer streams in the future. I want to stream more often. I'm gonna have to wait for the dust to settle, see if any like major issues come up with the task tool that I need to prioritize, but there's not gonna be like a hot fix tomorrow or anything to like fix the UI. It's gonna be weeks probably before I finish that Spelunky PR to get all like the GUI stuff in, and then even longer for me to actually integrate it into the task tool. And all the other stuff that I want to fix, all the quality of life changes, I need to like, honestly, I'm probably going to need to talk to the tool devs at some point about the pause system in Spelunky, because it doesn't play nicely with the task tool and it causes a lot of like weird issues. But I have to like kind of accumulate my thoughts here and explain like what the problems are with these pauses. Part of the issue being that I don't have programmatic control over these freeze pauses, so I can't use them because the task tool can't unpause or initiate a pause on its own. It's like a separate system. But that's something I need to like collect my thoughts on and figure out like what I would actually need to make that possible. But the pausing issue is definitely another huge like priority because you can't pause on the first frame of a run. You can't pause during cutscenes. It's limited in a way that makes it really hard to record certain things. So that's another like high priority issue I want to fix. And then besides that, just everything on that like list of limitations and problems are things that I would like to fix at some point. But I have to figure out which ones I want to prioritize and how much of my sanity I want to continue to pour into this project right now. But there will eventually be like a user interface update. That is like the #1 priority, is to make this thing just easier to use. Because you saw me doing it like this whole stream, just like scrolling around forgetting which of these windows has the UI I'm looking for in it. Because it's just kind of visually cluttered and confusing. So anyways, as we wrap things up here, let me go ahead and run the other runs that we had. Also reset the window positions to something that's not so nasty and gross. Said I was releasing it. Oh, did you not see the low percent? Yeah, you showed up right as I came back to the tutorial, didn't it? Yeah, you popped in like right as I started showing your video. No, I'm gonna do a recap. We're gonna recap all the streams, or not all the streams, all the tasks that I had. Well, all 2 of them. We just saw the tutorial one. Anyways, let me reset these windows. There's also some fixes I'm gonna make with like remembering window positions and like the collapse state and stuff. It's very niche, but I mean, it'll be nice for anybody who's making like tools. Like if anybody ever works on a seed finder, they'll appreciate all the UI stuff that I'm trying to get added to Overlunky. Song name, that's just ended. That is FTL Milky Way Explore. Like as opposed to the battle theme. I don't have the battle themes on it. So yeah, FTL Milky Way Explore theme. Yeah, Ben Prunty music. Very recognizable style. Love that guy. Alright, so let's watch the other runs. And the back of your head. Now I know that feeling. Where I'll hear a melody that I recognize, but it's kind of quiet, and I'm like, what the hell is that? So here's the low percent run. This will be a recap. I'm gonna play it in full speed. I'll play it in slow motion, but like only like half slow motion. I'm not gonna spend all night doing this. But I know that there are a lot of people who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, so this is just kind of a wrap-up of everything that I showed today. So let's start by showing the low percent run. This seed is the one that the real like RTA runners have been using to do low percent. Let me get these script messages off the screen. There you go. Off the hitboxes as well, make it look authentic. And if anyone hasn't picked up on it, like if you're ever wondering if I'm doing something or if the TAS is in playback mode, that's what this watermark down here is for. Which you can turn it off if you don't like it, but I have it turned on because I think it just adds more clarity to the streams. Because it's not always obvious like what hotkeys I'm pressing on the keyboard and what state I'm in. I might also like look into getting like a heads-up display sort of thing for the TAS tool instead of having to like move a window around to see the status. Lots of UI changes I'd like to make. Yeah, just enjoy the show while I lean back and hydrate for a bit while the game plays itself for me. Yeah, Olmec. Like I mentioned earlier, the only way you could really save time on this during low percent is to get a crust item that explodes and gets Olmec to drop down or make a hole earlier than he would normally. Because you need all 4 bombs to kill Tiamat in this category, and I'm pretty sure there's no way you would save time unless maybe you use like 1 bomb on Olmec and then 3 bombs in a mine on Tiamat is like the only thing I could think of. But the Tiamat with 4 bombs, like the quad cook is so well optimized that I'm not even sure that you would save time if you could get a mine there without losing any. just because you'd have to climb up and whip the mine off the, like, platform. You'll see what I'm talking about with the Tiamat kill when we get there. It'll be a minute. We're gonna use this mine on a different level. There's a time save there, I'm sure of it. I just gotta find it. Like, waiting for that mine to prime. There's no way there's not a way to skip that. I just had to figure out how to do it. Alright, here's Tiamat. There's Tiamat. Difficult boss. Alright, so that's the low percent run. Let's watch in slow motion. Then we'll watch the Abzu percent and we'll call it on the stream for the day. I'll finally go to bed. I don't even remember when I last slept. Oh my goodness. I'm just happy to have this released. Like, this was definitely worth it, even if I had to do crunch time this month to actually finish it to my satisfaction. So let's let me warp to another level. So it's slow mode. Alright, and here's the run again in slow motion. The ice caves drop, they do that in the regular, like, runs. Like, the real humans also do that drop. You just have to know where the ledges are and time it. What's the final time? It's 2 minutes and like 13 seconds. I'll show the final time for the redo here. And I highly doubt you could get a sub 2 with this seed, but apparently this seed is not very good. Like, they didn't search very many seeds to find it. So I think there's an extremely good chance that you could get a sub 2 low percent with a TAS, or even like a regular playthrough if we just found a better seed for it. But like, you have to wait for a lot of falling platforms. You could probably find a seed with a crust, like power pack or something in the Olmec level. There's most likely ways that you could shave time off of this category, but I just went with the one we had because, as I mentioned earlier, we don't have a, like, robust seed finding system established. Like, we have some scripts that can do seed finding, but I haven't looked into them properly. I don't know how powerful they are. I don't know what options they have. Like, it's something to definitely look into, but I just wanted to make TASes for the time being while I was testing this thing, so I just went with the seeds I could find instead of trying to get my own. Or rather, the ones I could find that somebody else had looked into. I don't have a whole lot to say here until this part. Now that things start happening. Those are both like 2 frame perfect arrow trap dodges that I did there. And I think I might be able to shave an additional frame off of that if I time it a little bit better. But you don't have to drop a rock down that, you just have to be extremely precise with how you move through it to avoid those. And here's the first RNG manipulation. So I'm not just picking up this dung beetle because I want to torment it. I actually need this dung beetle to manipulate back layer skip to happen. It was absurd how many things I had to try, and this blood droplet spawn right here makes one additional, like, RNG call that allows me to get back layer skip from Coolback due to the skull RNG. It was rough, but I'm at least satisfied that it was something as stupid as throwing a dung beetle at an arrow trap that actually got me back layer skip. Because that really just encapsulates the absurdity of Spelunky speedrunning, especially when you have RNG manipulation in your arsenal of tools. But that blood droplet spawn changes the skull drop RNG on these bone blocks, and that will make back layer skip happen. Otherwise, I was not able to do it. I tried various other things that I know influence RNG, like picking up gold bars and stuff, but this was the one that did it. And then we get Coolback out of the way with like a max speed drop that is 1 frame away from taking fall damage. I dropped from as high as I possibly could, so I had as much speed as I could get as I whizzed past Coolback. Fortunately, there was not an enemy in that pot, though I'm not sure if it would have actually hit me, even if there was one. No point in jumping there, the belts are faster. We do a short hop there to bonk on the ceiling. That is a setup where it's faster to bonk. And there's a lot of cases like that where you want to get like extra speed before you reach a corner, so you'll see me like pre-jumping a corner. And then stuff like this right here is why this might not be a very good seed. But there's 4.29 billion seeds in this game, and assuming that they don't like repeat themselves, which I don't think they ever do, there is probably a seed that you could get that just doesn't have like falling platforms in that situation. Like, there's well over 4 billion permutations of like this game. But as far as getting like specific room layouts, there's only so much that you can do for path rooms, and eventually you're going to find a seed that's basically just a straight down like Volcana in every single level. And I feel like statistically there's a pretty good chance that that exists, and you might just have to work around like a couple other unpleasantries. Maybe like bad enemy positioning or something. Like, you're only going to be able to do so much with 4 billion seeds, but you could definitely do better than what we have here. The other thing is, I think you have to go through like 2 doors in Tide Pool, which is also pretty slow. So that's something that you want to avoid. Though fortunately the lever is on a good side for both of the doors, so it's not too terrible. So right here I do more of that finicky like jumping up ledges nonsense. Like, you can see right there I did that weird like whip like state cancel so I could get heavier state and land on that ledge sooner and then get another jump off of it sooner. And that's the same thing I was doing in the TAS for the tutorial race at the very end there, to climb faster. So it's very applicable tech to other categories, and it's why I would like to add a feature to be able to just paste an input sequence from a normalized setup like a ledge hang. Because it'll just save everybody some trouble. That was a whip ejection right there. That was a jump whip. To get a little bit of bonus speed, faster than I could move normally. Then this right here was a miracle that I was able to get through all these enemies without taking damage. I had to like turn around there and back whip that last firebug because the front whip just did not last long enough to reach it. It was a very tight window, and one of those firebugs was literally like 1 frame away from spawning fire particles in my face before I killed it. And here's Olmec. We really don't need to see Olmec. Like, we just don't. Yep, that's it. It's the Olmec fight. If I ever submit this run to YouTube, which I probably will, I will try to make like a more interesting Olmec fight, like run over the top of his head a couple times or something, but it's the Olmec fight. There's only so much you could do with it. I don't know how I don't get hit by that enemy there. Like, I don't have God mode on. You can see it in the HUD. It's like a pixel away from hitting me. There's another whip ejection because that ledge just happened to be in a good spot and it was faster than grabbing the pole. And all these whips here kind of to get heavier state. Like, again, I sort of knew that whipping in the air made you fall faster, but I didn't understand it when I made this task. It wasn't until a lot later that I did my science stream where I actually dug into it and figured out exactly what's going on there. But I still employed some of the tech. Like, you can see me do it there again to get around that corner a little sooner. Alright, here's where we have to RNG manipulate more of these assholes to not be in the way. That one just doesn't do anything. But I think there's one later in this level that causes problems. Yeah, there's one down here that was in the way. So I intentionally pick up that gold bar, because that's the first part of the RNG manipulation. I intentionally do not pick up that gold bar, and then I do a high jump to get that thing's aggro to trigger 1 frame, I think, earlier. And that causes it to do a short hop like that and not get in my way, because every other time I came through that gap, that Zhangxi jumped into the gap and forced me to stomp on it. And it was horrible, and I lost a ton of time to it. So I had to do a bunch of very weirdly specific things to get that to not be in my way. And then these guys just don't jump fast enough to matter. It's not until later in the level that I have to worry about that. This guy was also a problem with RNG manipulation, and I had to get it to do a jump where I was able to just front whip it. I forget what it was doing that was causing me problems, but I think I picked up that gold bar intentionally to manipulate that one, and it's just jumping into my front whip. That ledge hang right there is also incredibly precise. Like, I'm extremely close to just falling in the spikes and dying there. I just barely snapped to it. And here's the ice caves drop. Again, it looks really cool, but I mean, this is just what you do in this level. You just have to remember where the ledges are that you're aiming for. And grab a mine along the way. And I could have grabbed either this mine or the one that's down here below me. And it took me like the same exact amount of time to get both of them, I think. Or maybe the one on the bottom was like 1 frame slower. So I just went for the one on top. And then Yetis take a few frames to throw you, so you can just touch them and then go in the door before they actually finish the animation. This is just a remarkably nice Neo level, because this elevator over here to the left is the only thing that was like in the way. I think I lost a couple frames to that elevator, but other than that, I just kind of got to go straight to the exit. Unfortunately, I'm holding the mine right now, so I can't do like any whip tech, but I don't lose too much time to that anyways. And that 6x1 jump there required like a last coyote frame jump to actually make that ledge hang, otherwise I would just fall in the lava. And fortunately, all the laser cycles were pretty good. Now I hesitate for 1 or 2 frames here to RNG manipulate this spark trap to spawn at the bottom and hit this UFO. Because otherwise, if I had activated it on any other frame, it would have just been somewhere else, and I would have had to like hit that UFO myself to blow open the floor. Then this right here is the single biggest time loss that I could probably change in this run, is waiting for that mine to prime. And if I could figure out a way to throw that mine and then set it off in mid-air and have it land in the correct spot, I could probably save like 30 frames. Which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but the stuff adds up in these kinds of runs when the run's only 2 minutes long and most of the levels are about like 5 to 10 seconds. And that whip right there was another 8-tile drop that I just took. The same thing that you do in the tutorial race. I had to take an 8-tile drop, and it was faster to just whip, so I didn't have to grab a ledge or anything. And there's another lasagna room below me with 2 Olmites in it that are like impossible to get past without losing time. So it's actually faster to just go around all that nonsense. So I'm just like weaving around these laser traps, basically getting as close to them as possible without getting hit. And you can see the elevator on the left that would have missed, I would have missed the cycle on that elevator and been waiting for it. So it's much faster to just go around the right in this level. And then here's the quad cook. I think you could maybe shave 2 frames off this level if you throw this bomb ahead of yourself and then grab it. But I didn't think to do that when I was making the TAS. It's on my list of like optimizations. And then that right there is just 3 regular bomb throws, each a 1/30th of a second apart from each other. And you more or less just don't stop in the TMAT level at all. You just walk from left to right, and you slow down twice. Once to pick up the bomb, and then once to turn around and throw the quad cook. So that's the run. That's the low percent. So anyone who hadn't seen that, there it is. We have one more run before we end the stream here. It is a teleporter Abzu run. So let's get our speed back up, and I will show the time of the run before we do that. So let me just fast forward through all this crap. Actually, you can see the time. It's at the top, but I'll show it. It's for anyone who can't see it or is on mobile. I'll show it like on the regular screen. It's 2:13. Yeah, you get to see it. The thing about the teleporter run I'm about to show you is it's not even well optimized. Like, it's super sloppy, and it's still ridiculous. Like, it is absolute insanity. Like, teleporter TASes are just absolute madness. They're also very fun and, like, easy to make, even if they're very confusing and noisy to watch. But I might, like, make camera hacks at some point to make it a better viewing experience, so you can actually, like, see where the player is. I might make, like, just a zoomed-out camera. But yeah, that's the time for the run, 2:13.766. And then to compare that to the real record, which again, this is not a competition, but it's interesting to see how much time could be saved. the real record for this particular seeded run is when I stop stalling and find the categories. Seeded, a low percent, is 232 by Wumper. So this run was able to shave, what is that, like 18 seconds or something off the run? 19 seconds roughly off of the world record. So there's definitely a lot that you can do with this, and that's assuming that you're using the seed that we have now, which is apparently not very good. So I'm almost positive that a sub 2 is possible for both real people and for TASes. We just need a better seed for it. Definitely for a TAS, I think with a better seed you could pull it off. So let's move on to the Abzu percent. This is the test that I made in one day while I was doing like final testing for the tool. What I basically said was I'm going to create a task from scratch on a clean install of the tool, and I'm going to see if I find any problems. I found like one crash and a couple other issues that I was able to fix, so it was definitely worth doing it. And as a result, you get a teleporter speed run to work with. We don't need the backups. Let me get those out of here. So here it is. This is the Abzu run. Let me load it up. Just go back to a menu. And I think we got everything set up. So first we'll watch it in full speed. Let me get some music going. You know, this is going to be fast. Let me get the fast playlist going. Give me a second here. I got to remember where it is. I have one for streams that like avoids playing copyrighted music, and I need to find the query I use for it. I think it's... yeah, it's this one here. Oh, that's perfect. That's the one it picked first for the shuffle. Thank you, RNG. Very cool. All right, teleporter Abzu percent. Let's go. And we're off. I stay in the transition screen for about a second, so you can see what the time is on the top left. Incidentally, I spend about as long in the transition as I do in the actual level. And we are doing chain, so we gotta get the hedge it. I love how that bomb throw looks. And don't worry, we'll do a slowed down version of this so I can explain what's going on. And then that'll be the end of our stream. That'll be everything I wanted to show today. Then I can sleep for the next 4 years. Ain't no speeding this up. I'm swinging that sword every 21 frames. You have 30 pace bombs. We need a better seed for that. Maybe someday. I don't even know what poor soul was standing on that exit. Presumably just an all-night stack or something. But you don't even see it. They're just gone before the camera gets there. We don't need the keylin or anything. We're just gonna drop them off here. I just didn't put down the Ushabti because I didn't really have any reason to. It doesn't matter. You just have to bring it to 6-3. It doesn't even have to hatch. And Hundun, where things grind to a screeching halt as we have to wait 40 seconds for this boss to be killable. if I ever submit this run to YouTube, which I probably will, I'm going to do something a little more interesting down here. Or maybe I'll go take like a tour of the level or something. But I was in a hurry. I just wanted to get this done. So we're standing in the spikes. Getting down into those spikes was hard enough. I also could telefrag this head, but I just decided to do floor strats because it doesn't save any time. I need to wait for the snake anyways. And apparently there's a way to make the snake spawn like a little bit earlier, and I'm gonna have to do more research into that. Something to do with making Hundun move at a specific time. And we just telefragged the snake head there and then blew ourselves up on the same frame. But we still have the Ankh, you don't have to use it, you just have to pick it up. Beautiful timing on the music. So there's our teleporter Abzu run. And if you can't see the time yet, you'll see what it is in a moment. And that's more or less the gist of teleporter runs in this game when you TAS them. It's just every other frame you're teleporting. Hey, we got some more spooky music to wrap up Halloween. It's technically still Halloween here. It's not midnight yet. This is actually an earlier stream than usual, believe it or not. Yeah, the spikes are just a breather, aren't they? You get a breather during Tiamat, or not Tiamat, during a fucking Kingu as well, where I just have to stand there swinging the sword. Then it's back to madness. And that's the time. 1:52. And for comparison, the real human world record for this seed is 3 minutes and about 15 seconds. So in this case, this is an obvious situation where the TAS has a ludicrously high advantage over a real person because nobody is going to be able to teleport this quickly and not just die like nearly 100% of the time that they're doing the run. Like, this is something that's just not human viable at all. Like, you really would just have to pray that your teleports work out correctly, because when I'm doing the TAS and the teleport kills me, I just roll back and teleport in a different direction or on a different frame. You don't have that luxury in real life. You gotta redo the whole run if you screw up a teleport. Definitely not ideal. So I wouldn't blame anyone for not wanting to grind these, especially for a seeded run like this, where it's just mindless drudgery, but I mean, people decided to do it. QPat got the world record for this, and I mean, still, 3:14 is hella fast. It's like 2 frames off of 3:15 is what QPat's time is. And you also got to remember, Hundun, yeah, Hundun's a third of the run. Hundun is, I think, 41 seconds of the run, because there's no way to save any time. You wait for 40 seconds, you kill the snake on the frame that it spawns in, then you Ankh teleport like 1 frame later, and then you spend a second, like, going into the door, because that can't really be shortened down. So there's not much to be done about that. So if you like remove the Hundun aspect of the run, if you just take the rest of the run, then the time that I got was like a minute and like 10 seconds or something. And then if you take that same amount of time off of like the real human record, then they have like 2:30. So essentially the TAS is like twice as fast as the real human time, because of how insanely quickly you can teleport versus just sort of slowly teleporting through the levels. And remember, this is not even a very well optimized run. I'm going to show that now as I do it in slow motion before we wrap things up here. So here it is again in slow motion. I will also zoom the camera out so you can see a little bit more of what's going on, since the camera struggles to keep up with the teleporter. I don't know why they made this lightning fast video game and then the camera just like lags behind the player. I really wish it didn't do that, even when you're not teleporting. There's a reason it's so hard to see like arrow traps and stuff when you're running towards them. Both of those arrows would have hit me like 1 frame after I had like performed that particular action to avoid them. Like, I have to stall for a split second to avoid the arrow trap on the bottom. I think I can turn on... Let me turn on transition skips real quick, just so we don't have to watch that. Not this. I already have it turned on. Oh, I'm in presentation mode, so they're not doing anything. I don't have a quick way to do that. Oh, whatever. We'll just have to... You'll have to wait a few seconds. I wish the slowdown mode didn't slow transitions, but what are you gonna do? I didn't even optimize this drop, by the way. I just forgot to do it. Like, I don't try to tuck under this corner or anything. Have a 12 more billion hertz monitor. Does that make the camera move faster? I only have 60 hertz. I have no idea, like, what the 144 hertz master race can see when they play this game, because I still have a 60 hertz monitor. So I don't know if there's any camera-related jank associated with that. That's one of the things I have on, like, the README, where I'm basically saying, like, if you see an issue with a high refresh rate, please tell me about it, because I have no way of testing this. So hopefully everything works, but I don't know for sure that it does. And here's cool back. We're going jungle, of course. Most of the, like, premise of the routing for this was just find a zigzag path going, like, either sideways or down to get to the next level with as few, like, 1 in 5s as possible, so I don't have to, like, constantly redo the task. And generally I tried to get, like, kind of high rolls on the teleports. I wasn't always able to do it, or sometimes I just got lazy and gave up, but I generally try to only teleport for movement, and I try to high roll them when possible. And we are using both teleporters at the same time, so I can get up to 7 teleports, depending on the order I use them in. Because your teleporter will refresh on the frame that you use it to leave the ground, so you can get 1 from that, and then you can get the 3 normal teleports and the 3 telepack teleports without touching the ground. So the first half of the run is way faster on the teleporter pace than the second half, because I haven't had to ditch the teleporter for the sword yet. I honestly wouldn't be surprised here if it's viable to drop the bomb at the start of the level, put down the teleporter, take the bomb all the way down here, and then go back up for the teleporter and come back down to the door as the bomb explodes. And you could probably save a few frames on the bomb timer by doing that. Because the teleporters are so fast, and a bomb takes 150 frames to explode, or 2.5 seconds. And I just ruined the no gold by picking up that gold bar because I got lazy and overshot a teleport. Getting a no gold in one of these would be fairly trivial with the teleporter. It would just, there'd just be a few additional tiles I don't want to touch. It wouldn't be terribly interesting. It's something you wouldn't even, like, realize was happening in the run unless it was in the title of the video. Shopkeepers have that same thing as the Yetis, where there's a few frames after they start their throwing animation before they'll actually do anything. So you can just sort of fall past them, and as long as you're not touching them when they finish it, nothing happens. It's very janky. Unless they're in a tight corridor, in which case you just immediately get hit. So I threw a bomb during the teleport while I was standing on Olmec, because that was the earliest I could throw that bomb to start the fuse timer. That said, this is another situation where I might have been able to place these bombs at the start of the level and leave the teleporter behind, bring them over to the Waddler, and then go back for the teleporter and still have the bombs not explode, but I just didn't feel like doing that when I was under time pressure. And that right there was 7 teleports without touching the ground, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure I'm airborne that entire time. And then right here, I'm out of teleports, and I just have to sit there and wait till I touch the ground, and then I had to wait like 8 or 9 frames to get a 3-tile teleport that would put me on the door. So it was just annoying, and there was probably a better way to route that, but I didn't. And goodbye, teleporter. We unfortunately have the telepack now, which is only 3 teleports, and you have to jump to use it. So it's slower. Like, you'll notice that the teleports aren't quite as snappy as they used to be because I have to touch the ground every now and then. But we enjoyed it while it lasted. And then right here, I don't think you can teleport into the door and enter it in 1 frame with the telepack. I'm almost certain that you could do it with a regular teleporter, but I spent a while trying to do it with the telepack and I couldn't make it happen. Because basically, when you teleport into a door, you have like 1 frame where you can enter it before the game will kill you. because of the lava. But I think the telepack being an airborne like teleport means that you're not standing on the ground, and so you can't actually enter the door when you want to. And then you just die on the next frame. There's something you can do with manip, like dust. Sort of. It's the dust that the player spawns isn't useful, like the actual dust, but things. There's a lot of things that pull the RNG pools that other entities use that are seemingly unrelated. Like, for instance, enemy AI is on its own RNG pool, so like a bunch of enemies use it, and I think items are also in the same RNG pool, so things like the glittering effect on gold bars on the ground are using the RNG. So picking up gold bars earlier in a level will actually manipulate things that happen later on. The problem is there isn't an easy way to do that as the player, just standing around by yourself. You can't run back and forth and make dust for 14 hours to manipulate a pendulum. Or at least we haven't figured out a way to do it yet. The best you could potentially do is if you had an item in your hand, like the shotgun or even maybe a teleporter, you could probably pull RNG by firing the shotgun for whatever uses the same RNG that the bullet spread does. But just by yourself, I'm not aware of anything that you can really do. Right here, it might have been faster to land on one of those ice tiles and then do 3 more teleports, but I just was lazy and chose to drop straight down. You'll notice a trend here in my excuses for not optimizing this. This is something I'll definitely come back to and make a better version of this where I like really hone in all the teleports to be as good as they can. But optimizing teleports is difficult because the RNG is so volatile. It's very hard to know ahead of time like what a teleport is going to do. It tends to just be trial and error. Yeah, right there, I had to just wait and touch the ground because I didn't have any teleports left for the last leg. And maybe getting like a 9-tile down teleport in the right spot would save me one of those. And shave like another half a second off the level or something, because most of the time I'm losing is just waiting to touch the ground. And here's where we ditch the sword. I don't lose any time doing that because I could just drop it in 1 frame. And then it's tall wood vortex. There was just an All Might standing on the door. Sucks to suck, dude. Like, you don't feel the agony of the telepack forcing you to be airborne until you make a task like this. And you're sitting there for what feels like an eternity, just waiting for yourself to touch the ground so that you get your teleport back. And if anybody like didn't understand what was going on with the Ushabti here, you need to have the Ushabti in the level for about 5 seconds for it to open up. And we're not going to spend that long in that level. So the Ushabti is just going to have to wait till next level and restart the timer. And right here, I have to use this rope. I cannot use 3 teleports to make this distance, even if they're all perfect teleports. It just isn't enough. So unfortunately, I lose a ton of time just climbing this rope, and then I can get up here and triple teleport a couple times to get up the ton. And at the 5-second count, even though I'm entering the ship, the Ushabti is going to hatch, so you can't really bring Keelan any further than this, but you can get a mount in the back layer by doing this, which is basically impossible as far as I'm aware by any other means. So if anybody ever had a technical need to have a mount in the back layer, this is it. You just need to be really fast. You can either do it here or you could do it in 6-3 in the Palace of Pleasure. Like, either of those will work. There aren't any back layers other than those ones that you can work with here, because I'm pretty sure it's impossible to get the Ushabti into Sunken. Well, I guess technically if you clone you can use the cloning glitch to get the Ushabti into Sunken, and then you could like bring it into a back layer there if there happens to be one really close to the start. So technically it becomes viable at any point after you get the Ushabti. And I do love the fact that I get there at like 4.9 seconds and the updog just hatches like on the door to the rocket ship and just drops awkwardly. I could have thrown the Ushabti at any point. I didn't need to bring it with me, but there was no reason to not bring it with me, really. Like, maybe I could have optimized like a few of my movements with like heavy state whips or something, but I just it was funnier to just bring the Ushabti with me. If I hyper-optimized the run, I would probably not bother doing that. But that's not what we're here to do right now. I just wanted to have the run finished. I wanted to see what a teleported run was like, and I wanted to test my tool. This takes forever. Hurry up. I guess I can just hold this button down during transition screens because it overrides the speed hack. And then here I have to watch out for water, so that sequence of teleports was carefully engineered to not end up in that water because I can't use the telepack anymore once I end up in the water. So I had to be very sure to not get stuck in that. Had to wait to land, had to wait to land again, and then we could finally leave. This one was a little bit awkward to get those teleports because there were a bunch of like 4 and 5s that would have killed me there. Yeah, I don't know why the audio makes like this weird multi-whip sound. Maybe like the whip being teleported or something just like causes the audio emitter to play again. I'm not actually whipping that many times. It's just a thing with the telepack. So this right here, getting into these spikes was actually incredibly difficult. Because this floor, you do not get a +3 rule on this floor. This floor just fucking kills you if you teleport into it. You don't get +3'd at all. And then if you're too high, you just fall into the spikes and die because this telepack safety teleport does not work on these specific spikes because this game is extremely janky and inconsistent. So I had to kind of run to the right and wait for the perfect timing to sort of place me on the spikes without touching the floor and also without falling so fast that I actually died of the spikes. Also, I picked up an arrow there. It might be a little bit hard to see. I'm just kind of screwing around under Hundun. We're not going to watch this whole thing in slow-mo here. I set it to half speed instead of 20%. And then I just bully this fly for no particularly good reason. Fails on 2 out of 3 types of spikes. Wait, does it not work on ceiling spikes either? I don't think I've ever had that happen. I've never tried, or accidentally, it doesn't work. Of course it doesn't. So I pick up an arrow here and chuck it at that orange frog. I could have just backwhipped it, but it looks cooler to throw the arrow at the frog. And then, like I said, I don't need to do floor strats here, but floor strats is more interesting than just telefragging the head and then standing still for 20 seconds, so we're doing floor strats. Every single one of these whips is perfectly timed to hit the chicken head as fast as it possibly could. That said, I did not RNG manipulate the biting attack from the chicken. In theory, if you wanted to do the fight faster, you could just have the chicken bite sooner, but I didn't want to manipulate that. And then I just telefragged the snake head on the frame it spawned in, and I exploded at the same frame. I don't think I actually needed the bomb at all. I'm pretty sure it didn't save any time, but when I set this up, I thought it looked cool, so I just left it in, because it pretty much takes the same exact amount of time as just telefragging myself in the wall. And then we just hit the door button and we're out of here. And that's the hard ending in 1 minute and 52 seconds. Thank you, Telepack. Yeah, it's apparently that I would assume then that they hard-coded the spikes to not kill you with the Telepack, and just fucking forgot about the other two, because that seems on brand for like the development of this game and the spaghetti code that it's made of. So you can trust the Telepack to save you, except when you can't. Or how the Telepack teleports you away from poison arrows, but you still get poisoned for some reason. It's, you know, they could have spent a little bit longer like working on that. They could have left that in the oven for a little bit longer before they actually released this game, but instead we got what we got from the Telepack. It is what it is. Well, that's it. That's the TAS tool. That's the showcase. I'm going to make a highlight of this entire stream. I don't know how useful it is. I mean, I did show myself working on a TAS, but realistically what I would like to do is overhaul the UI and then like improve the documentation I have on the GitHub README. So for anyone who doesn't entirely understand what's going on here, this is a mod. I made this mod. I uploaded it to this really cool website called Spelunky.fyi. And if you too would like to create a tool-assisted speedrun of Spelunky 2, that's it. It's free. You can go download it. You go make TASes. You go real fast. Just read the README. It might tell you some questions before you have to ask people about it. I tried to make the README useful. The problem is there aren't like getting started steps. It's more of just like an info dump, and at some point I would like to add like getting started steps for like how to make a task or make like a quick video or something about it. That time will come another day though. Super. No, we don't have that command here, Kristen. What is it? Is it Keelan mod? I don't remember what I called it. Here's Keelan skip mod. There it is. I'm also the guy who made that. And Spelunknautica. And the fucking Lego Yoda shopkeeper sound effect mod, which is the one that has the most downloads because of course it does. Funny though. Honestly, I'm not even mad that that's my most downloaded mod. But there it is, the task tool. I've been developing this thing for a year, and I've been teasing it for 8 months. And it's finally here, performing for you. Not gonna continue the rap. We're done here. Is anybody still on? It's 8 p.m. there. Let's see if any of the regulars are around so we can head out. I gotta go to bed. Who am I kidding? I know I'm not going to bed.